Good morning. This opening session will take place in English language, in Greek language, so translation in English is on channel 1. Εξοχότατε, κύριε Πρόεδρε της Δημοκρατίας,
Your Excellency, President of the Hellenic Republic, on behalf of the Council of Global Affairs, daily newspaper To Vima, and the Delphi Economic Forum, we would like to warmly thank you at this conference, namely Policy Dialogues, which is taking place for the second time in Athens, under the title The Mediterranean in Flux. I believe that this is a critical moment in time, historically speaking, for our region, totally different from where we stood last year. It is a fact that the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East are currently at the juncture of major challenges and important opportunities. It is an environment in which geopolitics and geo-economical balances are shifting with an unprecedented speed, and the countries in the region seek new ways at the level of security, collaboration and understanding. So dialogue amongst all institutional partners has never been more important. So this is precisely the ambitious objective of our two-day forum, Your Excellency, President, to provide. That is a forum to exchange thoughts and views, during which politicians, diplomats, scientists and journalists will be able to communicate with a view to seek stability, peace and collaboration. I believe that the agenda of this two-day forum reflects the complexity of our era and of the region as well, starting from the major issue of the day after in Gaza, as well as seeking and reaching to a realistic framework of peace towards the new architecture of safety in the Middle East, and from the Cyprus issue to the emerging role of the energy sector, to the geopolitical conflicts in a multipolar world, and concurrently the economic prospects in the region. In a period of a multi-crisis era, in an era where diplomacy is dramatically changing, and during which everyday lives is full of multiple risks towards the overall notion of security. So discussing about the future in the region of the Eastern Mediterranean is critical and timely. For decades now, the waters of the Eastern Mediterranean have experienced calm waters and tempests, and more than once. Of course, times change. However, what remains the same, united, whole and inseparable, is our joint responsibility to protect our area, our region, from any tempest in the new era. So, putting security, stability, collaboration at the epicenter, and having in mind this responsibility, we choose for those 2 days to discuss about the future and the developments in this area. For sure, the developments in Greece cannot be absent. It has the duty to play a protagonist role, an active participant, during a period whereby its European and North Atlantic identity and international law place it at this critical juncture. Your Excellency, Mr. President, your presence today reaffirms that Athens and Greece is this historic European and Mediterranean point and a key focal point for this discussion. We hope and we wish that this conference will have a very essential footprint at the public consultation and dialogue as regards Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. And we wish that this time next year we will be here yet once again. Allow me at this point to express my warmest gratitude and thanks to all the participants and speakers, and specifically Mr. Amre Moussa, Mr. Vogel Perthes, and all those who have traveled from abroad. Warm thanks for their support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Public Power Corporation, and the final word to the executive team of our Congress, and as well as the moderators, especially Mr. Papatenderis, Madam Botschiou, Mr. Avanetopoulos, Mr. Hansi Emanuel, Madam Ioli Ioannou. And for sure, Mr. Thanasis Platias, our professor, we would like to warmly thank him all to the podium of this second forum for his introductory words. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President of the Hellenic Republic, on behalf of the Council for International Relations, the Forum and the historic newspaper To Vima, I should like to welcome you and all the participants, as well as the members of the audience who both those who are physically here or those who are connected remotely. This is our second conference in the framework of that we have named Athens Dialogues in Politics. The first conference was organized exactly a year ago, in this same room, and our aim was to review the period from 1974, since when the Cyprus event took place, until 1924. And we had the honor of having with us 4 presidents of the Republic, diplomats, military experts, and many others. And this year, we have the minutes of that conference that the Vima newspaper was kind enough to print, and therefore it is available for all of you. The second conference is taking place now. It is an international conference, and just like my friend Simeon Tsomokos has just said, we want to make Greece, Athens actually, a hub for dialogue on issues relating to European and global security. Anything that has to do with politics, and therefore other conferences will follow. This conference is focusing on the Eastern Mediterranean. You heard Mr. Tsomokos. Let me tell you that this part of the world is one of the most dangerous one. It is a powder keg. Alongside the war in Ukraine and the volatility of Southeastern Asia, we have a triangle, Ukraine, Eastern Mediterranean, and Southeastern Asia. They are the powder kegs of our planet. These are areas where huge interests from great powers are clashing. Russia, United States, China, and Europe is seeking a role, and therefore different powers are being clashing. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and we also have the non-state actors, Hamas, Houthi, Hezbollah. Hamas, for instance, for the past 2 years has derailed the the global geopolitical situation. Therefore, we need to look at all 3 levels: the great powers, the local regional powers, and that of the non-state actors. The Eastern Mediterranean has historically been the epicenter of this planet. That is where civilization was born. And until the 16th century, it was the center of the world. After the different discoveries, the epicenter was moved to the Atlantic and then to the Pacific. So for so many centuries, 20 centuries, it was the center of the world. We have 3 different continents, many religious, important ways, the Silk Road and other roads, and with important choke points, the Dardanelles and the Aegean, which is a single choke point, as well as the Suez Canal, which connects the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, to the Indian Ocean, to the Atlantic Ocean, to the Pacific Ocean. As I said, we are focusing now on the causes of this instability, as well as the what is happening here and the possibilities of Greece and Cyprus to contribute to a more generalized stability. And let me say a few words about one of the three co-organizers, the Council for International Relations. This is essentially a think tank that was founded 8 years ago by many professors who are all experts in international affairs from all our universities. Today, we also include eminent diplomats and military experts. So we aim at contributing to the issues relating to security, to maritime security, to the energy geopolitics, issues related to the nuclear armaments, etc. And this is an independent council, has nothing to do with political parties. Finally, I should like to thank the Delphi Forum team, Simos and his associates, Yannis Pretenderis, who with his associates, the director of the Vima newspapers, and all the editors from Vima who are here and are going to moderate the panels, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and our two sponsors, PPC and the Papastratos Company. And now let me give the floor to the director of this historic newspaper for his own opening address. Yannis Pretenderis.
Heard the kind words, essential words, are about to be shared. Your Excellency, President of the Hellenic Department, dear guests, participants, excellencies, diplomats, guests from abroad, you are all welcome. Dear participants to this forum, to this two-day dialogue forum, dear friends, I would like to welcome you as well, perhaps in a less eloquent manner, at this Athens Policy Dialogues Forum, which is co-organized by the Delphi Economic Forum and the Council in Global Affairs alongside with To Vima newspaper. The topic this year will allow us all to focus on the broader region and to discuss different thematics. Okay, the Eastern Mediterranean in flux, okay, perhaps you would say this is not news, and this is not new to you. Ever since the beginning of times, the Mediterranean has always been in an evolving, let's say, situation, changing, maturing, dying, and then revived again. So, what is the bottom line? Greek-Turkish relations, the Cyprus issues, the Gaza Strip, Israel and Palestine, conflicts and access of convergence. You know, in this region, which is not a typical region, the conflicts and clashes can also be developed and take the form towards an axis of convergence. For example, in the past, during the Crusades, we have seen that happening. Energy sector conflicts and developments, which is a critical critical topic globally. Interests of exploitation, international powers and superpowers, which are actors in the region, the very few that we are all aware of, and also newly emerging powers. For example, China. 30 years ago, nobody would think that China would have a role to play in this area, but now this is happening. So these are just some of the topics that we will make an attempt to discuss today and tomorrow, without having the illusion that it is going to be an exhaustive dialogue during this two-day policy dialogue forum. Our common understanding and conviction for all of us is that, yes, this is a changing time, there is a flux. However, we have to take into account that there are factors at the level of pace, time, and essence, at the level of changes and fluxes that have not allowed us to absorb everything that has been happening. So if you take a look backwards, years ago, decades ago, you will see the pace of change and how difficult this has been for people to comprehend it. And even more so now, because we have a critical factor, that is the United States, which is under a new administration, no comment to that, and I think that they are also trying to find their own, let's say, pace. And we, the Europeans, on the other hand, we who are committed, as I call it, we are feeling, if you like, hurt, because we're trying to play a role in our imminent neighborhood, in an area where we have had historical ties. The European countries and the Mediterranean and the Middle East area, so Mare Nostrum, as it was in the past, but it is no longer the case. So we need to discuss about all that, and without having the illusion that we will be able to form and shape an answer. It is not a simple issue. And I believe that this is going to be a topic of discussion in the years to come as well. Another parameter that I would like to put to the table of our discussions beforehand has to do with a regional let's say, setting, and it has to do with intra-regional relations. So on the one hand, you may have the Cyprus issue, Turkey, and other countries, but also Israel with other countries. We have ensured that this year we have interlocutors and participants from all sides in order to understand the depth of the problems. This is not self-evident, and to be able to engage into a common language of understanding. I don't want to tire you any further. Of course, I would like to express my thanks and gratitude to the organizers, of course, to Mr. Tomokos, to the organizing team, to the participants, and to all of you who are attending physically this forum, despite the taxi drivers' strike. Thank you all warmly. Thank you. Now, I have the most demanding duty and task of all to welcome to the podium His Excellency, the President of the Hellenic Republic. So the floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Good morning to everybody.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, it is a great pleasure for me to participate in the conference organized by the To Vima newspaper, the Council for International Relations, as well as the Delphi Economic Forum on the issue of the Eastern Mediterranean in flux. The Eastern Mediterranean is in flux. In flux means that it is flowing, that the situation is fluid. And despite the fact that the Mediterranean has always been changing, what has changed in recent years is the rapid flow of information and the constant changing of situations, and therefore we are attending things, we are following the changes in a situation of stress. In the past, things were moving slowly. when Ioannis Kapodistrias came to become the governor of Greece in 1827, after he went through Berlin, London, France, via Italy, he arrived here. But while in Italy, in Torino, and before traveling to Ancona to board the ship, in November 1827, he was informed about the Lepanto sea battle, which took place on the 8th of October, 1827. So he was informed of it 3.5 weeks later, and that was quick. After learning about the naval battle, and because he had to remain in Ancona for 6 weeks because of the bad weather, he felt the need to travel to Malta and meet with Admiral Codrington, who was the head of the English fleet of both Eastern and Western Mediterranean. He wanted to discuss with him the governance of Greece. He stayed in Malta for 4 days, and as we can see from the Admiral's memoirs, he convinced the Admiral that he was not coming to Greece as a representative of Russia. The flow of information in the Mediterranean at the time was very slow compared to what is happening here now, when things are changing actually from one moment to another. Therefore, when we are talking about this Mediterranean, I should like to congratulate the organizers, the journalists and academics for giving a priority and a focus on developments in this part of the world. Yes, the Mediterranean is changing rapidly, and it is very important for us to read the conditions, what is happening and what is about to happen. And before touching upon the current challenges, allow me to refer to history, because the knowledge of history allows us to understand the present. As we said, ever since the antiquity, the Mediterranean was a crossroads between the East and West. It was the cradle of civilizations and religions. And without exaggerating, we could say that in this part of the world, one of the most important chapters of the history of mankind was generated, starting from the city-states of the Greek and Hellenistic area to the Pax Romana, to the Crusades and to the wars in the Middle Ages, and from the period of competition among the great powers. We saw great conflicts and wars, and sometimes violent situations. So, and the civilization, under its different historic aspects, the Greek civilization was always present, and it played a crucial role either as a political entity or as an important economic factor, and most importantly, as a vector of cultural and spiritual values. Today, in the post-Cold War and post-modern era, the Eastern Mediterranean, just like the rest of the world, seems to be in a long transition and period in a flux. The flux is becoming very rapid, whereby threats and difficult issues of the past coexist with unprecedented opportunities and potential. Once again, the Eastern Mediterranean is at the very center of trends and rearrangement that will influence not this part of the world, but the world. The migratory flows, the crisis, the demographic situation, the social inequalities create a situation, a picture where states, non-state actors, as you said, Professor, and people are witnessing rapid changes. In modern times, Greece has many times been at the very forefront of developments because of its position in this critical geopolitical crossroads. Even if we wanted to, we were unable to avoid the storms that were shaking the area, the competition of the great powers. We sided with Entente during World War I, when we, alone with Great Britain, were together, stood by Britain during World War II to fight against the powers of the Axis, when our territory became the first territory in Europe for battles of the Cold War. This is where the first hot conflict of the Cold War happened, a conflict between the East and the West that defined the world system during the first part of the 20th century. And our accession to Europe, to the European Economic Community post-1974, new horizons were open. We were able to be a factor of stability in an area of in an era of fragmentation. We were able to collaborate with important European powers such as France. We were able to balance off the geopolitical powers. Therefore, on the basis of this strategic choices, and because we insisted in becoming an important power in the Eastern Mediterranean, we are able to bring about an equilibrium in the different trends and threats from the East. And at this point in time, we are living in an area where policies that have been there for decades are changing. The Eastern Mediterranean is changing in an era of dramatic changes. In order for us to understand the possibility and the potential of Greece in this world, we need to look in depth into the changes that are taking place. This is the point of this two-day conference. The Eastern Mediterranean is not developing independently of the rest of Europe. Things are becoming hotter in Europe for the first time after the end of the Cold War. The war in Ukraine initially was considered something that would end in a few weeks or even months. And now we are approaching 4 years, while the conditions of a possible end are being discussed for a long time, but things are still pending. So we are filled with questions, with hypotheses, something that has led the great powers to start rearming. And therefore, there are discussions are going on about the developments, the geopolitical developments. Greece has provided answers as regards security, which is sought in this changing world. We did not expect the war in Ukraine in order to realize that we needed to modernize our armed forces. No, this has been a priority for all of our governments for decades, but the last 5 years, this has become one of the priorities of the Metapolitevsi period. Things have changed. There is no issue, there is no dilemma in Greece about whether we should rearm or not. We have always set this as a priority. At the same time, we are committed to our geopolitical position, and things are changing, and the shape of the question is changing. The flux and the threats in the north of Europe because of the war in Ukraine have been accompanied by an escalation of energy investments, and this has led our country to become a point of reference for energy security. The deepening and strengthening of Greek-American relations as they are expressed through the collaboration for the exploration for energy sources contribute to geopolitical stability, to security, and to a prosperous future. At the same time, with our defense cooperation, the dynamic and the prospect for both countries is invaluable. So, in a few days, we will receive the frigate Kimon from France, the first of 4. And this is a token of our relationship and our cooperation. Our strategic relation and alliance with Israel, for which different Greek and Israeli governments have worked upon, is now mature, solid, and strong. It is a valuable achievement for both countries as well as for Cyprus. It extends in several sectors such as defense, security, and energy, and contributes to geopolitical stability. And Minister, I should not omit to point out the close friendship and cooperation relations that Greece is maintaining with our friendly country, Egypt. These relations also contribute to the wider geopolitical stability in this part of the world. At the same time, Greece is a model as regards its peace initiatives in the wider area. We are in favor of a dialogue and the peaceful settlements around the area. We do not believe in that the powerful is always right, but we want to contribute to a different solution. So this leads us to the following conclusion. In this fluid environment, Greece, as a member of the EU, of NATO, and a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, has improved its position as a regional factor for stability and security. In contrast to the revisionist schemes, our country is promoting peaceful coexistence and peaceful cooperation, always on the basis of the UN Charter. More specifically, our role and our attitude can be summed up as follows. Commitment to the international law. No peace and stability can be here without legality. Greece defends its rights always on the basis of international law, and especially the international agreements, the conventions that safeguard borders. Secondly, promote cooperation that increase security, energy security, and growth. And these are models for regional convergence, regional cooperation. And it is in this framework that Greece has recently assumed the responsibility to bring together the coastal states of the Eastern Mediterranean, initially 5 countries, on pending issues such as the maritime zones, protection of the environment, civil protection, and others. Always insisting on the issues of respect for international law and sovereignty. Number 3, the promotion of the Eastern Mediterranean as a single area of culture, of historic past, and protection of the environment. This part of the world has the resources to become a model of peaceful coexistence with mutual cooperation. At this point, we should highlight the fact that promoting peace and growth in the area of Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East goes through the peaceful solutions that are viable in the long-standing problems of the area. Most of all, the issue of Cyprus, the Cyprus issue. Its resolution is a long-standing obligation for the international community. 51 years after the illegal Turkish invasion in 1974, the continuing occupation of a big part of Cyprus is a violation of international law and the values of the European Union, of which Cyprus is an is a full member, and therefore we need to create the conditions for a fair and viable solution of the Cyprus issue on the basis of the UN Security Council resolutions of the UN and the European Union. Greece will continue to fight at the side of the Republic of Cyprus in this direction. Also, the creation of the conditions for a resolution of the Middle East issue on the basis of a two-state solution. This will weaken any extremist voices and will facilitate the situation among the areas of the region and will create extremely strong bridges of friendship and prosperity. That's something that was inconceivable some years ago. The Abraham agreements are the first but not adequate step in this direction. It is equally important to promote a reform and strengthening of the Palestinian Authority so that it can become a credible partner for Israel for creating peace in the area. At the same time, it is also critical to promote the cultural, spiritual presence of Christian populations in the area, which is an integral part of the history of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. Christian populations need to be protected in every possible way and from every potential threat. Anything other than that would be a historic disaster, and it would invalidate a very vibrant and creative part of this region. So in order to achieve all this, we need to have the commitment and participation of the US as well as of the EU in order to finally deal with the long-standing problems in order to achieve beneficial agreements in energy and in many other areas. In an area where all these threats are in this part of the world, the stronger powers of the world should not be absent, not in a colonial manner or bringing ideas from past eras, but with the knowledge of the real potential of this part of the world to create mutual benefits. And what are we doing? Just like our other EU partners, we need to complement our policy wired by this new era, further strengthening our defense, our alliances, and we need to secure an active role in the creation of a new security architecture. Our diplomacy needs to be active preemptive and energetic diplomacy that will be able to move in the new environment of volatility and uncertainty that of constant changes. This country is also moving in this direction. As I already said, the strategic relationship with Israel and the tripartite Greece, Cyprus, and Israel provides depth to our diplomacy. The deepening of our relations with the US and France at energy and defense levels, and the active presence of our country in the SAFE initiative on European defense. And in conclusion, let me highlight with the greatest possible emphasis that at the defense level, Greece is at an advantageous position in comparison to many of our EU partners because of its sensitive European geopolitical position and the threats that we have been faced with from Turkish revisionism have never allowed us to be inactive. We were not in the same situation as the other EU countries. We were unable to remain complacent even during the deep economic crisis. We never abandoned our defense. Therefore, over above our commitment to the democratic values, we have been using traditional and realistic instruments for our foreign policy, such as deterrence, alliances, and a balancing of threats. So, with this historic experience, Greece is strengthening its defense, remains committed to its value, and strengthens its diplomatic advantages. So, we are dealing with the new challenges and at the same time maintaining our independent and creative presence in international affairs and also in this part of the world, the Eastern Mediterranean, which we will be discussed in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in an area of flux and insecurity, it is easy to feel fear, to become introvert, and we should fight this. The situation of the Eastern Mediterranean has shown us that geography may become a gift or a curse, and it is up to the present powers to decide which will prevail. And Greece is remaining committed to its choices, commitment to international law, use of our economic and other potential to promote world collaboration, and commitment to solutions that promote just and viable solutions, rejecting the intolerance and religious competitions. So the Eastern Mediterranean, just like the rest of the world, is changing. The threats that we are dealing with, the climate crisis, migration, and energy supply require cooperation and mutual understanding. There is no other way. So states, institutions, businesses, and civil organizations, let us cooperate in order to achieve peace and security for all the peoples of the Eastern Mediterranean. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all the best for this two-day conference.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε, εξαιρετική ομιλία.
An excellent speech, valuable thoughts shared with us, and this indeed has set the frame for our two-day thematic sessions. And indeed, your speech, Your Excellency, President of the Hellenic Republic, will be part of the new volume to be published at the aftermath of this two-day forum.
After 1 minute, I would like to kindly invite την κυρία Τάνια Ποζανίνου για να συντονίσει το επόμενο βήμα. Κύριε Πρόεδρε, ξανά σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
would like to call the first panel on stage, Mr. Musa and Mr. Pertes.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Hey, good to see you.
Hello.
I think you go in the middle. Sorry.
Μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε. Η Γάζα ήταν το πιο ξεχασμένο κομμάτι της Μέσης Ανατολής.
So, we can start. The Gaza Strip has not been at the epicenter of news in the previous years. And finally, it is becoming clear that Gaza will play the role of the catalyst in those developments. Even Israel had not, let's say, seen it coming, that is, the Gaza Strip to be at the cause of so dramatic changes in the Middle East. Israelis themselves argued that their main concern had to do with the Western Bank, the Lebanon, and other places, but not any focus on the Gaza Strip. A couple of weeks ago, I was in this region, and the level of the lack of confidence between the Israelis and the Palestinians has been higher than ever. And the other point has been their major, let's say, position as regards any intervention on behalf of Turkey, as regards the day after in Gaza and any developments. So two are the key issues that are the issues of concern, whether Hamas will be disarmed. So this is a question that has not even started to be explored. And the second issue has to do with the Gaza Strip the day after and its governance. We expect that in the imminent future, President Trump will be making some announcements about the Council of Peace that will oversee the Committee for Peace with participation of Palestinians. And most probably this Committee of Oversight will also involve President Trump and perhaps the Mohammed bin Salman. We do not know anything about Tony Blair, although there has been some rumors involving his name. Anyway, during this time that I was in Israel, there was American pressure exerted towards all sides in order for all stakeholders to sit at the table of negotiations and in order to have something tangible that would be let's say, acknowledged and ratified by the UN Security Council. And the key question towards everybody and all stakeholders has been, what is the alternative? All stakeholders involved during this two-year warfare in order to sit to the table of the negotiations and come to a solution. So there was no alternative. As we speak, Gaza is divided in two. So there is, let's say, a notional demarcation line from the yellow line from the north to the south. On the eastern part, 50% of the Gaza territory is controlled by Israel, and to the west, towards the sea, it is controlled by Hamas, 43%. So the vast majority of the Palestinian people live in the western side, let's say, of the Strip, which is controlled by Hamas. The hope as regards Israel is to have more people coming from the western part to the eastern part of the Gaza. Something that we also expect to see happening in the coming days is for the Rafah point to be opened, but this will not take place unless the very last hostages issue is being settled. So we would like to discuss with the participants What would be the one prerequisite or more prerequisites in order for a ceasefire in Gaza Strip to be operationally implemented and all other future scenarios for the area? The second point in our question will involve the American administration, President Trump, because there are major interests from this side for this ceasefire to be sustained and not collapse. But anyway, as regards the sine qua non preconditions, I would like to share with you some views shared by Israelis. Trust is very hard to rebuild, but it starts with insecurity or with security. And Israelis are starving for security. So, having said this, I would like to give the floor to one of our distinguished participants and speakers, Mr. Amr Moussa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Egypt and the Secretary General of the Arab League. You have the floor, Mr. Moussa, Your Excellency.
Well, thank you very much for your comprehensive introduction of this very complicated issue, the Palestinian and Israeli conflict, with what you have told us about your visit to Israel and the impression you came back with. The situation in Gaza is only whatever and however the dangers in that part of the occupied territories is only part of a larger question, which is the future of the Palestinians and the future of the relations in the area of the Middle East and Eastern Mediterranean. Would there be a Palestinian state, and what would be the relations between Israel and Palestine to live together, work together, and move from a situation of war and confrontation into a situation of peace and prosperity? This is not easy, but it could be done. First of all, if we want to move into a better future, we have to acknowledge that without solving the Palestinian question in a right way, prosperity, peace, good relations cannot be attained. That is to call a spade and to tell our colleagues how things are. Now, in Gaza, there was a ceasefire, but the ceasefire is being violated almost every day by Israel. Then this is a point that we have to put into consideration. Number two, what are the real documents, the basis for whatever moves we would agree to that we call the day after? Of course, there are the 20 points proposed by President Trump. And among them, there are really some valid points that we have to address and perhaps talk about. But there is also the move to recognize the Palestinian state, which took place eminently in last September, where two major European countries, permanent members of the Security Council, recognized the Palestinian state. That was a very serious development that added weight to the more than two-thirds majority of the General Assembly of the United Nations have done. There is a recognition of the Palestinian state by the majority of the members of the world community. So in addition to the 20 points of President Trump concerning Gaza and the recognition of the Palestinian state by a majority of countries, and then comes international law. international law has been discarded during the war on Gaza. Not only discarded, but to an extent that we all raise, what is the future of stability in the world, the international law, to the point that some high officials in some Western countries have criticized the Geneva Conventions that deal with and discipline, organize the relations between the occupying power and the people under occupation. They said that, forget about that. The international law, this Geneva Conventions, has to be forgotten. This is a very serious approach. Without international law, the respect of international law, I don't see any future, safe future for the Middle East. So we cannot talk about international law and the inadmissibility of acquisition of territories by war when it comes to Ukraine, and then look the other way when it comes to the Middle East. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And whatever is being said, we in the Arab world and in larger communities we belong to, I don't think we can buy that. So we have a problem, major problem, that has not yet been approached the right way. Can we negotiate on the basis of the 20 points of President Trump? I say yes. Because when that point, the paper talks about to approach the radical forces and try to quiet down the radical trends. Radical trends are not only seen or felt from the Palestinian side. The Israelis and the members of the government are so radical that when we talk about de-radicalization, we must address both sides, and Israel before the Palestinians. That is one point. The second point is about the future of the Palestinian people. There is no question, and we have heard that from the president of Greece just now, that there is no other alternative to establishing a Palestinian state, a viable Palestinian state, to live together with the Israeli state and with the rest of the people in the region. The region, as has been very well explained by the president, Eastern Mediterranean, West Asia, North Africa, this is almost one region. So if peace does not prevail in the so-called Middle East, it will not prevail in Eastern Europe, or Eastern Mediterranean, or in North Africa. So we have to address this question as grown-ups. Now, we need peace in order for the prosperity to prevail, international and regional cooperation to be taken seriously. This cannot be done without peace in the Middle East. And peace cannot be done through imposition, that you should do so. We need a viable peace, and I underline the word viable, because this viability brings with it the responsibility. We cannot ask for a Palestinian state if not viable, so it cannot be responsible. So we need a viable Palestinian state in order to be responsible for whatever happens from now on. Having said all that, I am not pessimistic. I'm really among those who were satisfied with the approach of President Trump, which the 20 points have included a very strong reference to the right to self-determination by the Palestinians. This is part of what we should do. Without this, it cannot, peace or prosperity or cooperation cannot happen. But we have a window. The window is the 20 points of President Trump, the recognition, international recognition by almost the vast majority of world community of the Palestinian state, and the third point is about international law. Let us agree that sidestepping international law will bring a lot of chaos to this vast region, Eastern Mediterranean, West Asia, and North Africa. International law has to prevail. And there is no double standard here. We call on international law to be applied in Ukraine and then look the other way when it comes to the Middle East. It will not work. It will not work. But as I said, and I repeat it again, I'm still one of those who are satisfied and, in fact, looking forward from a positive point of view, that we can reach a solution in the Middle East, provided, and I finish with this, that the two, Israel has to bear in mind that what they are doing in the West Bank and what they were doing in Gaza, and still continue to do it, it will bring them nowhere. Also, the Palestinians should bear in mind that they have to negotiate and reach a peaceful settlement. I would seize the opportunity to call on the Palestinians to go to elections in the year 2026, the coming one. Israel is going for elections by the end of that year, the coming year. The Palestinians should do the same. And it is our responsibility as international community, as even Eastern Mediterraneans, as neighbors, as people who need peace, to work to achieve, to guarantee that the Palestinians will have not only the right, but the capability to exercise the elections. And I need the international community to support them, to encourage them, bearing in mind, of course, that the current Israeli government is opposing to that. They don't see the Palestinians. They cannot accept or swallow that they will have to work with the Palestinians as yet. That is why we need elections that produce better shape and substance of a government in Israel, that understand that peace is in favor of Israel, not against Israel, and also Palestinians that can achieve this kind of deal with the Israelis. Israel will be there, but Palestine should be there too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moussa. Θα δώσω τώρα το λόγο στον...
And now I will give the floor to Mr. Thanos Dokos, Secretary General for National Security, the Presidency of the Government. Mr. Dokos will speak in English.
I would like to make 4 brief remarks about Gaza governance, the role of an international military force, the prospects for a regional security architecture, and the role of Europe. So, first of all, I don't see many volunteers for the governance of Gaza. But having said that, I think there has to be a very visible Palestinian component. And to do that, we need to strengthen, to empower the Palestinian Authority. One precondition here is the reform and the elections that His Excellency Amr Moussa mentioned. But I think more than anything else, the Palestinian people, both in Gaza but also the West Bank, need one thing, which is hope for a better future. So we need something on the table, a roadmap leading somewhere. Now, I spent many years of my academic career working on the two-state solution. But I look at the map and I wonder if such a two-state solution, which I agree it's the best solution we have, but is it still viable with all the changes, the settlements, Jerusalem? So two-state solution, a federal solution, but there has to be something on the table because the Palestinian people need that in order to support whatever authority, hopefully the Palestinian, a reformed Palestinian authority, but they need that. Then moving on the international military force, I had to dig up my notes from 30 years ago after the Oslo Accords, and many of us agreed that we need some kind of international military force to guarantee the implementation of any peace plan. We also agreed that the new Palestinian state would have to be demilitarized. They would need a security force, but not a military force. Now, trying to imagine what such an international force would look like, and again, there are disagreements as to which country would be willing and acceptable to both sides. But then, again, I'm an optimist by nature, but I'm a pessimist by profession. I can easily see a situation where there will be clashes between Hamas and the international military force. And there will be casualties, including civilians. And I can easily imagine a situation where one after the other, the countries that will be participating to that force will decide to withdraw because no one likes to shoot civilians. No one wants to be involved into such terrible situations. So the dilemma here and the catch-22 situation is that unless you have the consent of Hamas for such a force, it will be very messy. But then, are we willing to talk to Hamas, negotiate with Hamas? Would that be acceptable to A, to Israel, and then B, to the international community? And then my question, I would be happy to hear answers from people that know much more about the situation in Gaza. Is there something resembling a moderate Hamas? A wing of the organization that we could negotiate with? And if there is such a moderate wing, will they be able to survive against the hardliners? Then, role of Europe. We have been, very discreet about our role in the Gaza situation. I heard about, double standards, and it's difficult to disagree with that. But then, at some point, we Europeans have to decide whether we would like to be significant actors in regions of high interest for Europe. So yes, there is the eastern flank, there is Ukraine, which is absorbing most of our energy, and I think will be absorbing most of our funds for the years to come. So, sorry, one should not expect any major European contribution to the reconstruction of Gaza. That will have to come from the Gulf countries. But then, we have a limited maritime presence in regions like, for example, the Red Sea, where we have been faced for the last 2 or 3 years with a non-state or quasi-state group threatening Europe's security of supply. We need to decide if we want to be players or just observers. If we want to have a permanent maritime presence in the Mediterranean, in the Gulf, in the Red Sea, in regions which are important for Europe's security. And my last point about a regional security architecture. Again, my pessimistic side wins that discussion because I see failed or very fragile states, Syria, Libya, Gaza, of course, and one should not also forget the West Bank. What is happening with the settlers is something that even the Israeli government has been condemning. So even the West Bank is not a very stable place. Plus Lebanon, which is perhaps a possible success story, but we need to support them as much as we can. And there is no security architecture in place. We have the trilaterals, which is perhaps a good basis for the further evolution, but we don't have much more. Maybe minilateralist initiatives, those trilaterals could evolve into something more ambitious. They could form the basis of a future regional security architecture. And yes, there are promising ideas on the table. The Abraham Accords could include more countries. IMEC is something that most of the countries of the region could have a part in and could be another great success story. So there are promises, but at this point, there is very little in place. So I don't see a regional security architecture evolving anytime soon, unless, and I very much agree with His Excellency, unless we manage to solve or at least stabilize and start the process for a solution to the Palestinian problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dokos. Now I give the floor to Nomi Bar Yaakov. She's the Secretary General, sorry, she's the international peace, she's an international peace negotiator for the Geneva Center for Security Policy. Nomi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tanya, very much for having me. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me, and for the two previous speakers for making my life easier, given that they had said much of what I would concur with and I would not wish to repeat. So what I would like to focus on, I just think it's important where there is unanimity to state that. I think there's room for optimism, but with the optimism we need to be super proactive. The optimism is not, otherwise we are doomed. The trends are not looking particularly positive at the moment. The US has some ideas, but it needs the regional states, the neighboring states to Israel, namely Egypt and Jordan and the Gulf states, to lead the process, or at least if, to ensure that they're the ones that know every inch of Gaza, especially Egypt, Jordan, the West Bank, and as Secretary General Musa said, there are elections coming up in Israel. There's also the question of the potential pardon of the current Prime Minister, who's been very disruptive to the process, and his extreme government, and it's more likely than not that there will be a plea deal. The real question with the plea deal is whether he will agree to depart from political life. And that remains to be seen, but that again, that is where the power lies with the international community, because whereas he's pressuring US President Donald Trump time and time again, and today again, sort of in the here and now, to give him an unconditional pardon, it is obviously not the role of any other state to make public statements, but there are ways to make it very clear that normalization, which is a condition for Palestinian statehood from an Israeli point of view, it's very unlikely that Israel will agree to a Palestinian state without normalization. That's the quid pro quo with other states. It's I think, highly unlikely that that could have the current Prime Minister, the current incumbent office. So I think that there is room for optimism with this potential movement, because with the departure of Netanyahu, it would open doors for far better collaboration. Now, both speakers have mentioned I'm an international human rights lawyer, so I'm a deep believer that peace is not possible without justice, and we've been seeing selective justice, and selective justice is no justice. So there has to be accountability, and there's accountability for all. In a panel, in a very recent panel, I asked the Israeli, in a special dialogue in the ISPI Med dialogues, I asked the current Israeli foreign minister, what about de-radicalization, one of the key points in the 20-point plan of settlers, because there has to be a process that deals not only with the Palestinians but only with the Israelis, to which he answered that the settlers are extremely peaceful. So I think with that sort of attitude we're not going anywhere, and it is extremely important to ensure that at the beginning of a process that looks ahead at how to deal with the horrors of many years, but particularly of the past 2 years, is very important, and that is true also for the 7th of October. So there has to be recognition that there have been injustices on both sides, there is trauma on both sides. I'm not comparing the nature and scope of the trauma, they are different, but the truth has to be told, and there has to be accountability on both sides. There's an awful lot of experience with the different types of truth and reconciliation commissions or other ways to deal with transitional justice, but the first stage is to acknowledge the wrongdoing. And once you acknowledge the wrongdoing and you discuss it, and I think this has to be part and parcel of a discussion of how we move forward. Again, I would just like to pick on a number of issues. The issue of demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. I would like to stress that according to a recent Mitvim poll, 70%, I stress 70% of Israelis are pro-two states as long as the Palestinian state is demilitarized. And that is a very, very high number, and this is a poll of a very serious organization. So, but it's all a question of how you ask the question. So the question is, are you in favor of a Palestinian sovereign, contiguous, independent state? Does that mean that includes the West Bank and Gaza as one unit, which we haven't had time to speak much about, but obviously that is part and parcel of the path to peace that we are all seeking, and I would assume there's a consensus. I know the panelists. So it's a question of how to get there, and part of the way to get there is to acknowledge that there are positive elements in both societies. The Gazans and the West Bankers have not had a chance to even think. They are just trying to survive. And if they can't survive, they can't think. And if they're pushed today, the Israeli government made a very worrying statement that we were discussing it at breakfast, that the calling to open the Rafah crossing one way, and Egypt said no, and because of course there has to be a two-way process. Aid must come in, and the Palestinians must be able to first and foremost have dignity, or first and foremost have food and shelter, and with it comes dignity. They're part and parcel of the whole deal. And our chair, Tanya, had mentioned that Israel still controls 53% of the Strip, but there's encroachment, and we also need to ensure that the goalposts of the 20-point plan don't shift. The 20-point plan had already shifted from the 21-point plan, which was agreed on the 30th of September with 8 Arab and Muslim states, the neighboring states, again, Israel and Jordan, and the key Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and from the Muslim states, Indonesia, Pakistan, and Turkey. And of course, there was a crisis of trust thereafter, because once the US President Donald Trump met with Netanyahu and changed the agreement, that didn't bode down well. So there has to be an agreement, and this is, again, it's about justice and it's about truth, and we have to stick to the posts. And not only that the plan changed, it's now the plan, even once enforced, Israel is operating, continuing to operate. As Secretary General Musa said, we are continuing. There is still a situation whereby there isn't really a cessation of hostilities. We're not in a full-fledged war as we were prior to that. And that has to end. And in order for the Palestinians to be able to have a Palestinian force, which Egypt, of course, is training, and to have a government in place. There has to be a unity in the Arab world as to how to get there, because the more united the Arab world is about the process and the Muslim world, the easier it was going to be to work with the US in order to ensure that that is the way forward. So it's not just Egypt saying one thing or Jordan saying one thing. Indonesia and Azerbaijan, which are the only two states that initially volunteered troops for the International Stabilization Force and then withdrew the number or the nature and scope of the troops once they realized the situation, are not going to be able to keep the peace. In order to be able to keep the peace, there has to be a locally led force, and there has to be a process. And again, I think once moving to elections in Israel in next year, we're already almost in the next year, as 2 weeks or 3 weeks to the next year, and then again we're moving hopefully towards elections in Palestine. It's taking the Palestinians far too long to appoint the technocratic government. It would be very good if that government would be appointed so that they can move forward. There should be no excuses for Israel to not make further withdrawals. And again, with the disarmament, we all know disarmament, demobilization, reintegration takes years. It's not a process that can happen overnight, and that has to be made clear. There has to be a staggered approach to the militarization in order for Israel to further withdraw from the yellow line to red, blue, etc., and of course the security perimeter. These are all going to be issues, but there have to be benchmarks. If Hamas will agree to heavy weapons to be supervised under a kind of force, that should be a benchmark that will allow for further withdrawals. And that work has to be done by the international community, again, in unity. And last and not least, we need to move from a muhabarat peace to people's peace. We need to really have joint work with the people of Israel and Gaza and the West Bank in order to make sure that one understands the other, because the lens through which each side views the conflict could not be more different. And the only way to broaden the length and eventually have a very wide angle is to have more transparency. I would certainly urge Arab countries, especially as elections are coming up, to give interviews to the Israeli press, because those could be transformative. I recall Prince Turki of Saudi Arabia giving an interview before one of the elections, and it was like absolutely, the population was absolutely gobsmacked. So there are lots of seemingly little things that can be done, but put all together, there is room for hope. And I just reiterate what I said at the opening. We have to be proactive and build in benchmarks on all 20 points. But my time is out, but in the Q&A I'll be happy to elaborate upon each and every point. Thank you.
Thank you for your optimistic end, that there is hope. I think we all needed to hear this. Τώρα θα δώσω το λόγο in.
And now I would like to give the floor to Madam Konstantina Botsiou, Professor of Political History and International Relations at the University of Piraeus, Greece.
Perhaps use their headphones. Θα ήθελα να πω καταρχάς ότι η ανακοχή.
So truce and international, let's say, settlements or agreements in this region usually do not last long. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the agreement between Israel and Egypt, which is about to turn 50 years old. I would rather be optimistic about the Trump plan as well, the 20 points plan, because there are at least two preconditions that were not in place in the past. The first precondition has to do with the fact that the United States of America are on board and are in charge of this plan. And the second precondition will be explained straight away. And it has to do with the fact that the two sides have been exhausted bilaterally. And we see that all those who disagree with the status quo, all those who are against this warfare, are fleeing the country. So the key to this success is the American administration guarantee, which regards safety, security, and the reconstruction. There are specific clauses which are proof to the fact that the U.S. and the President Trump wish to be in charge of this peace, transition towards this peace, and also a critical role has to do with the internationalization of this condition. So the United Nations Council adopted in 2025 for the approval of an international military force, 13 votes in favor, although the Russian and the China vote were not openly in favor, but there was a tacit agreement, if you like. Another key parameter has to do with this stabilization force with the participation of other entities as well. And it is important to see that until the end of 2025, Gaza will be under a transitional phase. This is a very important parameter. So we have a withdrawal or a removal of foci of conflict, which involve the territorial aspect and the sea parameter as well. Also, any, let's say, deviations from behavior or for misconduct are being removed, and this is very important. For example, why we had the attack on behalf of Israel to South Syria, and there was this reprimanding behavior from the U.S. towards President Netanyahu. So naturally, the Eastern Mediterranean area, here in this area, we are talking about a plateau, the same tectonic plaques, if you like. So this involves, this negotiation, if you like, involves Syria as well. And of course, if those fronts are not, let's say, alleviated, it will be much easier to see a crisis be ignited with an impact towards us as well. Another important parameter has to do with the conflict itself. The fact that last summer the U.S. attacked the Iran nuclear equipment is very critical, because it was a blow not only to Iran but also to its proxies such as Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis and other groups as well. So in this manner, we realize that Iran reacted rather moderately towards this Trump 20-point plan, and perhaps it also let's say, agreed, perhaps, or rather consented to that. Now, in the long run, we could have something as a solution with the United States, although now there are various entities that are against it, because there is a clause that provides for a dialogue, for a peaceful coexistence of the peoples in the region. So probably this leads to a negotiation towards a two-state, let's say, solution. However, we should not have our hopes too high, because other countries in the region, other states in the region remain neutral. So they are actually adopting a wait-and-see stance, and they're waiting to see what will come afterwards in the day after era. After the end of those, let's say, leaderships. And also there is another parameter which has to do with the Abraham's Accords. perhaps there is hope for a revival for those accords. Already there has been talk about the Azerbaijan participation. It is the last former Soviet, ex-Soviet Union country, and it is very rich in mineral resources. So this is very critical. But the critical part has to do with this reconciliation between Israel and Saudi Arabia. If this is really achieved, and if this happens, then the United States will have set the basis for a standing, let's say, peace in this area. However, equally interesting is the pro-Muslim politics from the side of the United States towards those populations. For the first time, we do not have a stance that would be a fight against international terrorism, but on the contrary, the United States recognize what used to be called in the past as the Arab nationalism has been converted into the Muslim element, and we see that they use this Muslim element parameter in this game. That was also the case in the past by friends and allies. So if the entire, let's say, Muslim world is to be seen into this new evolving world, this is very important because the Pope himself also plays a role here, because there will be a visit in Lebanon, and there will be a whole different talk by this new Pope as compared to the previous one. So the importance on behalf of the United States as regards this approach between Israel and Indonesia. Indonesia has the largest Muslim population in the world, so Sunni population, and it is very much in favor of the two-state solution. But of course, we know that Israel is totally against it. However, we see that there are various, let's say, public opinion articles and publications about this approach and in favor of this approach. So it is going to be a whole different world if we move towards such an approach and such a solution. So and that would be also a precondition as regards AI and the use of energy in order for AI to be able to operate. So there are huge energy resources in this area, and it would be critical if Israel achieves to have an amicable relation with the Saudis, for example, in terms of energy as well. Now, of course, the Trump administration 20-point plan is a plan to be negotiated. So we have to envisage the day after, and the day after the day after, which is going to be a very difficult one. It is going to be a tough period because we will have to have a total truce and ceasefire between the two parties, because not all hostages have been delivered alive or dead by the Hamas, and this of course rekindles this action. So for the future it is very important to see Hamas starting to remove its claws away from the Palestinians and the Palestinian Authority. So we need to see a more dynamic Palestinian leadership. The same will go for the State of Israel. We could discuss about that afterwards if you like. So in order to have this new backdrop against which the two parties will be able to engage in a discussion after the end of this conflict, of those clashes. Thank you.
Pertes. He's a senior distinguished fellow for the German Institute for International and Security Affairs in Germany. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. I would be tempted just to repeat what my friends Amre and Tanos and Naomi said. but that would be boring, right? So I will, in a way, follow the example of Professor Batsios and widen the picture a little bit and speak first about the geopolitical impact of the last 2 years, of the war of the last 2 years, and then come back to a theme which also Tana spoke about, which is what Europe has to do or what Europe can do. I think we have to understand, since we're speaking about a region in flux, and the President said this morning or earlier this day that this flux is very rapid. It is very rapid and it is deep, and we have something which we could almost call geopolitical revolution, which is undoing some of the fixtures, or what we thought were the fixtures of the last 20, 30 years in the Middle East. Just in headlines, Israel, of course, has been military dominant in Gaza and over Hezbollah and over Iran, but it has arguably never been as isolated politically as it is today for the last 30 years, since it concluded the Oslo Accords. Hamas, of course, has been militarily defeated, but its ideology has not, and I would argue that its ideology will not be defeated unless the Palestinians have a state with its own politics and can take care of their own affairs in, I hope, democratic politics. But while Hamas has been defeated militarily, the Palestinian issue has come back on the international agenda much stronger than it was before, and even, as we heard from Nomi, the two-state solution as a theme which is taken seriously again after it was talked down as being not serious and not applicable for the last couple of years. Lebanon stayed very close to Greece, I think. Very similar in many respects. It's for the first time in almost 30 years not dominated by Hezbollah. That's quite an achievement. Syria, we could say that's the House of Assad, which has been in power for 54 years. The House of Assad fell like a house of cards because when Hezbollah was weakened and Russia was occupied with its own war in Ukraine, there was no one there to defeat this dictatorial regime, not even its own security forces. Iran, of course, has been seriously weakened, particularly its geopolitical project of creating an axis, or call it a geopolitical, geostrategic corridor from the Persian Gulf through Iraq, through Syria, through Lebanon to the Mediterranean. This corridor doesn't exist anymore, and the Iranians inside their own polity will have to ask and to discuss some very, very hard questions, and they are in the process of doing so, and I think this is positive. And the Arab Gulf states, Saudi Arabia particularly, but also the Emirates and Qatar, have come up as the most consequential powers in the Arab world, the leaders of the Arab world, if there is a leader, which one can discuss, and as the most important allies of the United States in the region, including Israel, as it seems. I find it interesting to look at the business model of the Gulf states because under the best circumstances, the business model they are developing for a post-oil future could become the business model for the Middle East. It is based on, no, that's a quip, you could say the business model of the Gulf states now is business, but it is based on regional integration rather than war, on inclusion rather than exclusion, which could be a model, but it does have preconditions, of course. It's a model which includes the Abraham Accords that have been mentioned, but it also includes putting the Arabian Peninsula or the Middle East in the middle in a new way, in the middle between the Indian Ocean and Europe. And we have IMEC, the India Middle East Economic Corridor, which sort of exemplifies these, putting the Middle East in the middle again, but in a positive sense, not in the middle of the conflict, but in the middle of a geo-economic area which would stretch from the Indian Ocean to Piraeus, as it were, and from there into Europe. But as I said, this has preconditions. No one will invest into this. No private entrepreneurs will invest into these linkages if in the middle there is instability, right? I mean, the sea lanes are easy to organize, but then you have the part from Fujairah or from Daman to Haifa, and if there is instability in Israel and Palestine, I mean, who should invest and put their capital into this line of communication? So therefore, we see the Arab states from the Gulf coming out and putting pressure also on President Trump to say, we have to have a stabilization of the Israeli-Palestinian situations. We need to have self-determination for the Palestinians as much as we need security for Israel. Otherwise, the region will not work. And the US, I mean, you can say that President Trump is very erratic, and that would be another session. We could say a lot about that. But it seems that he has been listening for once to what he heard from the Gulf, and that is good. And the US also has proved to be the only power that can end wars in the Middle East. Europe, I'm embarrassed to say so, but we didn't have this power for different reasons. We weren't united enough. We didn't concentrate on that issue, but the US could end the war. We in Europe could not. We did not have a decisive influence on the events in the Middle East for the last 2 years, despite some positive initiatives like the Franco-Saudi initiative in the Security Council, which I think was important. And if we had no decisive influence on events, Russia and China had none whatsoever. Interesting enough, for a forum in Greece, Turkey hasn't been mentioned so far, except by the president, of course, in his speech. We certainly could say that Turkey is a geopolitical winner of the situation, particularly in Syria. It also has also helped to bring it about. But since I'm speaking in Greece, I would just ask everybody to remember that Turkey usually overestimates its influence in its neighborhood, and we should not overestimate it and sort of give up working positively with the new forces in Syria just because Turkey maybe has some influence, which I know concerns some of my colleagues here in this country. For Europe, I think we do have real opportunities with what is happening in the Middle East, but we also have challenges, and in the first place, there are things we need to do. The opportunities for me, and therefore probably I spoke about Turkey and Syria, do lie in the Levant, in Lebanon and Syria. Lebanon now being free of, not totally free, but free of Hezbollah dominance, is a country that, I think Tanas said so much, needs a lot of positive political and also economic investment of Europe. And they would look to Europe before they look to other regions of the world. And Syria today, the new Syria, the post-Assad Syria, has in a way been adopted by 3 countries, by Turkey, yes, but also by Saudi Arabia and by the United States. Don't forget that it was the Saudis who sort of introduced the new Syrian president to President Trump, and they are adopting in a way this reorientation of Syria. Now, that may be positive, but still from a European view, I would say it shouldn't be that, because Syria traditionally has been looking westwards, has been looking to Europe, and Europe in the last couple of years has tried to work around Syria. When we thought about relations with Jordan, with Iraq, with Lebanon, we thought of geoeconomically, geopolitically, how could we get around Syria? I think we need to change that approach and find a way that we can help Syria to re-find its natural role as a connector between Europe and the Arab world, Iraq, the Arabian Peninsula, but also, of course, as an agricultural and industrial producer, which it was before its own civil war. Back to, and I conclude with that, back to Israel and Palestine. As other colleagues have said, there is no way for us, or no alternative for us, but to try to make the Trump plan work. I think, let's be honest, you're all saying it's a good plan. It's not a good plan. It's not a good plan, but we have to make it work. It is not a peace plan as those who would think about how do you devise more than a ceasefire, a real peace plan, which has a process that goes beyond ceasefires and management. It's not a good plan, but we need to make it work. We cannot be picky. Since we didn't devise a plan, since we had no influence on it, we cannot be picky. We have to work with it. And that means we have to participate in that board of peace under the steer of President Trump. We have to do what we can, and we can do a lot in training Palestinian security forces, for example. We have to contribute large on reconstruction of Gaza, and we have to use our good relations with Israel to make the Israelis allow the reconstruction. So far, they are not doing it. Germany, for example, has brought shelters, ready-made shelters, to the borders of the Gaza Strip in order to host the refugees who now are sitting in tents and exposed to the forces of winter in Gaza, which is not pleasant. We have been told that these shelters are dual use and we cannot introduce them into the Gaza Strip. So I think we have to use our positive or a good influence. German Chancellor is visiting Israel. I think he should use his visit and his influence to make Israel support the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. And, last word, we have to devote a lot of our political energy, particularly invest into our good relations with Israel. That goes for Greece, that goes for Germany, and our relations to the US, of course, to make sure that the political process which we need now is not forgotten and everybody goes back to business as usual. The US, we spoke about the erratic nature of the leader in the US, could get bored of what happens in the Middle East and just be distracted. But also Israelis and Palestinians. There are forces who could say, oh, let's go back to business. I mean, it works somehow. We can manage the conflict. Now, we have tried to manage the conflict for so many years, and what we saw is it exploded because management does not bring a solution. We need a political process that goes, and maybe it takes longer than we want, that goes to a situation where Israel can feel secure in its security. Naomi said, well, you need probably a demilitarized neighbor for that, fine, or other conditions that needs to be discussed, right? Or if the Israelis want to accept it. And you need a process that leads to the self-determination of the Palestinian people. In the end, it means self-determination and security for both people. And now some idealists would say, why don't they live together in one state peacefully? Now, if they wanted to, it wouldn't be upon us to say no, but it doesn't look like that. It seems that there is a big, big majority in both people who want a separation, and separation means both need to have their own state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will go on to the questions, but it has been apparent, I would like to say first, that the two indispensable conditions for Gaza not to collapse again into chaos is some sort of statehood self-determination for the Palestinians and a lasting sense of security for the Israelis. I will go to the questions now. Please be brief because we need, and feel free to answer to each other. I will start with Mr. Musa. What are the red lines for Egypt? You mentioned I think Mrs. Bar Yaakov mentioned the Rafah crossing that will be only one way. Israel wants to open the Rafah crossing for Palestinians to go into Egypt, but not to return until Hamas is demilitarized completely. And you said this is a red line. What are other red lines for Egypt at this point?
Well, let me tell you that all parties have red lines, not only Egypt, because of the complexity of the situation. And when it comes to the movement of the Palestinians from Gaza, we are all afraid that they are pushed out in order to empty the occupied territories from their citizens, from their inhabitants as a prelude to the establishment of a Palestinian state on the full lands of all Palestine. This we disagree with. Not only Egypt, all Arabs. Not only Arabs, most of the countries in the world. So, just to open the doors for Palestinians to leave because of the difficulties of life, they will be playing in the hands of not only the Israelis, but the Zionist basic points. We are not ready to do that. And I don't think we should do it. What we should do is to work for a viable peace that brings Israel and the Palestinians to live together. But for us, for the Egyptians or Saudis to just implement what the Israelis want, this is so difficult. We are not going to do it. It will be a very serious thing for chaos in the Middle East, the whole, for several years to come. That is my answer. This is a red line not only for us, but for the sake of peace. But expelling the Palestinians, pushing them out, and you want us to help them, to help the Israelis do that? Is it possible? I don't think we can do that. Or we should do that. I don't think so. And many others agree with me on that. This is not a step towards peace. It is a step towards chaos.
I would like to ask Nomi Bar Yaakov, is there really a plan by part of the Israeli political class to expel all the Palestinians from Gaza to somewhere else?
Thank you, Tanya. I will answer your question, but I'd just like to clarify something to Volker. I did not suggest that the Palestinian state should be demilitarized. I was citing a poll. I was just saying that there is, depending on how you phrase the question, you can have a minority or a very serious majority is 70%, and there's room for discussion, but the idea is that the 70% support a Palestinian state. And that was the point I was trying to make. With regards to the very extreme right-wing governments, I mean, it's a messianic government. It's a government that has ideas that are not rooted in the kind of, they apply to themselves a different law, a halachic law. They don't believe in the state institutions. There is a coup against the judiciary in Israel. So in that vein, they also believe that the West Bank and Gaza are a sovereign part, a God-given right to Israel. When you get God involved in conflicts, it gets very complicated. Everyone that thinks that God is on their side and gives them a certain right, as everyone here on the panel has said, there are rules, rules-based international order, and we need to strengthen international law. So yes, the current government would love to see Palestinians outside of Palestine, but I don't think it's going to happen, and I think that became very clear. We saw very early in January, when the first visit that Prime Minister Netanyahu visited the White House, and there was an announcement about the Riviera in Gaza, which of course meant expulsion, and everyone was shocked. And again, as Volker had said, the Gulf states have had the president of the US's ear. I remember at the beginning he said, he was so surprised that Egypt didn't want the Palestinians. There was a kind of, that was what he said. So, you have a president who is not an expert in geopolitics, certainly not in peacemaking in the Middle East, but yes, he achieved cessation of hostilities with his own means, and he needs help. So I agree. I did not say that the 20-point plan is a good plan. I said not a good plan, but it is the only plan. And what I was advocating is we have to implement what is there. We have to have a monitoring, verification, compliance mechanism. We have to have a dispute resolution mechanism, because there will be violations daily. More than one violation. There'll be hundreds of violations, but they're just, all of those mechanisms, that's for us, that's for the international community, the experts here, that we have been negotiating these things for years. There's the current administration in the US, you have property moguls negotiating peace. It's clearly they can achieve certain things and not others. So when Jared Kushner announces that construction will start in the areas controlled by Israel, it's like, hello, where is that heading? So clearly they need all the help that they can get. But to answer your question, yes, elements within the government would like to see it happen. Netanyahu managed somehow to persuade Trump in January. It lasted days. So it's not going to happen is the answer.
Thank you. The next question is for Thanos Dokos. We heard that Turkey was not really mentioned during this panel as a surprise by one of the speakers, so we'll bring it into the picture. Turkey wants to play a part in the next day in Gaza. I don't know if they will be playing a part in the security, probably in reconstruction. What role can Greece play in the next day? Is Greece willing to get involved more? Or is it something for the powers of the Middle East?
No, sometimes we forget that we are part of the region. I mean, this is our neighborhood. So we have to be active, we have to be present, and Greece has expressed its willingness to be part of the solution. Of course, we are not a superpower, we're not the US, or we don't have the money that the Gulf countries can bring into the table. But we are willing to play our part. We think we are acceptable partners or participants by all sides involved. So we want to be there because as long as there is instability in the region, we are all affected. But if I may, and apologies for being the pessimist in this panel, but yeah, I can see the potential. And I like the Gulf model. There are so many opportunities, IMEC, other corridors, trade agreements, energy agreements. But then for the peace plan, the Trump peace plan to succeed, we need continued US strategic attention. And I can think of many possible distractions, and especially China and the situation in the Indo-Pacific. And I can also imagine a situation like today. You don't have fighting in Gaza, but you don't have peace either. So, we could have a sort of a stalemate. Limited violence, limited reconstruction, limited reform of the Palestinian Authority, virtually no confidence building between the two sides, and then 5 or 7 or 10 years down the road, there will be another major crisis in Gaza. The tragedy in my mind is that for as long as I can remember, the hardliners in both Palestine and Israel have had the upper hand, or at least the ability to torpedo, to undermine any peace process. And this continues to be the case. All it takes, because there is no trust between the two sides, all it takes is, a strong statement, a terrorist attack, reprisals, and so on and so forth. So I remain pessimistic, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do our best to affect the outcome of the efforts.
Thank you. Mrs. Bocci, you said that the American guarantees are key to the success of the plan, of the Gaza peace plan. What are the dangers? Mr. Dokos just mentioned that the United States might be distracted by China or by other developments around the world. What is your view?
I think they're trying to close fronts, war fronts everywhere, like in Ukraine and in Gaza, in the Gaza war. I think that also that the American guarantees include political and military guarantees as well that assimilate to a certain degree the Article 5 of NATO. So this is a very strong promise of security to the Israelis. And I think that, of course, they would like to turn to China after that, but they need to have their back closed by all those fronts they would like at first to end. I don't think that President Trump would like to rush things out in order to win the Nobel Prize, as many journalists say, but there's a very immediate political interest for him in order to make it to the midterm elections. So I think that 2026 will be a year of many developments in the region. And I also think, I agree with you and all the esteemed speakers of the panel, that this is the only plan we have. I don't believe that it's a very bad plan either, but I think this is the only plan we have. And in a way, this war there, the Gaza war, the war of Israel against Hamas, is regarded as domain réservé of the United States of America. I'm very sorry to say, but the Europeans are not very welcome in the region by neither Israelis nor by the Palestinians because of historical reasons. The Holocaust and the colonization comes to my mind immediately. And this is why perhaps why Greece is very welcome in the region and not Turkey, for instance. And we've seen that Israel has many rejections, is very strongly opposing the involvement of Turkey, the military involvement of Turkey in the region. So I think that this is the only plan we have. I have to stick to that. And with many changes that are going to take place, we have to be there very adamant in the region. I think that Arab countries will be a key to the settlement of the problem between the two communities, between the State of Israel and the community of the Palestinians. And they will have a priority in investments as well. The EU can really support the region financially, but I don't think that politically and militarily can play the role that the United States can play in the region. And as I said before, that's something new from the point of view of the United States. They see the Muslim card in a totally different way than they used to for 20 years or so under the impact of the war against international terror.
Thank you, and this one is for you, Mr. Pertes. It has been mentioned that the big development of the region, the changing, that will change everything maybe for the future, will be the normalization of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Do you see this happening before a Palestinian statehood? Do you see this happening with the promise of a Palestinian self-determination sometime in the future?
Well, I don't see we have the Saudi ambassador here. He could answer the question much better than I do. But if you want an analyst and not someone who speaks for one of the states, I would say I don't see it happening before we have a very, very credible pathway to Palestinian statehood as it goes in the Trump plan. And I mean, all states use the leverage they have. And here the Saudis do have a real leverage. The US wants them to normalize with Israel. Israel wants to do business with the Saudis. And of course, there is a lot of good stuff in it. I mean, there's a lot good to be done. And so the Saudis are using this politically and saying, well, but we actually need stability for our business model. So you settle the conflict with the Palestinians in an acceptable way, and we will normalize. But before that, it would mean that the Saudis would give away their leverage, and I don't see them doing that.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of our panel. I would like to thank all the speakers very much for your input and your ideas about how to make this work. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for moderating us.
Ναι, έχουμε ένα σύντομο διάλειμμα.
Okay.
check, check. Ah, check, check, check.
Τώρα έχουμε, έτσι.
Ναι.
Εντάξει.
Γεια σας, επιστρέφουμε στη...
Hello, we are back. And we are in the presence of Mr. Prokopios Pavlopoulos. He is the former president of the Hellenic Republic. He needs no special introduction. He is here to discuss the Cyprus issue and whether there are solutions. Mr. Prokopios Pavlopoulos is quite highly sensitized when it comes to national causes. He has written a lot. His views are well known. And so we're here today to discuss the Cyprus issue, which I think is at a juncture which could allow for certain steps to be made and things to change somehow. Given that we have developments in the Middle East, there's a strong interest on the part of the United States as concerns the Eastern Mediterranean. There are big energy companies that are active in the region. We have the 3+1. And therefore, the role of Cyprus, even because of its geographical location, is critical. Now, 51 years after the invasion of Turkey, there is another negotiation process that is happening under the tutelage of the General Secretary of the UN after a quite long period of inertia. What about your point of view? Do you think there are prerequisites for a solution out there, or is there no point in this process? What I'm driving at is that we have a succession of negotiating rounds that are producing no results. Thank you for putting it the way you did. Even if there were no prospects, now we need to have prospects. We, as a country, Greece, we have the hugest part of the responsibility in that direction. I'm saying that because given what's happening in this Mediterranean, since things are changing radically, it's a cosmogony when it comes to everything that's relevant to Eastern Mediterranean, then the role of Cyprus is critical. It's obvious everywhere. We are not saying so much we as Greece. You should also take stock of the 5+5 initiative. It's a Greek initiative. There's Greece, Cyprus, Turkey, Libya, Egypt, for all things that concern the environmental protection, the migration issues. There's another initiative, 3+1, Greece, Cyprus, Israel, plus the USA, especially as concerns energy security and safety. Cyprus is everywhere, therefore. If we don't exert pressure now, we as Greece, to say that you apparently agree that there is a geo-economic, geostrategic, geopolitical role that Cyprus can play, then we have to tackle the Cypriot issue, the Cyprus issue, on different bases, on institutional foundations, to acknowledge that Turkey has to acknowledge that for Cyprus to play the role you just mentioned, things cannot stay as they are. It's inconceivable. And the most important thing is that, above all that's happening is quite promising. It's the 5+5 initiative is producing or creating framework for hope, because the Prime Minister said everything's going to materialize on the basis of the European law and the international law, as much as the European member states are involved. I listened to what Mr. Don Barak said. I was going to ask you about it, then ask me about it. Really now. The wording, the phrasing that Cyprus is actually an abscess in a healthy body, that was a shock, and so was a general image, because the United States of America, the administration is making deals and everything proves to be more, the way it's put, seems to be more important than nation states. This is unheard of. This is a first. I don't know what your comment would be on that one. I was annoyed by what you mentioned, but I was also annoyed by the way he talked, the fact that there was no institutional framework whatsoever. If you take stock of what he said, he refers to a cooperation that starts from the Caspian Sea and it goes all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. He is describing the whole landscape, which, if you look at it, is subscribing to what used to be the Ottoman Empire. So he described that, what was formerly the Ottoman Empire, and he's also using the Kazan approach of Erdogan. There's no mention of international law. He didn't mention the self-evident. There is international law, especially the law of the sea, because, Madam Krustali, there is the law of the sea. We have to remind those who are listening and looking at us right now, who are watching. There's the law of the sea, that determines the continental shelf, sovereign rights, the Z, and even here, there's a question all of a sudden. So are these deals going to materialize in the absence of or in a void as regards international law? The United States of America, no, but Turkey, we have to unveil a truth, and there are many jurists in this audience. Let me repeat that the International Tribunal in The Hague has case law. These are issues. There's the Montego Bay Convention dating back to 1982. So this is the law of the sea, the UN clause, CLOS. All of that involves many states. Many states have worked on it. That is why there's the case law now. And since we're talking about international law, it is binding to everyone, regardless of whether they have already ratified it or not. So this is binding for Turkey as well. When they say that there is a Turkish-Libyan memorandum, which is in a blatant violation of international law, you see, I'm right. In order for you to understand how valid my opinion is from a legal point of view, on December 12th, 2019, the EU said that that memorandum is not just null and void. It actually doesn't exist from a legal jurist point of view. There are all these, and you were to the point when you said that hopefully Mrs. Guilfoyle and Mr. Barak, but Mrs. Guilfoyle as concerns Greece, hopefully they are aware of such things. Since there's a cosmogony happening in the Eastern Mediterranean, all of these deals will look at them as a big opportunity, but this opportunity can only materialize on the basis of international European law. But when you say that everybody is bound by it, do you think that such deals, such conventions also bind President Trump? Because apparently he's not paying attention to international law or anything. He's exercising his own diplomacy. You're right. I can say nothing about it because, you see, when Mr. Trump talks, what applies is what I described about 10 years ago, and I was misunderstood back then. It's the time where all things economic and financial dominate everything else, including legality and the rule of law. Today, we tend to adjust the law, the national law of individual states on the basis of those who are strong and powerful from an economic and financial point of view. But you know, Mrs. Krustali, we are here. And I think that we failed to grasp our role. Maybe Mr. Trump believes in what he says, but you see, in the United States of America, he is faced with other issues. There's a Supreme Court there. So the Supreme Court knows how to enforce and impose legitimacy. We have to show as peoples, the culture has to show Mr. Trump that we can't actually agree. But this is not one single scheme we are talking about. We have to turn it into one, especially the European Union cannot applaud or accept this marginal role because there's this big chessboard that is now materializing. This is the policy that the US is enforcing as we speak. I fully respect the President of the United States of America, but we have to understand, Mrs. Krustali, that us, the European peoples, the European Union as such, we need to understand that if we don't rise to the occasion, if we don't stand up for our culture, civilization, and history, then the price will be paid by everyone, including the United States of America. The United States of America was a strong power whenever and managed to work miracles whenever Europe was by their side. If they are left alone, they will eventually realize that this is a wrong approach. The approach they are taking, amongst others, concerns the negotiation between Russia or with Russia and Ukraine. Are you worried about the change of borders discussion? Yes, I'm highly concerned about it. And again, thank you. People will probably think that we had discussed your questions. We've never discussed your questions before meeting. After all, you wouldn't agree to that. But yes, this is impressive. Some fail to think of the fact that we are really annoyed by such a revisionism, the change in the borders, the frontiers. Mrs. Krustali, who is the mentor of Vladimir Putin? with regard to this barbaric invasion to Ukraine. Do you know who the mentor was? The mentor was Turkey. It's David's Turkey and what is now Erdogan's Turkey. They are occupying 1/3 of a European member state, Cyprus, and nobody is saying a word. Putin says, given that if nobody has done anything to Turkey for the past 50 years, why don't I do my business and then I'm going to conquer what I want? This revisionism is actually pestering us in Greece, but we have to be worried about it. It's a mistake on the part of some to think that we should not link these sanctions that we're asking to have imposed on Turkey and not link them to the sanctions imposed on Russia. This is a colossal mistake. If you impose sanctions, of course, we would be the first to say yes, especially vis-a-vis other countries in Europe which are actually sleeping. Or maybe they're on Mandragora, so they're drowsy. But we've been for enforcing and imposing sanctions since day one, but we have to support Cyprus, especially today, vis-a-vis Turkey, because Cyprus has to be a state that will be playing the role it befits it in this Mediterranean. We can't leave Turkey unpunished. It shouldn't go unpunished, and shouldn't Turkey be left as if it's an indifferent third party that has nothing to do with what's happening, and we should not raise the issue of Turkey because we are dealing with Russia and Ukraine. The way you're putting it, do you think there is some sort of void or something missing in our foreign policy vis-a-vis Turkey? Why is it that Turkey is like that? I'm not here to criticize the government in power. I'm here to air my views, and thank you very much for affording me this opportunity. Now, if these responses of mine, my stances are useful for a foreign policy, I'm here, but I've never been critical. I've never criticized anyone, just in a handful of exceptions. I was a professional and I was under obligation to discuss legal issues. When it comes to foreign affairs, I have views. I'm not claiming that I know the truth, but you know what, Mrs. Krostali, every time that I've said what I'm telling you now, never, ever has anyone said to me that I was wrong. For instance, when I say that when we support Cyprus, we have to have very specific views and solutions to the Cypriot issue because there are various... let me discuss it with you later, of course. But before we do that, since you brought it up, since you brought up this issue the way you did, maybe we need to set the record straight. You asked me whether I'm criticizing the Greek foreign policy as we speak. I'm not criticizing it, but I want to be useful. So maybe, just maybe, we should take stock of the overall picture and see what we should do vis-a-vis Turkey, generally speaking, because Turkey is not just looking at Cyprus. It has a whole strategy that it enforces vis-a-vis Greece, and we have to be clear about it in order for everyone to know what is the overall strategy of Turkey that will boil down to the blue motherland. But there is no consensus there. I've been talking about it. I've always talked about it. I said so much in my capacity as President of the Republic, and some people used to say that I am overdoing it. But then again, the President of the Republic is a regulator. The role is the regulator of the regime, and the President of the Republic has to speak out at critical points in time. We shouldn't separate the Aegean, Thrace, or the Cyprus issue. The Cyprus issue, we have to regulate it. It's not a strict census national cause. It's a European issue, and it's an international issue which is pertinent to Hellenism, and it's part and parcel of the other issues that concern the Greek-Turkish affairs. Because I might be tiresome, I've been saying so much. There is a total strategy. There are three different strategies on the part of Turkey, and it all boils down to the blue motherland policy. Turkey doesn't just want a confederation in Cyprus, it wants a division, or it wants to, in the long run, absorb all of Turkey. That's what they are aiming at. Moreover, second, Turkey wants the Aegean Sea to be divided. It wants to proceed with the co-exploitation. The 27th meridian will be, again, we're talking about a Kazan win-win situation. That's what they're claiming on the basis of international law. Do you know, grosso modo, what Greece... If we strictly enforce the international law, 75% would go to Greece, 25% would go to Turkey today with the 6 nautical miles. Do you know what percentage of the Aegean would go to Greece and Turkey? Again, on the basis of Article 3 of the UN CLOS Convention, 43.3%. 43.5% and 8.5% to Turkey. And if we go to the 20 nautical miles, then we have the midline and then the 24, so 12 on each, given the midline. Eventually, we would go to 71.5% and 8.7% for Turkey. That is what it would take on the basis of international law provisions. What can we do? We have to enforce them. Mr. Barak can't just talk the way he did. He sounded like Mr. Erdogan. 50-50, he said, but this is not a game or a quiz show.
In order to be discussing Greek-Turkish relations, we need to have a settlement of the Cyprus issue under specific circumstances. That's correct. But at this point, Cyprus has a strategic relationship with the U.S., with Israel. It participates in the humanitarian corridor. The Turkish Cypriot side has a new leader. So, you mean the Turkish Cypriot? Yes, the so-called state there. Yes. Isn't this a propitious point in time for us to undertake a new effort? Yes, of course. But we need a partner. We need the other side. But is our side ready to make the step? Yes, under the condition of implementing the international law, yes. But this is clear, because we should not be implementing the international law partly. No, this is impossible. The international and European law, because we are a European member state, and Articles 1 to 12 of the Treaty of the European Union are in place, and it clarifies which is a member state that can acquire the acquis communautaire. Yes, but over and above these rules, politically, do we have the necessary conditions? Are they in place? We must. And I'm sorry that the UN situation has deteriorated. Erdogan goes to the podium there and speaks clearly about a division. And Mr. Antonio Guterres stands there doing that. Why? Because the Cyprus issue is based on the international and European law. 6 UN Security Council resolutions have condemned the invasion and the division. And he listens to the leader speaking about a division, and nobody reacts. It is impossible for us to accept what Turkey is seeking. So let us look at the preconditions. According to international and European law, the circumstances are clear. If you tell me that one of these should be overlooked, could be overlooked, the others cannot function. Mostly, at most, Cyprus may become a federal state. Confederation, no. The last confederation around 1968 was Switzerland. Today, there is no confederation, because it cannot function on the international level. So the so-called confederation that Erdogan seems to be trying to achieve cannot be functional. And I wonder whether why there are still people who say the Annan plan could have solved the situation. This would have led to a confederation. I have you here in front of me, and I would like to ask you about Grand Montana, and this is also considered to be a lost opportunity, and the Annan plan and the failure at Grand Montana are the two arguments that Turkey is using in order to explain why there has been no solution. Former President Anastasiadis has said, has a narrative that the Turks have undermined the process. But there are other witnesses from EU and the Cyprus side that maintain that this is a lost opportunity. And even the new book by Alexis Tsipras has a narrative who says that there was some understanding between the president of Cyprus and the Prime Minister of Greece, but then Çavuşoğlu, in conjunction with the UN Secretary General, sent a message or hinted that this could have been acceptable or as a basis for, but Tsipras says that this was a spark, but it faded because Anastasiadis rejected it because he said that this was a trick by the Turkish side, and therefore the President of the Republic, the Prime Minister could not travel. You were the President of the Republic then. So this is part of our history. Listen. Mr. Anastasiadis, who was a great president, history will tell, Makarios Kyprianou, Nikos Anastasiadis, these were the best presidents. He came to the Vima newspaper conference and he explained what happened in Grand Montana. You know what they said to Antonio Guterres when he describes the issue to the Turkish Cypriot side. What are we going to do with the guarantees and the occupation army? And he said, forget about this. The occupation army needs to stay there until the very last moment. This is what Antonio Guterres has said. So we have first-hand information. Anastasiadis avoided this because he was very smart. Turks come to have discussion. You reach a point, they reject it, and then next time they say, we have reached that point. No. Anastasiadis was very smart because he said, we have reached a point, and if you don't accept the next point, then we will start from scratch. So Anastasiadis, we have a debt to President Anastasiadis because of what he did in Grand Montana. I repeat this, and I hope I will be not vindicated, but I'm afraid I will. Turks want the whole of the island, the whole Cyprus, and when we accepted the tripartite in Lancaster House in 1953, the Treaty of Lausanne rejects every right that Turkey. Yes, but you were the President of the Republic. Do you remember any different views being expressed from the Prime Minister's side? No. Listen, a President of a Republic in Greece can only intervene in a case when the things are critical. I was aware of what was happening. I did not know how well known these things were. I was getting my information from President Anastasiadis because we had an excellent relationship. He would come to Athens and we would discuss everything. And now we have a brotherly relationship. So he told me, maybe the other sides were not informed, but I know what happened there, what the Turkish Cypriots and Turkey said to Antonio Guterres. They rejected everything that have to do with the lifting of the guarantees and the removal of the occupation army. So can we have Confederation Cyprus. No, we need to accept a federation, and we need to have a federation on the basis of Western civilization conditions, and it has to have sovereignty with a free economic zone, with coastal zones, etc. And all this means that the occupation army has to depart, and no third-party guarantees. Do you know of any country in the world that functions with third-party guarantees? Please tell me if there is one. You know, this is a puzzle. And if you remove different pieces, then it doesn't exist anymore. Those who do not accept compliance should tell me which of the 5+2 conditions that I explained to you we should reject. This cannot work. If we move without having a clear goal, especially on the issue of Cyprus, no, this is no. We need to defend the island because it's a part of the European Union, part of the international community. We need to raise our voice and tell Europe sanctions to Turkey, because Turkey is in a bad situation, and if there are sanctions, they will go back. I'm certain of this. They want to harm us, but our economy is much better than the past, and much better than in Turkey. And we have the best level of armed forces after World War II. There are people from the armed forces in the audience. Let me tell you, Kostas Floros, and I remember what he had said. He was in power. He said he was the head of the armed forces, and he said, "Please come here, but I don't know how you are going to leave." No, we Greeks cannot come to reach the point where we would be afraid of an incident. No. But we should look at the big issues that we have to deal with. Let's forget the smaller issues where we cannot agree. But as regards the big issues, we need to come to an agreement to honor our history and our civilization. We all want to agree on these great big issues, but the political system is not mature enough. We haven't reached that point. Thank you very much. You have replied on many issues on the basis of your great experience. You have clarified this historic point, which is still a bit pending. We were not certain about what happened in Grand Montana. So thank you very much. We will now continue with the next panel that will be moderated by my colleague Stratis Angelis, and the issue will be the new security architecture in the Middle East.
Very glad actually.
Konstantinos Phili. So,
Okay.
the mic is working.
Καθίστε εδώ.
Okay.
Πάω στη...
Very nice.
Just going to put this here. Oh. Okay. This is my prevention.
Εντάξει. Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for attending this session. My thanks go out to the speakers, the members of this panel discussion. There's quite a few and it will be quite lengthy. I will switch to English.
Speaking in Greece after welcoming our guests and speakers. And I'll start just by describing the situation as I get it until now in the Middle East, and especially Gaza after this so-called peace deal. And I describe it as so-called because I explain it, why I see it this way. Actually, we have 55 days since this agreement, since this ceasefire took hold. We already had about 70,000 dead in Gaza and 170,000 wounded. And after this deal, during these 55 days, we have almost 400 more dead and many more wounded. So, and according to Max Planck Institute, latest estimates are that the dead in Gaza are over, the dead Palestinians are over 110,000. I'm saying this because now we have Gaza divided into two zones, into two parts. One is controlled by Hamas, which has not given up its weapons, and the other part is controlled by the Israeli army. So in a way, we have a Gaza Strip inside the Gaza Strip. Gazas now. I don't know which is the best for someone to live. Is it in the eastern part, the so-called blue or green Gaza, or in the western part controlled by Hamas? You can describe it by red or green or whatever. And then we have still no international force. Actually, nothing, just these discussions going around, going back and forth. Some people want to, some countries want to take part, some others not. And then we have President Trump that just 2 days ago, he said that phase 2 of the Gaza plan, of the Gaza peace plan, will start in a few days. So I don't know really where are we now in this situation. Two things have really changed during these 55 days, in my view. One, we don't have mass bombardments. This is one. Second, we have aid coming into Gaza, but not sufficient enough, as everybody can see. The third that hasn't changed, and I say this as a journalist, there are no journalists allowed to go into Gaza. And this is very important in order to understand what really goes in there, what are the mentality of the people, how they feel, how they treat all this, what do they think really about these peace plans that are going on. And having this in mind, I'll start by giving the floor to Emil Hokayem, who's the Director of Regional Security and Senior Fellow for Middle East Security in the IISS. And Emil, I don't know, I just gave a whole idea of the situation. Do you think things are worse than I described it, or better?
I may be a very young man, but I'm very pessimistic by nature. First, thank you very much for having me, and you stole my first point, because when I look at the title of the session, it said, in search of a new security architecture after the peace deal. I'm like, peace deal? I studied the Middle East for a living. What did I miss? Because that's not a peace deal. We should be careful yes, diplomatically, we may have to pander to Washington, but we have to be analytically honest about what's in the works. We can welcome a ceasefire, even though it's a reduced, there's reduced fighting and it's not a full ceasefire, without misrepresenting what is actually happening. And I don't think we're moving in a direction of peace. What has been stopped, I think, is an Israeli maximalist approach. I think that starting January of 2025, with Trump talking about the Gaza Riviera plan and so on, I think there are many elements in the Israeli political system who said, we can go for full ethnic cleansing at the moment. Perhaps there's an opportunity. And that has been stopped in its tracks at the moment because of a convergence of factors, including the recognition by a number of countries of the state of Palestine, because the Saudis essentially managed to delink the issue of recognition for a relationship with the US, because fundamentally Hamas is no longer a strategic force in Gaza, so it is not able to conduct any sophisticated approach. But when we talk about the peace deal, and Nomi is on the panel, she can tell us what happened at Knesset a couple days ago. But when the peace plan was put forward to the Knesset, correct me if I'm wrong, but the government coalition MPs essentially left the room. They didn't vote on that. Hamas itself is not committed to that. They've agreed to something specific with the Egyptians and the Qataris and so on, but it's not a full acceptance of the 20 points. And the 20 points are it's like a restaurant menu, right? It's not like a plan with clear sequencing, with conditionality, where, I don't know what Trump thinks is really phase 2. And importantly, there was a massive loss of momentum. The peace board is still not around. The individuals who are supposed to be on it are not, have not committed. The international security force is not formed, and as we heard in previous session and so on, a lot of countries are questioning the wisdom of joining it. The chain of command, it is a tiny space with only 2 million people, and it has more authorities operating over it than any similar environment in the world, right? I can throw all the acronyms at you: CMCC, COGAT, IDF. Hamas itself is an acronym, by the way, the word itself. So I can throw them at you. Show me a place in the world that has that many authorities over it. So it's not a peace deal. Let's accept that. The second point, just to look at it, does it open an opportunity for a kind of regional architecture and so on? You can look at the picture in Sharm el-Sheikh, President Trump, President Sisi, a bunch of others sitting in the back, all applauding and say, haha, they're coming together. I don't believe that. I don't believe that we're at the beginning of some kind of reordering of the region. What has happened, I don't believe we're at the beginning of a new order in the region. What has happened since the 7th of October is a reordering of the region. Fundamental change in Syria, strategic weakening of Hezbollah, the Iranians really on the back foot, loss of trust in the Muqawama world and so on. But this remains a moment of massive uncertainty and flux for everyone. If you're Egypt or Jordan, do you trust this Israeli government with all that? Things may be different 6 months, a year down the road, where there may be a Israeli desire to push the Palestinians out. So, are you really going to commit to anything in this moment? I think there's more conflict in store. Certainly, Palestine, the West Bank has been mentioned, but I think there's potential for much worse. Definitely Lebanon. I think it's a question of time before things kick off at a higher tempo there. Syria is not settled. We see that. There is a constant, Israeli air bombing there, even though the new Syrian government is saying, whatever, we want to sign, we want to calm things down, we want to turn that page. And Iran, I still think there is a massive potential there. And when we say security architecture, do we mean this as like a serious concept that is actually inclusive? You'll remember CSCE, OSCE, and so on. The Russians were in, the Soviets were in, right? There was that element. It wasn't perfect. In this case, whatever we're talking about is exclusive. Some parties will be out. Some countries like Iran for some and Israel for others and so on, should not or cannot be in the room. The third point here on a security architecture is the most powerful player, Israel, which is the dominant military player in the region, is not seeking a security architecture. It is doing two things. It's building Fortress Israel, and it's ensuring freedom of action wherever it wants. I think the objectives are still primarily military driven. I haven't seen yet an Israeli strategic concept emerging for the region. I mean, the temptation will be to come back to the 2010s, certainly here in Athens and elsewhere, and in Cairo as well, where we celebrate regional integration. We talk about energy and regional defense and so on, and push aside some of these things. The problem, let's be honest, is that it blinded us to other dynamics along the way. And then October 7 happens, and we're like, oh, yeah, that was actually not just foreseeable, but likely that things would explode. But we spent 15 years pretending otherwise. The fourth point is we saw attempts in the region at building order, and it was mostly about balance of power consideration rather than institutional ones. So, and they were all organized around perceptions of common threat. So you had Iran and its friends against Israel. You had Greece, Cyprus, Egypt, UAE, Israel against Turkey. You had Gulf states and others and Israel against Iran. Tell me how those various constructs worked. I mean, not one of them actually is standing as is today. Because the point fundamentally is, I don't think there is the depth in this region to create those political military alliance that can be formalized in a sustainable way over time. And finally, the point, we're at a crucial point because there are some people who say, oh, okay, the Trump peace deal is an opportunity to move beyond Gaza. Let's move quickly. Let's resurrect everything that's about energy cooperation and trade and so on, and saying, I mean, replicating the mistakes that were behind. And I remind you that a number of people, including people who were on that stage before, thought that the status quo pre-2023 was tolerable, was sustainable. And that's going to be a big issue going forward. So no, I'm not an optimistic guy when it comes to that. I think there is a lot of turbulence still at play, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Emil. I'll take it from turbulence and security situation, and I'll turn to Mrs. Damanaki, Maria Damanaki, Advisor on Climate Oceans, EU Commissioner for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. Και θα κάνω την ερώτηση στα ελληνικά. Ακούσαμε λοιπόν και βιώνουμε όλοι αυτή την ρευστότητα στην Μέση Ανατολή. Νομίζετε ότι υπάρχουν όρια, περιθώρια, ώστε να χτιστούν συνεργασίες οικονομικές, ενεργειακές, μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο?
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καταρχήν θέλω να ξεκινήσω λέγοντας ότι συμφωνώ με τον προηγούμενο μιλητή. Η κατάσταση θυμίζει ένα πολύπλοκο παζλ, όπου όλες οι προβλέψεις είναι πιθανές. Απαντώντας ευθέως στην ερώτησή σας, θα έλεγα ότι κατά τη γνώμη μου η ευκαιρία χάθηκε. Η ευκαιρία είχε δημιουργηθεί με τη στρατιωτική ήττα της Χαμάς και την αποδυνάμωση του Ιράν. Θα ήταν τότε υπαρκτό το ενδεχόμενο να προχωρήσουμε σε μια λύση μακροπρόθεσμα βιώσιμη, που όμως θα προέβλεπε τη δημιουργία Παλαιστινιακού κράτους. Χωρίς την επίλυση αυτού του ακαθόδους θέματος, κατά τη γνώμη μου, δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει σοβαρή σταθεροποίηση στην περιοχή. Με την ευκαιρία χαμένη, η ειρηνευτική εκεχηρία που έχουμε στο χέρι είναι πάρα πολύ εύθραυστη, η συμφωνία που έχει πετύχει ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ, και εκτός αυτού έχω να σημειώσω πως η δεύτερη φάση της φαντάζει σχεδόν αδύνατη. Σας θυμίζω ότι η συμφωνία αυτή προέβλεπε...
To me, the second stage means it is practically impossible. Let me remind you that when they went back from the yellow line, is there? Can you hear the? Can you hear the translation? Yes, I'm sorry. She doesn't have. She doesn't have to repeat it in English. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let her start in Greek.
Opportunity has gone. We have lost the opportunity of a solution, a real solution. Και νομίζω ότι αυτή η ευκαιρία για να υπάρξει μια μακροπρόθεσμα βιώσιμη λύση υπήρχε πριν λίγο καιρό.
It's not working.
Again.
Was there, the opportunity was there a while ago. No, we are okay.
Τώρα στα ελληνικά υπάρχει μετά.
There is interpretation both in English and in Greek. No, there is no need. Everything is all right. Everything is all right. Can you hear the English translation, please? Can you hear the interpretation in English? Can you? So can you ask Ms. Damanaki to continue in Greek? Can you ask her to continue in Greek? So I'm continuing Greek, and I hope you can hear me. I start all over again. What I said is, I believe that there was an opportunity for a long-term and viable solution in the area. And this opportunity came with the military defeat of Hamas and the weakening of Iran. That was a point when we could have had a viable solution. But this would necessarily mean that we would have two solutions: the creation of the state of Palestine. Without a viable Palestine state, we could not have a long-term solution in the area. What do we have now? We have the fragile ceasefire that President Trump has agreed on, but which is a relief, but difficult to implement. Yesterday or even today, I was reading at the Guardian that 300 Palestinians have been killed since the ceasefire, and the worst thing is that the second phase of this ceasefire is impossible to be implemented because this required the withdrawal of Israel from the yellow line, and this is very difficult to implement. So in order to be clear, and I will close, this is, in my view, the most probable scenario is that Gaza will be finally be divided. 2 million people will be sent to the strip that is controlled by Hamas, and unfortunately Israel seems to be moving in this direction by obtaining territories on the West Bank, and Hamas, with its own control systems, is increasing its control over the area. So, given this situation, how can somebody react? Let me say a few things about the EU, because I believe that the criticism against this is not always fair. Despite its problem, the EU, and throughout this process, was on the right side of history. They achieved the creation of two states, and they support the Palestinian Authority despite the problems. There are huge problems of unity because there are many different views among the member states, unfortunately, and this as regards any limiting measures. They cannot proceed over that. But I must say that the EU is the world champion as regards humanitarian aid. We should not ignore this fact, because it is the only thing that the civilian population has when the humanitarian aid reaches them. But until now, the European Union has channeled several $billion in this direction, and this is not negligible. So, coming back to your question, Mr. Angelis, the way forward is the creation of regional structures for development cooperation. This could help, and of course, in the field of energy. Energy becomes of great importance, both because of the general situation after what's happening in Ukraine, and also because the high investment interest about the area. The recent developments and the recent agreements that the Greek government has made are interesting, but there are requirements. The cost is very high, and for the time being, the EU has not earmarked the necessary funds. Plus, there are great differences among governments that are not always willing to cooperate. But this energy agreement, let me repeat this, and we should not be expect too much, but under the condition that the EU will cooperate, this may open path. But the big issue for us in Greece, because this is the elephant in the room, is our relations with Turkey. And let me clearly say that I do not share the views that Turkey is weak and isolated. At this point in time, and despite this revisionism, despite the fact that it does not respect international law, has settled in the role of a regional power. It has relationships with many sides and is able to have a presence in critical parts of the world. I was in the UN General Assembly in New York. I looked at the Al-Sara's from Syria presentation address, and I saw the relationship with Turkey. Turkey is advancing for two reasons. First of all, because they have a long-term strategy in which they are committed, systematically committed, and secondly, because they are realistic in their objectives. They don't ask for unrealistic things. They ask for things which they gradually obtain and they advance. And this is in contrast to our policy. And in order to be even more clear, we need to understand, and this is painful for us Greeks, we should understand that the fact that we respect international law does not mean that all our expectations will be realized in the framework of the dialogues. Therefore, Greek political forces need to try to be sincere. They need to explain and make a dialogue something that does not sound difficult when you are about to hold a dialogue with a difficult neighbor, then you need to be open to compromise. Of course, we need to exercise our sovereign rights in a realistic manner. So I propose, first of all, a national understanding on foreign affairs issue, and to forget the inertia which only serves programs in view of the next elections, and to proceed. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Damanaki.
Ms. Nomi Bar-Yakov. She's an international peace negotiator in Geneva Center for Security Policy. Nomi, we've met before, and I understand for months, if not for years, you feel like Mr. Netanyahu to peace in the Middle East. Yeah. But besides that, this new architecture we're talking about, what is the role? I mean, Israel doesn't care about the UN. Trump doesn't care about the UN. Turkey, in a way, doesn't care about the UN because it occupies part of northern of Cyprus, part of Syria, part of Iraq. Also, Israel occupies West Bank, etc. So, do we have these three great actors in the area that don't really care about the UN resolutions, even if they use them in a way? So, do you think there will be a discussion, let's say a deal between these three main actors? I mean, Turkey, Israel, and US under Trump, that will try to modify what we see now as not real peace in the area. Excluding the Arabs, I mean, in a large part.
The short answer is no. The more elaborate answer is that the UN has been weakened. I mean, the UN in 1945 and the UN in 2005 are not the same organization. And I don't think this is quite the forum, but obviously the necessary reforms have not taken place. And with the current composition of the UN Security Council, where there isn't a representation of the current geopolitical forces without equality across the board, across the globe, the UN will remain weak. So it's not only Turkey, Israel, and the US that have a dim view of the United Nations, and I agree that the United Nations is not the main force. It's not the body that is going to bring peace. In terms of the new, Emil spoke very eloquently about the plan. He said it's not a plan, it's not a deal. Can't recall the term that he used, but I would just say it's talking points. You have 20 talking. I'm agreeing, I'm concurring, I'm just using my terminology. I look at it as talking points that are open to interpretation, and that each and every point needs to be implemented. And the reason it passed the way it did is because there was so much room for ambiguity. I mean, because the language is ambiguous. And that is the way to pass something through, but then the real work is ensuring that there is zero ambiguity, or that you have a mechanism to resolve the ambiguity, a dispute resolution mechanism that is attached, a monitoring, verification, and compliance mechanism that is attached. Those are not there. Those mechanisms are not part of the plan. And they're really complex issues that you have one line on in terms of how they're going to be done. So I think it's really important to view this plan, since it's the only plan on the table, as a framework, and to work very hard to make sure that it works, because if it doesn't work, all hell will break loose, not just in Gaza, but in the whole region. And so I think that it's not only the Palestinian Authority that needs reform, it needs strengthening, reform plus institution building. And the strong institutions are also necessary in Lebanon and are also necessary in Syria. And unless you have strong institutions in those three countries, in Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, then the situation will deteriorate. And not enough effort is given to the establishment of the necessary institutions. Israel is not a patient country. It's a country that operates, every single prime minister, whether it's Likud or Labour, they operate from the gut. They are, I think the psychiatrists would call it impulsive. They're not, you saw this, in every single decision is made on the spot, often recklessly. I'm just thinking, because Emil is Lebanese here, I'm just thinking 2006, Ehud Olmert, who's now on the peace camp, he was the one, after Hezbollah kidnapped 2 Israeli soldiers from a disputed area in the north, that he will destroy Hezbollah, he will kill Nasrallah, and obliterate the whole movement. And it was an absolute disastrous war, and this is just one example. And and you said Trump said that within a few days, within 2 weeks, the board of peace will be. I mean, we've seen those the number of times that he had said that something was going to happen within 24 hours or a week. It's I wouldn't pay attention to that, but we do. The big question is, how do you move to a stage where you have institutions that can govern in those countries? And I think the Palestinians haven't yet delivered on the technocratic government. That is not an Israeli issue. That is an intra-Palestinian issue, and my understanding, and maybe Secretary General Amr Moussa knows more about the meetings that are held in Cairo, is that really Mahmoud Abbas is the obstacle to that, the president of the Palestinian Authority, and that is very sad. And again, there has to be a process that is led not just by one state, but there is, again, I'm calling for unity of the Arab states to put the necessary pressure on Hamas and to put the necessary pressure on US President Donald Trump, because he's the only person in the world that has leverage over Netanyahu, because Israel is existentially dependent on the US. Israel cannot survive, not just militarily, I mean, also trade deals, without US support. And he does tune into some of the Gulf leaders, and that's where the change will come from, because the expertise comes from the region, from Egypt, from Jordan, from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE. Those are the lead countries in the region. And the US president does listen to them, and he's not been very happy with Netanyahu's conduct. So, but now he's invited him again to the White House, and the pressure has to be put on all the time. I mean, it's a kind of like 24/7. One can't let go, because, as Emil had said, the region is turbulent and the trajectory is not looking necessarily good. I mean, we're here sort of to try and make sure that the trajectory becomes a positive one. If we let it just be, then it's not, we're going to have an escalated conflict. Elections will be held in Israel in the coming year, in 2006. It is vital for Arab states to explain to Israel that if they would like to have economic ties and normalization, which I think all Israelis would like to see, that this will be coupled with real security guarantees. I mean, and again, for the Arab states, normalization in and of itself is viewed as a security guarantee. For Israel, especially after the 7th of October 2023, that is not a given. All of those issues in terms of how the narratives are viewed by each side need to be resolved. There isn't enough understanding. The perception on each side of the conflict and on how to resolve it is completely different. And in order to ensure that there is an understanding of the narrative of the other, even though there doesn't have to be agreement, there needs to be openness towards the path forward, because ultimately a Palestinian state and a full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, including from the security perimeter, is in Israel's national interest. And that particular argument has to be made clear to the Israelis by not the neighboring states, regional states that have a stake as well. So I think we need to be proactive. We need to make note of what needs to be done in order to ensure that the trajectory changes. We're in Greece, so I'm mentioning Greece, and has excellent relationships with Israel, and it's really an opportunity to not just work on the trilateral meetings with Cyprus, but also to explain to Israel and the Israeli public, because the elections are coming very soon, and the Israeli public is confused. It's traumatized after the 7th of October. I'm not comparing the nature and scope, and certainly not in numbers, between what happened in Israel on the 7th of October and what happened thereafter in Gaza and the West Bank. But it's important to recognize that there's trauma on the other side. There has to be individual healing, collective healing. There has to be an economic opportunity for all of the people in Gaza that have not had a life for the last 2+ years. So all of those economic and energy deals and the regional infrastructure is going to come from the economics, the energy, the dialogues, the societies have to talk. It's going to be the peace of the people. I said this earlier in a panel, and I'll repeat it. It's time not to have anymore a Muhabbarat peace. Muhabbarat are the secret services. It's time to have a people's peace, and it's going to be a top-down and bottom-up approach. So I'm just using this opportunity to call on everyone to do their share in not giving up, because every single individual is necessary with input within their own field. Thank you.
Thank you, Nomi. And I'll turn now to Galip Talay, Senior Consulting Fellow, Turkey Initiative, Middle East and North Africa Program in Chatham House. And while I was listening to Nomi describing the situation, I was wondering if we could see, let's say, to make it practical, the Hamas operatives laying their weapons and giving the weapons to some forces from Turkey, Azerbaijan, Indonesia, I don't know whoever else will be part of the international force for stabilization in Gaza. Will we see something like this? Because things have to go forward, and this is one of the ways it could go forward. And also, the other thing I was making a picture of this was Israelis and Turks, either it's officials, I mean, from the diplomatic sector or from the army, trying to make ends meet in Syria, to be practical, because we hear a lot about plans and tactics and stuff, but I'm going to the real practical issues. So do you think that we're just talking about infrastructure in general or about security aspects, but on the ground, what really happens? And what will be the role of Turkey in this?
Well, I mean, some of these questions are the policy questions, but the trouble with the so-called Trump's peace plan, etc., is the big political question that will prevent these policy questions. It's not that we are lacking the ideas of how Hamas disarmament or how to set up a governance in Gaza, etc. But the trouble that we are unable to do many things is the big fundamental political questions are not there, are not addressed. I mean, first and foremost, everyone, I think, agreed that this is not a peace plan, and it did not stop the killing. Yes, the intensity of the killing has decreased, but the killing continues, and the impunity around these killings also continue. This is a plan that doesn't seem to have an overarching goal. So we are talking about plan. We are discussing the policy issues around it, but the central question is all these policy issues or the details to which overarching goal that they are going to serve. Is it like, we are preparing the way for the two-state solution, one-state solution? So what is the overarching goal of this so-called plan? Because the Israeli government make it crystal clear that it opposes the two-state solution, it opposes the Palestinian state, and it opposes one-state solution. So two-state solution is not an option, Palestinian state is not an option, one-state solution is not an option. So then what is the overarching goal of this plan that is supposed to serve? And secondly, if this is a plan, and if it is about Gaza, Palestine, etc., where is the Palestinian agency? Where is the Palestinian legitimacy? So this looks more imposition of external imposition, which definitely will trigger the internal opposition to it. Like if this comes across as an external imposition that with no Palestinian legitimacy, with no Palestinian ownership, agency, that will only trigger the opposition to it. I mean, particularly when the names such as Tony Blair, etc., is being floated around, or like, the others piece, you can be sure that is nothing short than like, being seen as some sort of the colonial imposition or new mandate opposition. It will not trigger only opposition from the Palestinian. You can be sure that will only serve as for anger accumulation across the region. So the moment that you have it. So therefore, the Palestinian agency, the Palestinian ownership is crucial for any plan to have any legitimacy and workability. And that brings us to the issue of the Palestinian leadership crisis, because you have this dilemma and paradox. The internationally acceptable Palestinian leadership, most of them happens to be quite lacking internal legitimacy, being quite seen as detached from reality. And the legitimate Palestinian, potential Palestinian leadership that doesn't have the international acceptability. So the question is, how can you have internationally acceptable and also Palestinian, at the Palestinian level, legitimate the Palestinian leadership? Because unless you have these two, probably these things will not work. So both, how can you have a Palestinian leadership that is both legitimate and internationally acceptable. Because most of the time, the people that we are talking about might, sounds good at internationally, but at the Palestinian level, I mean, Mahmoud Abbas, we talk about it like, I mean, what is the standing of Mahmoud Abbas right now at the Palestinian level even, like, so therefore I think the Palestinian leadership crisis is one of the central crises of the Palestinian issue, and it's only getting deepened with this so-called the peace plan. So the peace plan is only making the Palestinian leadership crisis is more acute and more deeper, not making it less so. But this process has, I think, did something. So we are not like having a new order, or we're not like anywhere near to a new order. But I think what we are seeing, the demise of quest for a new order that was very prevalent across the region prior to the October 7th. The idea of the order, so the order that was going to born in the future prior to October 7th, I think is largely dead. Because if you look at all the regional initiatives before the October 7th, Abraham Accord, IMEC, Negev Summit, I2U2, so you had like all these initiatives that being very popular across the region, all of them had like the same central idea of the order, which was a regional order that is premised on the Arab-Israeli normalization and supported by the US, overarching US leadership framework. So the Abraham Accord, IMEC, I2U2, Negev Summit, all of them had the same central idea of the regional order. And all of them had like quite threat perception that cut across them. Like Iran was a threat, the Turkey needs to be excluded. So Iran was a threat, the Turkey was excluded, the role of China needs to be like a bit, rolled back, and the Palestinian question needs to be made invisible. Because most of these normalization attempts happened with no reference to Palestinian. The central issue was sidelined. The idea was the Palestinian issue turned into one another issue in the region, not the core issue, not the central issue. Now I think the order that was premised on this idea is gone. The Abraham Accord might deepen, and it's actually already deepening with the UAE, etc., the trade, probably the intelligence or the humanitarian aid or the intelligence cooperation, those kind of is deepening, but Abraham Accord is not expanding. Yes, I mean, we are talking about the Kazakhstan, etc. Everyone knows that that matters nothing. The Abraham Accord, at the end of the day, is Saudi Arabia. As long as Saudi Arabia is not part of it, the Abraham Accords, the ultimate prize is Saudi Arabia, and I do not see a scenario in which the Saudi Arabia will agree to join the Abraham Accord without a path for the Palestinian statehood or without a path to Palestinian, the Palestinian recognition of the Palestinian statehood. So therefore, we are not seeing the arrival of a new order, but we are seeing the demise of an order that was supposed to emerge in the region. So now when you, in the Gulf, in Turkey, etc., like look at the picture prior to October 7th. So you had like in South Caucasus, there was, the Azerbaijani and Armenian war. Israel provided as much weapon to Azerbaijan as Turkey did. Israel was, providing also drones, etc. There was the idea that as trilateral framework is emerging as. Only weeks before the October 7th, Erdogan and Netanyahu met in New York. The Herzog was in Ankara in the February of 2022. And, similarly, the Abraham Accord or the Israel-Gulf normalization, the idea that Iran was the central threat to the Gulf security and Israel probably will turn into one of the pillars of the Gulf security, all of them has gone. Right now in the Gulf, the idea we overestimated the Iranian threat and underestimated the Israeli threat cuts across all the Gulf experts, intellectuals, policymakers that we are talking with this, including like countries like I would say Emirates or Saudi Arabia, so the countries that were like the most, not only Qatar, etc. So I think the central threat perception that very much underpin all the previous initiatives, there is a growing idea that Israel is turning into a threat perception. I mean, you see this between Turkey and Israel in Syria. This was, up until Syria, I would say, like for a long time, the Israel was not seen from Turkey's perspective as a national security threat. The Turkey look at Israel largely through the Palestinian issue, and even during the Eastern Mediterranean crisis, of all the countries that were part of this crisis, probably Israel was the one that adopted the most low-key opposition to Turkey. So it's adopted quite a muted opposition to Turkey. So the idea, but now the Turkey does regard Israel as a threat, as a challenge. Syria is turning into a microcosm of such a contestation. That will not morph into a conflict, etc., because I think the U.S. there is deconfliction mechanism between them. Turkey is NATO member. Israel is a close U.S. ally. I mean, the talk in Azerbaijan between the Syrian administration, the Syrian government, and Israel was also facilitated partly by Turkey, etc. But now Israel is seen as a threat perception. And I think this is quite one of the fundamental central change in the region. There's a conflicting vision of the Syria. A Syria that should be kept fragmented, that is more or less the Israeli approach. A Syria that needs to undergo a massive state building, nation building, and centralized, that is the Turkey approach. I think these two conflicting visions of Syria will be at odds with each other, not for the short term, probably for the long term, because what Israel is asking in Syria is nothing nothing less than a demilitarization of the part of the Syria. The question is, how are you, you ask for demilitarization in Palestine, quite demilitarization in Lebanon, demilitarization in part of Syria. So the question is, what is the lines where this demilitarization as you will not make it? And I think this question of Syria will become quite central. And then the very final point, you also there has been talk about the UN, etc. I think to Europe, I don't think that anyone right now actually can make a claim being very UN or rule abiding. I mean, the Europe right now has become as much revisionist, normatively revisionist when it comes to UN, ICC, the ICJ, the international law, I mean, including Greece, Germany, etc. The question that, the Europe of today has become extremely normatively revisionist. And that is one thing that Europe previously enjoyed in the region, but now this is the Europe that we don't know whether they're committed to the international course. We don't know whether they're committed to international norms. And I think that is one of the factors that is reduced, because the Europe was not a geopolitical player. I think this normative decline of the Europe is further eroding the European influence in the region.
Thank you, Kalip. And I'll turn to Konstantinos Philis now, Associate Professor and Director, Institute of Global Affairs and American College of Greece. And I'll speak now in Greek.
Konstantinos, we heard the opinion of Mrs. Damanaki and her view as concerns the European stance or power vis-à-vis what's happening. We also heard the interesting things that Mr. Dalai said. He described the creation of a new security system, or insecurity system if you want, in the wider Middle East. Where are we when it comes to this? We, as a part of Europe, Greece as a part of Europe, since we, along with Turkey and Cyprus rather, we are in Eastern Mediterranean. In the Eastern Mediterranean, given all this chaotic situation, the way I look at it, and maybe I'm exaggerating or maybe I'm over-analytical and pessimistic, what's your take? Do you think that this can be fixed? Is there a clear image? Is it positive or is it negative? I was looking forward to a more easy question, but well, to be honest, let me respond to that. Sorry, I'm switching into Greek, says Mr. Philis. To put things into a context, because I agree with previous speakers, to a great extent, there are structural issues in the wider region of the Middle East, and therefore there are issues in the wider Eastern Mediterranean region. But to me, the most important thing is the following. You see, on the one hand, we all understand that the key country when it comes to developments now and the foreseeable future, the key country is the United States of America. It was said before that President Trump is the only one who can exercise influence and actually influence Prime Minister Netanyahu, but one way or another, the United States of America, regionally speaking, is the country that will have the first and the last say. Let me remind you that a few years ago, China tried to act as mediator between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And indeed, the diplomatic ties between the aforementioned two states were restored, but this was an isolated move on the part of China, and there was no continuity. Actually, last summer, when some Palestinians were hosted in China or by China to find some common denominators, the whole venture failed there. The European Union, before I go back to the States, the European Union since 1994 has given 30 billion euros to the Palestinian Authority. 30 billion euros, that is a huge amount of money, which unfortunately didn't have the impact that was expected. I mean, the impact in terms of changing things, having the necessary reforms materialize within the context of the Palestinian Authority, and also with regard to the people. I mean, the leadership is quite old now, and it's been shaken. You see, I was reading a survey that indicates that at least half of Palestine is not actually in favor of the current leadership. They would like to have a change in leadership. That, to me, actually says that those millions from the European Union, or billions, were channeled in the wrong way. And normally this is what happens when we have European funds go out of the European Union. I'm saying that because, unfortunately, Europe, as we speak, doesn't have a strong voice, and it's not as influential given the money that's given. It's given more money than the United States of America. Despite that, it's not as influential, and we should be worried about it. But then again, in Europe, normally we tend to have long discussions without having any specific outcomes. Now, let me come back to the question. Another structural issue is the fact that we have an American administration. We know that the US is the one that can change things or influence developments. There's proof of that matter has been recently. But then again, this is an administration that even with the Abraham Accords, even during the first Trump term, they tried to dissociate themselves, relatively speaking, from the region. Even during the first Trump term, they would just try to get the states in the region to achieve some sort of entente, and it didn't happen. And as we speak, I can't be certain about the intentions of the American administration. I mean, countries in the region are shaken, and their trust vis-a-vis to the US administration, well, they don't really trust it now. But there's the Trump doctrine that is pro-business, and there is this promise on the part of the Saudis, 1 trillion, another trillion from the Qataris. So in total, you have at least 3 trillion, theoretically speaking, 3 trillion in the hands of Trump coming from various countries in the region, and they are sort of turning this into a premium that is paid to the United States of America. It's a sort of promissory note. I mean, I don't really expect this 3 trillion to be used somehow for the next 3.5 years. But this is the premium they're paying to the Americans in order for them to stay on in the region. At the same point in time, trust is lost. They don't know what the next move of the Americans will be. They're not sure. And let's not just be critical or criticizing Trump, but then again, it all started back at the time of the Americans leaving Afghanistan. Since that time, various leaderships in the region started to wonder, what are the Americans after? What's their vision of this region? They couldn't help but wonder once the Americans left Afghanistan. We're talking about a security architecture that depends on many issues, including trust. When trust is not there. And when there is leadership in Israel that might change as a result of the elections or may not change, nobody knows. But then again, the current leadership in Israel is suffering from a so-called strategic blindness. They have managed to beat the proxies of Iran, and they also, Israel, managed to get Iran to change its stance. Well, it was coming because there was this overstretching on the part of Tehran in the past 15 years in the Middle East. But then again, Israel can't manage its own military victories, and it's not in a position to turn these into a peace and stability plan that will benefit itself. So apparently Israel wants to score small wins in the field without having a diplomatic plan in place. And there's another thing before I discuss Greece, and I'll be brief. There's this trend now, and we tend to put the cart before the horse. We tend to come up with deals. There's IMEC. It's still being talked about. Nobody knows whether eventually there will be a Greek stake in IMEC. We keep talking about it. We know that IMEC is going to go through various Middle East countries. It's a plan that is from the Americans, that is competing with the Silk Road of the Chinese. We know that it was going to Israel, and then there are 3 countries that are vying, or I don't know, they're competing between and amongst themselves, and maybe there will be 2 or all 3 of them. It remains to be seen where IMEC will end in Europe. So there is Italy, France, and Greece. So everything's unclear. There are various energy plans and projects. My dear friend Yannis Maniatis, the former Minister of Energy, is here, and he is currently a Euro MP. He knows that many energy deals started in paper, but they stayed there. They never materialized. All of that is creating new expectations. These expectations are being taken advantage of by the current U.S. administration. That's why I'm saying that we're putting the cart before the horse. They are trying to find some minimal common denominators, and once the minimum common denominators are found, there's no solution to the big issues, no to the Cypriot issue, no solution to the Palestinian issue, no solution to the limitation of the zones. Then there are energy deals happening. There's also the involvement and the active participation of American entities in the region. So this is giving an additional incentive to the Americans for them to exercise pressure for solutions. And I'm afraid that these solutions will be just offhand solutions. So there will be no real content in them. There will be no real solutions allowing the situation to be stabilized and to have good prospects in the wider region. Now, when it comes to Greece, Greece obviously has heavily invested in its connection and relations with Egypt and Israel over the past 15 years. I would beg to differ with my Turkish friends. Galib is here, and Mustafa is also in the audience as we speak. They think that all this actually happened for an iron curtain or a wall to be created opposite to Turkey. After all, Turkey is the one that, in essence, destroyed its relations with Egypt and Israel. Yes, Greece has heavily invested in its connection with Egypt. We want to be acting as a bridge between Egypt and the European Union. Recently, there's also the case of Lebanon, because there is the Lebanese-Cypriot agreement, the delineation of the sea zones. Hopefully, this is going to help stabilize Lebanon, that's been through so much for the past 20 years. But we've also heavily invested in our relationship with Israel, and that is why Greece, in the last few years, was in a difficult situation because of what was happening in Gaza, and given this huge humanitarian problem. Our connection with Israel is important from a strategic and energy point of view, but maybe, and this brings me to what we said before, as we speak, we don't have scope and we don't have the skills or the capabilities to act as a bridge between Israel and the Palestinians. We are not at that point yet. There are other countries such as Qatar or Egypt and Jordan, formerly, These are countries that have a know-how and expertise, and they could act as bridges. But either way, Greece needs to be supportive of relations and relationships. You know what, Mr. Angelis? Each and every country is not an international tribunal, so we're not there to judge or be critical of the actions and activities of others. We are academia, there are the citizens, they're doing that, we're doing that, but it's not the role of the state to do so. But since we are always wavering the flag of international law, what's left of it, you know what, my dear friend, Mr. Arvanitopoulos says that we have had a change in the world order for years. We are going back. We are retrograding dramatically so. But then again, Greece has specific features, and so we have to stick to that, and we have to insist on the fundamental principles and ideals that are associated with international law. There should be no deductions there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Philis. Thank you, Konstantinos.
His Excellency Amre Moussa, Secretary General of the Arab League and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt. And, you know, Your Excellency, I'm a journalist. I'm not an analyst. I'm not a politician. So always I turn my mind, now while we're speaking about this, to the 2 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, under rain, cold, under, one can say, the guns of the Hamas, or the guns, and the guns of the Israelis, and whoever can describe it one way or the other. I dread the moment that these 2 million people, or a part of them, will try to move into Egypt or into Jordan under threat from the Israelis, or under having no other hope to survive. So we can talk about regional stability and the plans and everything, but we have 2 million people here. And also we have millions of people in the area, and it's not only the 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. We have hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that are threatened by the settlers in the West Bank, and then we will have to go through another crisis. It will not be easy if there is a crisis big in the West Bank because of the settler activity that are supported by the Israeli government in the end. So I'm trying to be, let's say, more humane, less strained by politicians and aspects others. And I'm trying to say that can really these 2 million people in Gaza and the millions around of people around the countries around, in Egypt, Jordan, etc., in Lebanon, in Israel, trust the American President Donald Trump? Because in the end, everybody has agreed in this room, and in this panel and in panels before, that it all comes down to what Trump will do. Will he be consistent on what he said to push the Israeli government and to push the other governments around, including the Arabs, or not? So really, can you tell me, is anybody who can really trust Trump, be it a government in the area or other actors?
Well, thank you very much. You put it rightly, I must say. First of all, I want to say that if we deal with the 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, inhabitants of Gaza, that they must leave for whatever military reason, etc., then the next step, in the West Bank, there is a lot of crimes committed there against humanity committed there. Then another moderator or another one like us will say, but what about those who are also living very dangerously, and they would want also to leave? This is exactly what the current government of Israel is trying to convince people to say exactly what you have said. That's number one. Number two, I want to make it clear that we here, when we talk, I myself or colleagues of mine on the Arab side, it is not a question of animosity to Israel. We have accepted the existence of Israel as a country in the region. But Israel has to accept also that Palestinians have the right to have a state of their own. If they can live with this idea, then things will move in the right direction. So, and another perhaps has to be clarified. So what we are talking about is the attitude. So what we are talking about is the attitude of the current government of Israel. And the current government of Israel cannot produce peace nor accept peace, and they will continue to challenge all efforts to establish peace in the region with justice to all. So this has to be underlined. It is not, we do not address the existence of Israel as such. We address the policies of Israel, and there are very bad policies under the present government of Israel. So when we talk about peace, how to get peace, many of us believe that Mr. Netanyahu has to go, and his government has to go. And also the Palestinian leadership will have to stop this kind of accepting anything, and just they are like spectators. That is why we call on the Palestinians to insist on election, getting into the elections, electing their leaders, like the Israelis. Next fall, there are elections, expected elections to produce new leadership, new government. The Palestinians have to do the same. Then, by this, we can move. We are talking about the extremist government in Israel, the current one. As we are speaking about the extremely weak leadership in the Palestinian Authority. They cannot produce any solution. Extreme power and extreme weakness. It can't work. It can't work. So that's number one. Number two, the rule, it has been mentioned that the Arab governments and policies have been managed by mukhabarat, etc. But the same in Israel, the Mossad and the Shin Bet, etc. This is a kind of a state of affairs in the whole of the Middle East, Israel not the exception. I assume I'm talking to an educated audience. They understand how things are, and just to try to address the minds of people in Europe that Israel is poor country, is weak country, is surrounded by wolves, etc. This is absolute nonsense. We know that Israel is a powerful country under the circumstances. They are not powerful in themselves or by themselves. They are not. They are not. We have seen that on 6th of October. Not only 7th, we'll talk about 6th of October with Egypt and Syria of that day. We so felt how weak they are. Army to army or people to people. This is, for us, nobody now thinks that Israel is powerful and people are afraid of Israel. Nobody is afraid of Israel now. Nobody is afraid. We know where the power comes and why it is powerful today. But we have to talk to them. I do, by the way, for many of them, that you will never be safe without peace with your neighbors. Bring whoever you want, whatever the strongest country in the world, and you see what happened to them. Even if they are more powerful and they achieved some kind of victory against Hamas, but they are still weak. Because Hamas won the other side, the political side of it. So they have to reconsider. The problem is that Mr. Netanyahu and the other names I mentioned are incapable of understanding that. They believe that they can rule the world and they will be unable to rule the world. Anyway, they are not going to rule us. But no question about that. So some people must tell them the truth and try to bring them to reason. We believe that President Trump can do that. Not for the documents, he can do that. Can he? Yes, and I believe that if we take votes here, most of us will vote that yes, he can, and he should. Not only that he can, but he should. Having said all that, now, what are we going to do? what is the use, the usefulness of such gatherings? We have to reach something that we all agree on. We have to, in my opinion, to call on the Israelis, on Israel of today, to reconsider and to understand that their future relations will never be imposed on the Arab. You don't know how the public opinion, including in the Gulf, are talking about this normalization. Although, in my opinion, normalization for us is not a taboo. We can discuss that. But in a proper environment, not just pushing this or small country or the other small country to recognize Israel as a gift to another power, a big power. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. So I need this public opinion, this enlightened people here to understand that the question depends on how the Israeli leader, a reasonable Israeli leadership, would cooperate, would put their hands with us in order to produce a solution. I remind you of Ishaq Rabin. When he came to understand and to digest that, yes, indeed, there must be a Palestinian state. Palestinians are not Israelis. They are not going to live that way, and they are not going to move around in the world just trying to find a house or a city to city. That is not right. And because it is not right, it will not hold for long. Whatever wrong thing that would be appointed, done now because of this or that big power or this or that powerful side would impose that, it will not last. We want something to last. We want this peace to last in the Middle East. It will not last without a Palestinian state. And then it will not last without recognizing Israel. But those should be linked. Saudi Arabia is doing the right thing. Say, okay, we are ready, but together with the Palestinian state. That is what all of us are saying. We have a problem, but it is solvable if we say the right thing to the Israelis and try to move things in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Musa. I'm afraid we have less than 2 minutes to conclude, so I just want to state that it's very nice to hear and talk about democracy in the Middle East. I'm just, the idea that I have, and please Emil, tell me if I'm right or wrong, for the 20 points plan. It excludes for 2 years, I mean in practical ways, that will be a Palestinian election for West Bank and Gaza. I'm talking practically, because for 2 years there will be interim. So when we talk about democracy in the Middle East, but then many of the governments and the actors speak for democracy but don't really believe in this. And maybe there are some of the regimes don't like it at all.
Well, I mean, you know, a number of people on the panel have talked about the importance of Palestinian representation agency and so on. Do we want a process that brings on more people, or do we think that a bunch of very cynical governments and security officials can somehow cook together something that, you know, probably is morally reprehensible, legally very problematic, politically unsustainable, and so on? Now, you're asking me what I think will happen? Not the former, the latter. You know, that's the track we're on. That's the track that this plan has shaped going forward. But the point I think that is key is, yes, Palestinians have to reform, the Lebanese have to reform. A bit everyone has to do their part in this. But the end goal, where we're going, should not be conditional on all that. It's not if the Palestinian reform, there will be a state. You want the Palestinians to reform, you have to say clearly that the end of that journey is a state. You want the Lebanese to reform, disarm Hezbollah and so on, great. You have to tell them that at the end of the day, you know, Israel will withdraw, the Lebanese will have to sign peace with Israel and so on, but you have to talk about the end goal to motivate people. It's not about, you know, just creating endless conditionalities and processes that never deliver something. Well, at the same time, practically underground, land is being seized, individuals are being killed, communities are being displaced, and so on. And that's the danger. This is why so many Palestinians, when they look at this, not only them, by the way, the Arab world wakes up and goes to bed with Gaza. Just keep this in mind. It may not be, what this audience thinks about, but certainly in the region. And so when people look at the current process, what they see is Oslo from their perspective, and they oppose it. Now, I'm not necessarily endorsing this view. I still think you need to put in place processes and sequencing, and you have to offer guarantees left and right. But you have to understand that without defining an end goal now, all the rest is just managing crisis until it explodes again. And then in 10 years, we'll be sitting in Athens again and talking about how, previous time. So we need to be very clear that if we don't talk about the end goal, agree on it, say it publicly, it becomes part of declaratory policy, which is peace with Israel, a Palestinian state, et cetera, we will not be able to create those conditions, and the momentum that's needed. And right now, we're still not there. I mean, look, I applaud. I heard, I'm in Athens, so, it's all about international law. There was a, current president, a former president on stage, and, many others talking about international law. At the same time, what we heard is the investment in a strategic partnership with Israel, right? Unconditional, right? That's it, nothing else. But I'm not like, okay, fine, develop your relations. But, that international law argument, guys, I understand how important it is for you. I get it and so on, but do you understand the dissonance that just happened on that stage over the morning? So, let's talk about the end goal, an end goal that's fair, that's sustainable, and then let's posture and enjoy whatever the organizers have to offer us.
Thank you so much. That's why I tricked Emil to close this discussion. Thank you all for taking part of this panel. Thank you, Emil.
Thank you.
Yes, I will be here. Μπορώ να έχω λίγο νεράκι εγώ.
Το κάνουν εμένα. Ναι, δεν πειράζει. Δεν κάνουν εμένα, δεν ξέρουν ποιος είναι καλή. Λοιπόν,
I will block. I'm sorry, I should have sent it. I think the 10th works.
Ναι. Αν θα θέλατε παρακαλώ πολύ να καθίσετε.
Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much.
In English. Good afternoon, you all. Thank you so much for being here with us in Athens today. And I think our discussion is going to go a little bit forward, a step forward of what we heard in the last panel about the new architecture in the Middle East, in the Eastern Mediterranean. I want to welcome Grégoire Rouge, Director for Europe, Asia and Eurasia in the Chatham House. Thank you for being here. Yoel Kuzansky, Senior Fellow in the Institute of National Security Studies in Israel. Thank you for being here. Faisal Abbas, Editor-in-Chief of the Arab News. Thank you, Faisal, for being here. Mustafa Aydin, President in the International Relations Council in Turkey. Thank you. And Sotiris Roussos, Professor of International Relations in the University of Peloponnese in Greece. We are going to discuss today about the Abraham Accords' new era after the Sharm el-Sheikh summit. And I want to place my first question, and I want your input, all of you, to answer this first question, because I think it's the core question of what we are going to discuss today. And my question is, does the Sharm el-Sheikh outcome mark the consolidation of the Abraham Accords or the beginning of a more fragmented regional phase? And I want to ask you first. I want to begin with you, Faisal. And also, you have been there. You have been in when the events happened, so I think your input will be very important today for us.
Well, thank you, Udine. Thank you, Simeon. It's been a fantastic day. I hope we can add a little bit of more insight through this panel. I certainly enjoyed and learned a lot from the previous panels. My name is Faisal Abbas. I'm from a country called Saudi Arabia. I'm the editor-in-chief of Arab News, which was established in 1975 as a private newspaper to be Saudi Arabia's English language newspaper. As we celebrate our 50th anniversary this year, I have a small announcement, if I may. We are now in 50 languages, and on that occasion, I would like to say Kalimera, Tora, Milami, Elinka. If you go now to arabnews.com, you will see a little globe. You can read our content in Greek and 49 other languages, which is, I think, very important because all we have been talking about since the afternoon is the region. It is also available in Hebrew and Turkish for my colleagues on the panel. You ask a very important question about where do we go with the Abraham Accord after the Sharm el-Sheikh. Allow me to be a little bit controversial, but proactive and constructive. I think for this to work, we need to change the name. We should call it the Trump Treaties, not the Abraham Accords. For a few, apart from the obvious one, there are a few reasons. The first reason is, as our former intelligence chief, Prince Turki al-Faisal, eloquently said, Abraham, may peace be upon him, is a very dignified prophet and should be above what essentially is a land dispute. The more we drag ourselves into framing the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as a religious one, the more we are going to be further away from solving it. Because as one of the speakers said in an earlier session, the moment you invoke or involve God in a conflict, then it's an endless war. It is a land dispute. Israel is occupying Palestinian land as per the United Nations laws. The sooner we go back to that, the easier the resolution. So this is why I think calling it the Trump Treaties instead of the Abraham Accord works better. The second point is the obvious thing. It's if there's any person in the world today, as we have seen, that has the leverage over Israel and good relations with the Arab countries, it's President Trump. Let us not forget that almost the exact same deal that was agreed in Sharm el-Sheikh had been negotiated before by the Qataris and the Egyptians, and under the Biden administration, it couldn't be delivered. It takes a personality like Trump, and I am very cautious about the criticisms and the way he is perceived and what has been talked here, that this is not actually a plan, this is a menu. Let's look at it from a very simple metric. Is the situation today better than it was 6 months ago or not? The answer is yes. So I will be positive, although my job as a journalist is to be pessimistic, but I will be positive and I will say it has been a dramatic improvement. It is not far from being perfect, Peacemaking has never been easy. It's a lot easier to go to war. Now, the fourth element here, you've mentioned that I was in the room. Yes, I was there during the Crown Prince visit to the United States with them in the Oval Office. There's a lot of elements here that needs to be, and your question is it going to be fragmented or combined? Personally, I think we need to kind of unpack that and look at it from what my honorable colleague Amro Moussa, His Excellency Amro Moussa said earlier. The key player here is Saudi Arabia. I don't say this as just a patriotic Saudi, but history and geography and religion and economy plays a role. This is the custodians of the two holy mosques, as in the most important country in the Muslim world. It is the key player in the energy market, and it has sway over the other Arab and Muslim countries. Despite the very good relationship with the U.S. Leadership, the U.S. understands, and President Trump has said it when he came to Riyadh, that he would like Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords, but he will leave it to their own pace and their own terms. And I don't think the terms that Saudi Arabia are asking for are unreasonable. What they're saying is we cannot solve it by the thing that has caused the problem to start with. Let us, and I know this audience is probably sophisticated and educated and knowledgeable enough, but there's a lot of people who don't know this. The problem that we have with Israel is not ideological. It's not because we are Muslim and they are Jewish. The problem is a matter of illegal occupation of lands, irrelevant of the ethnicity or the religion of the occupier or the occupied. So you cannot have a deal when... Having said that, the Saudi have laid out their terms, which is a recognition of a Palestinian state, 1967 borders, and East Jerusalem as its capital. Now, what the Palestinians agree, once they have a leadership with the Israelis, we will not be more Palestinian than the Palestinians. As long as the Palestinians are happy and satisfied, and there is a sustainable peace, because let's not forget, in the words of the Crown Prince himself, a few years ago, he said, we see the region as the new Europe. We would like it to be integrated. We are part of IMAC. All of these great ideas, grand ideas of collaboration, peace and prosperity are being held hostage by this conflict. Last point I want to say on that point, which is very relevant, because I heard His Excellency the President speak this morning, and he very rightly described the historical relationship Greece enjoys with Israel and called them a strategic ally. Saudi Arabia is also a strategic ally of Greece, as signed by the Prime Minister. There's a strategic council between the two countries. And Saudi Arabia is working closely with Greece on a number of points. I think it was around 3 years, and I note His Excellency Alexis, who was ambassador of Greece to Saudi Arabia, and under his very hard work and dedication, the relationship has been elevated to the strategic level, which is a win-win situation for Saudi Arabia, for Greece, for the Mediterranean, for Europe, and for Asia. The plan, according to the Crown Prince, is to provide Greece with a game changer and an advantage, whereby Greece will be the point of entry of Saudi power to the rest of Europe, to supply Europe with cheaper energy, to supply Europe with technology. And Greece is helping us. Vision 2030, by the way, which is the blueprint of the reforms that we are living in Saudi Arabia, by default is an outwards facing plan. We need international partners to help with us. Now, given what the President has said earlier, and it might have slipped his mind to also mention that Saudi Arabia is a strategic ally, but perhaps Greece can be a very important, given the close relationship and trust that it has with Israel. Maybe, just maybe, it can help convince the Israeli government that the two-state solution is the best guarantee of its safety, is the recipe for success in the region. I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised, I have to say, by one of my former colleagues here, who cited a study that said 70% of Israelis support a demilitarized Palestinian state. I have not seen the study myself. I'm yet to find her after the speak, and I would love to read it, because all of the studies that I have seen show the opposite, show that the Israeli public is very much opposed to a two-state solution and a Palestinian state. I hope the latter is wrong and the first is right. All our bets now are on the Israeli public to vote in a government or a prime minister that is able to deliver peace so that we can all thrive together.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ross, are we getting closer to strong cooperation, peaceful cooperation, a new era in the Middle East?
Yes, we'll see the new Jerusalem on the horizon. We all wish for that. I think the reality stands in the middle, and we're seeing a significant geopolitical shift, not just in the region, but globally, and the region offers a very interesting insights laboratory into that kind of shift. At the same time, fragmentation is accelerating. It's a pity Minister Moussa left, because one thing that we have seen is that Egypt is one of the new leaders in the region, and without the leadership of President Sisi, of Qatar, nothing would have happened as far as the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is concerned. Another aspect of it is that it's clear now, we of course see that now on the Ukrainian front, but before then in the Middle East, that the US toolbox has changed significantly. And we've moved from diplomatic channels to a kind of culture in which deals and the market trump everything else. And in a region where personal bonds, trust, friendship, family matter so much, the US does have a competitive advantage that, let's say, the Europeans don't have. That's the first aspect. Egypt, Qatar, and a new US toolbox that for now is delivering. Now, if we really go beyond the figures, big, beautiful, quote-unquote figures, very impressive, but what will be interesting is to see whether we get to see the money on the table at some point. And there is significant doubt as to the local populations will get to see the money. So the real bottom line question is, what comes next? We have seen the plan between your country, Saudi Arabia, and President Macron in terms of reconstruction in Gaza. There have been lots of back and forth between countries in the region and Muslim countries outside the region, Indonesia in particular, as to who would support police forces in Gaza. And in this regard, the European Union, that seems to have disappeared from the map entirely, has a significant, I'd say, competitive advantage, because it does have the resources, it does have the forces, police forces, to come up with tools of its own. The last aspect, I wouldn't want to hijack the conversation, is definitely that Europe is nowhere to be seen and even heard. Mostly because of what I've said, you have new actors that have managed, and particularly Qatar and of course the US, to play with the new tools of the days. The Europeans until now had mostly focused on, and that's why they completely missed in a way the logic of the Abraham Accords. They were focused on conditional normalization. In other words, you recognize the state of Palestine, you recognize the state of Israel, and then we'll talk about all the rest. It's not the trend anymore these days. They are gigantic in your country, but across the region, economic pressure to deliver for the people. There is a strong reformist agenda in many countries. In Egypt, in Saudi Arabia, the priority is growth. And so economic cooperation, strategic partnerships will actually not wait for normalization to happen. The last point, and I really stop there, the mistake that the Europeans have made is that they thought that because they were the first donors, around 1 billion to 2 billion per year, local populations would be grateful. Even when people, and perhaps especially when people have nothing, charity is not enough. There is such a thing as pride. I think there has been a kind of psychological misunderstanding and a very bureaucratic approach to geopolitics as far as the EU is concerned in the region?
Thank you so much. Mr. Aydin, and I want for you also to put the perspective of Turkey. Turkey is playing a strategic role in the region, its relations with Syria. So are you optimistic about the new era, or not so new?
Well, I'm never optimistic. You cannot accuse me of that. But in this room, I haven't been able to see anybody who has been optimistic. So I feel a little bit better about myself now. But let me start looking from a bigger picture. This is the third time that the United States is trying to reorder the Middle East since the end of the Cold War. The record is dismal. You know, they have not been able to make headways. The first time they tried was immediately in the post-Cold War era. They tried to reshape everything, domestic politics, how the countries were run, how the economies were run, how the relationship between the countries should be, and etc. It ended in 9/11 and occupation of Iraq. Right? That ended the first trial of reordering the Middle East, so forgetting the Middle East, focusing in different regions. The second time they tried was the first Trump period, where he came up with ideas, half-backed, to admit, but Abraham Accords, then other initiatives beefed it up. But there was no talk of reshaping the countries in the region, reshaping the economy. The aim was narrowed, just achieving a political stability, maybe a normalization of Israel's relations with neighbors, and getting rid of Middle East finally, and making the United States free to focus China. And that also failed in October 7 with the attacks and what happened later on. Now, this is the third time. The same guy, Trump, is trying, this time even smaller or narrower aims. There is no even an aim of creating a stable order or stable security structure for the Middle East. The only aim currently, it seems, to stop killing, which everybody agreed, and normalize Israel's relations with its neighbors. Or, much better put, normalize the current environment in the region, which is actually totally unstable and unsustainable. And if we are looking at the three different United States, the first one had much more legitimacy, much more willingness from the regional countries to work with. It didn't work. The second United States had much more a comprehension and much planned and more beef behind it. It didn't work. This time we are trying a kind of a chaotic program. It's not a plan. It's wishful thinking, number of them, actually 28 of them. And it doesn't present a coherent whole. We don't know where are we going to go from here, as previous panel already mentioned and already made abandoned. There are so many conflicting images within the program or within the Sharm el-Sheikh results. And I have a very much doubt that anybody, including the United States, but definitely the regional countries and including Turkey, did believe in what they were doing in Sharm el-Sheikh. It was like a theater game. The conflicting parties were not there. They were represented by proxies. And it looked like a religious marriage ceremony where the groom and bride is not there and they are represented by their proxies. And it's doomed to failure, I think, anyway. Since then, we have been moving along, but despite the fact that Trump argues we are already on the second level, we are not yet there, no second stage at the moment. Even the first stage is dubious whether it's completed or not, because again, as already mentioned, the killings has not totally stopped.
In Gaza, yes.
In Gaza, and everywhere else in the region is more kept to be chaotic. Looking beyond the Sharm el-Sheikh, obviously, needs to be included other problems and other issues in the region. It is very narrow, as I said, which allows it to be maybe move along towards, at least on the Palestinian issue. That's the hope. However, Middle Eastern problems are not only the Palestinian problem. The Palestine is one of the fundamental problems, as everybody agrees, but Middle East has several other problems, and Sharm el-Sheikh has nothing to do with them. Looking from Turkey, the region is even more chaotic than it was before. Finally, for the first time since 1979, we have Iran on its back side, moving back in its proxies and etc. It's kind of isolated, and it gives hope. Maybe we can achieve something in the region, but it also destroys the balances, regional balances. When you take out one of the powerful countries or balancing countries in the region out, like Iran, then it allows other actors suddenly to emerge. One of which is Turkey, obviously, but Israel has never been this powerful, let me put it in that way, not in military terms, but in political terms and even in economic terms, more influential, which is not bad in itself. But then you have other ambitious actors like Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates is emerging, which all creates new frictions, because when the regional balances change, it always creates frictions. Just 2 weeks ago, Turkey and United Arab Emirates again found themselves in the opposite sides in Sudan. And after Libya, now it's Sudan, even though we don't admit that we are on the opposite sides. It's becoming like a joke. Last week, there was a case, Turkish police raided an office, arrested a number of people. There was a press release by the judge saying that these are the UAV agents working for Israel. Then half an hour later, they withdraw this statement. Then there was another statement 2 hours later saying that this has nothing to do with UAV or Israel. So this is how the Middle Eastern politics nowadays is running. It's nothing normal, and nothing feels normal, and I don't see a possibility of any normality and normalization coming to the region soon.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kuzansky, do you have the same feeling that we are going towards a more fragmented phase?
Yes, I will have to be as pessimistic as some of my friends, maybe a different angle. First, I want to thank you, Simone, for inviting me here. I want to say a few things about the Abraham Accords. I'm writing a book about it, but first I want to comment on some of the things that I've heard. On Turkey and the Abraham Accords, I want to remind everyone, and we are celebrating 5 years to the Abraham Accords. I want to remind everyone that Turkey went against the Abraham Accords. Erdogan himself was very harshly attacking the Emiratis and others of signing peace treaties with Israel. About the EU, I totally agree with my colleague here. It seems so shameful that the EU can play a much bigger part in Gaza and elsewhere, in the Middle East as a whole, the Red Sea, you name it. And unfortunately, it seems, and I agree, that they're going to miss another opportunity to miss an opportunity, and that's a shame. With Faisal, I agree on Trump. Trump, in many ways, is a good thing that happened. Trump being re-elected. I felt very positive when he was re-elected in November. I rushed and wrote an op-ed saying how wonderful it is for normalization. And my claim was it's good because he has a lot of leverage, both on Israel, on Netanyahu especially. Bibi find it very hard to say no to Trump. when he says no. And he has a lot of leverage on Arab leaders as well, and good relations with both Mohammed bin Salman, especially, the leader of perhaps the most important Arab country, and with Mohammed bin Zayed as well, and maybe Sheikh Tamim and other Arab leaders. So I thought it's good. Maybe I was premature, but hopefully things will get better. I disagree with Faisal on the term the Abraham Accords. I actually like the term Abraham Accords, and I'll tell you why. I think the Abraham Accords, if I look back 5 years, it's quite a miracle. If I would sit here 5 years ago and tell you, dear audience, that we're gonna pass 2 years of a very bloody war, and the accords will still be there, and the old peace treaties that Israel has with Egypt and Jordan, everything is intact, everybody will say no, it couldn't happen. And it did happen. Arab countries did cool their relations with Israel, but none, not the old peace countries, Egypt and Jordan, and the new normalization countries, Morocco, UAE, and Bahrain, none of them walked away from the agreements. I'll tell you more than that. 2024 was a peak year in security cooperation. During the war, the most devastating war perhaps since 1948 between us and the Palestinians, security cooperation quietly has peaked. And you can see even the numbers we just released recently, Israeli Statistics Bureau, because they have to release at least some of them, Israeli relations with the UAE and Morocco and arms deals that were signed and delivered was on record high. How can you explain that? This is amazing. On the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, I don't think it was the turning point, at least not a turning point that I hoped for. Yes, on paper, the 20 points, or the 21 points that Trump put on the table is very positive. They talk about a path to a Palestinian state. They also talk about disarming Hamas. Two things that I hope would happen, but it's very hard to implement. So on paper, the theory is very good. Implementation is another story. I don't think the war is over, unfortunately. It entered a new phase. It has a few challenges, and I want to speak very briefly about the challenges. Listening to some of the speakers before, it seems that only Israel is to blame about the situation. It was very biased. And as an Israeli, I have to respond to that. We need two to tango. Not just the Palestinian leadership, hopefully a new one, but also Arab state to get into the game. Many Arab states are still sitting on the fence. It is not clear if and how they will contribute to the ISF, to the stabilization force, and to the rebuilding of Gaza. On ISF, among other things, its mandate is not clear. Some see it as a policing force, others see it, mainly probably in Israel, maybe in the US or other places, as a force that can disarm Hamas. The elephant in the room, I think at least one elephant in the room, is still Hamas disarmament. Who will disarm Hamas? I think Hamas is aiming for the Hezbollah model, meaning working behind the curtain, behind the scenes, and keeping their weapon. And I'm afraid of this in this scenario. One last point. You rightly mentioned the difference and the changes in the balance of power after the 12-day war between Israel and Iran. And I thought so after the conflict, that there is a real change in the balance of power. I'm also a political scientist. I think it was premature, this thing. I don't think it's fundamentally changed in the region. One of the reasons that is that Iran is working very hard to reestablish itself, its proxies. One of the reasons that Israel is striking Syria, parts of Syria, is because Iran is continued transferring munition, very advanced munition, to Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is trying to build itself again, as Hamas is building itself again. And the Houthis are building themselves again. And Iran is building its missile force again with the help of China and Russia. And perhaps nuclear as well. So the balance of power is changing. One of the aspects of that, a result of that, is also the rise of Turkey, which many in Israel, right or left, it doesn't matter, there's a consensus in that Turkey is becoming a threat to Israel, very near to Iran, maybe second, only second to Iran. Israel is also worried about the role that Turkey and Qatar are trying to get in Gaza. And I'll tell you why, because their aim, their goal, and they don't hide it, is to save Hamas politically, but not just politically. Erdogan himself, and I quote, called Hamas, and I quote, legitimate freedom fighters. It's very hard for Israel to work with that, and I think this is part of the reason that the Israeli government, and it will also be, even a new government will resist that and go against it, against any role Turkey would like to play in Gaza. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, Professor Roussos, you heard what is your perspective?
I'll put two questions. Not in the panel, but just to think about.
Okay.
Did Abraham Accords make actually Middle East safer, more secure? And let's answer it. I mean, I think that October 7 attack and the subsequent war makes it easy for us. It didn't. It didn't make it safer. Second, how can they make safe? Can they, in the future, in the near future, make it safer? And under what conditions, in a way? I think one of the weakest points of the Abraham Accords is that they believe that they could bypass the Palestinian issue. They could have an accord for peace, thinking that the Palestinian issue is just a small irritant in the negotiations. That is a small issue that you can bypass, and nobody is going to pay any attention to that. That is a frozen conflict, which is not, actually. Which is not. October the 7th makes it very, very clear. It's there, and it can actually destabilize the region. Second, and I would say that, okay, so we have to start thinking about solving the Middle East, the Palestinian issue, and if we would like to solve the Palestinian issue, and we would like to have actually somebody who can marginalize Hamas, then we have to have a secular leader, and we have to have a secular leader who is popular. So Israel can help a lot by actually freeing Marwan Barghouti, which is a secular, very popular leader who can actually unify the Palestinian groups and actually marginalize Hamas. I think this is a very good move from a part of Israel in order to help the Palestinian part to have a negotiator, a popular negotiator, a negotiator with a mandate, a true mandate, a clear mandate, in order to negotiate. And of course, to marginalize Hamas. Hamas cannot be marginalized by weapons or by giving up the arms, because it's a social movement. You have to admit that. It's not a terrorist organization. it's a popular movement. It has grassroots, and it has terrorist methods, but it's a popular movement with terrorist methods, yes. But it's another thing. So if you would like to marginalize Hamas, if you would like to make Hamas irrelevant, you have to have Marwan Barghouti out of the prison. Now, the second issue is Iran, which is the elephant. I admit that Iran is the elephant in the room. That's why Egypt went mediating just a few months ago on the nuclear issue on Iran, because they understood that, and they still understand, because it's a big power, it's a very experienced power in the region, that this is the key for the real peace. And they understand that if we have a conclusion of an agreement with Iran on the nuclear issue and on the regional issue, because this is a package, actually, deal. It's a package deal. Even the Iranians accepted that it's not one deal. It's a package deal. It's regional issues plus the nuclear issue. If we have such an agreement, then we can have a much better environment for peace in the Middle East. And also, what we have now is a lot of talk in Israel and also in American Jewish think tanks that they are talking about regime change in Iran as the only way to have Iran out of the game, which is disastrous. If you go even if you go to the, let's say, the worst enemies of Iran around the Gulf, if you say that we are going to do a regime change in Iran, they will look at you frantic. They will go mad. They understood what this means, that this means total destabilization of the region. Now, we have the third point. The third point is that Israel now transformed their neighbor's borderland into a ring of buffer zones. And this is destabilizing the whole region. It created South Lebanon into a buffer zone. Now we have 669 airstrikes in the last year on Lebanon, without having even one attack inside Israel by Hezbollah or other operator. And we have a lot of strikes on Syria without having any attack by any operative in Syria or group or whatever. And also we have what is happening in the West Bank, which is again the creation of a buffer zone, pressurizing a lot Jordan. Because if you have what is now happening in the West Bank, with all this pogrom against the Palestinians, and you are pressurized Palestinians there, then you show the way. Go to Jordan, destabilize Jordan. If the Palestinians go to Jordan, this is the well-known right-wing slogan in Israel, Jordan is the Palestinian state. So this is also, this new buffer zone in the West Bank is pressurizing Jordan. And what is happening now with the yellow line in Gaza is pressuring Egypt with the same way. Also these days of these stories about drones going to and giving arms from Egypt to Gaza and things like that. So I think that this, let's say, ring of buffer zones is a very, very destabilizing policy, very destabilizing strategy, and I think this also destabilizing any prospect for real peace in the Middle East, with or without the Abraham Accords. Last, it's why the Americans, at least, why the Americans wanted to have Abraham Accords, to have peace in the Middle East. Okay, but why to have peace in the Middle East? Because they would like to reduce their forces in the Middle East and transfer it to what they believe is the core of their world antagonism, which is China. Is this happening? Not very much. But what we have now in the Middle East, and it's also affecting, if you say, the Abraham Accords and how let's say, helpful is Abraham Accords, is the maneuvering of other powers, like India and China. And there you can find a lot of interesting things. First of all, that India, for example, nowadays is approaching Iran in order to have the so-called Afghanistan corridor. Now we have very close relations between Afghanistan and Iran because they give them a lot of services in their ports, and this also is connected to India because India is also having very good relations, and now Afghanistan is trying to detach a little bit itself from Pakistan. So we have this maneuvering. These are the 4 points, to my view, that have to do with the Abraham Accords and whether this Abraham Accord can bring the peace to the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, Faisal, Mr. Kuzansky talked about the peace accords with Egypt and Jordan that Israel had, and that this didn't get affected by the war between the Israelis and Palestinians. Do you think that a major Israeli-Palestinian escalation could be problematic for the Abraham Accords, and would it take for the Saudi Arabia to be formally involved in this accord?
It's a very good question, and look, this is a very interesting academic debate, and in academic debate you have to look at the evidence. First of all, none of the countries that have signed the Abraham Accords have direct borders with Israel, nor did they were actively in war with them. The evidence also suggests that embracing Israel, because you have 2 schools of thought. One is the boycott of Israel, stop any form of communication with them to force them to recognize Palestine. And then you have the other school of thought, which is let's embrace Israel. Hopefully the Abraham Accord will encourage them to think that not all the Arab world wants to throw them in the sea, and etc. However, neither have proved to help the Palestinians, which is the core problem here. So, you know, while the Abraham Accords, as Joel has said, none of the countries have cut off their ties with Israel, the situation hasn't improved for Palestinians, and that is the issue that we should focus on, because what we don't want to be sitting here 5 years from now with another October 7 or another massacre or another genocide that could happen if we don't solve it now. There is a golden opportunity to resolve this now, despite all the atrocities that has happened, despite all the civilians that have died on both sides. Naturally, on the Palestinian sides, they were more, but there is now a window. It's an imperfect plan, but having an imperfect plan is better than not having a plan. Now, a few things about Israel. It is remarkable how Israel started and how it has become today. They also had a golden opportunity to transform the great military might that they have. There is no question from an intelligence point of view what they've done with the pagers, what they've done in Iran. They have superiority in those fields. There is no question. Where they have absolutely missed an opportunity and have no clue is how to turn this victory into a political win. And they could have easily done that in the last 2 years if they had just stopped at one point and decided. Now, I am aware of the internal Israeli politics. I am aware of the type of ministers that serve in the current government. It's very hard to implement what I'm saying, which is reasonable and logical and proactive and peaceful, when you have a minister that says, we want to nuke, throw a nuclear bomb on Gaza, or that we are treating Palestinians as human animals, or that there is no such thing as Palestine, or etc. I understand how difficult it is to implement it. But the reality is, there was a very interesting piece in Time magazine about 3 weeks ago, which revealed from an internal source a conversation between Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, whereby Donald Trump very candidly told PM Netanyahu that, we were standing with you, but now you are against the whole world. And Israel is against the whole world because of the actions of the current Israeli government. You know, I was just in Washington for the first time, and I've had conversations with people from the Republicans and from the Democrats side. This is the first time I ever go in America, and I hear American politicians doubting the benefit of the relationship with Israel. One politician was telling me, you know, the MOU for the military aid of Israel expires in 2027. That's 38 billion that's underlined. Why would we be giving 38 billion to a country that's bombing our ally, referring to what happened on 9 September when Israel bombed Qatar, which hosts the biggest military base. I know they were targeting Hamas at the point, but what I'm saying is Israel genuinely needs a revision of its politics, and I do believe it needs a prime minister who is courageous enough to make peace.
Okay, we have 7 minutes and 20 seconds, and I want all of you to be very quick in your responses. And now, Mr. Ross, you said multiple times about the EU. Do you think in this region now, as it is, and with the Ukrainian war, that EU can put pressure in any of the actors there, in any of the protagonists in the Middle East? Do you really believe that can happen?
You know, it's really interesting to see the parallels between what's going on in the region and Ukraine on the geopolitical side. The European Union is the largest trading partner of Israel, 30%. The EU has never leveraged that in a way or another. So I think, to answer your question in one answer, yes, it can, but it won't, because it has no intention of doing so, because there's fragmentation within the Union. And as you can imagine, the Israeli-Palestinian issue is very much very contentious in domestic politics, and it requires political leadership. I don't think we have that at the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Aydin, well, the matter of Turkey has gone up and again in this discussion, and Mr. Kuzansky put it very candidly about the relations between Israel and Turkey and what it means, the involvement of Turkey in the Middle East for Israel. So what is your take out of that?
Well, this rhetoric of Turkey being a threat to Israel is just that is. It is a rhetoric that's coming from Israel, and now it's having an effect in Turkey also as a kind of a counter rhetoric. Let's see what happened in last few years. Before October 7, obviously, the two countries were trying to patch up. Galib already summarized, so I don't need to go over it. After October 7, Turkey and President Erdogan became one of the most vocal critics of Netanyahu government, not Israel, but the Netanyahu government. And he keeps up it, and he still does that. However, we have not withdrawn our ambassador from Israel. We have not sent Israeli ambassador back. We have not stopped trade with Israel. We have not stopped Azerbaijani oil reaching to Israel. And whether Israel likes it or not, it was Turkey's last-minute intervention with Hamas that bring the agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh. It was said by Trump and several times. So if you don't like that kind of an agreement, then okay, Turkey's connection with Hamas is not justified. But if you want Hamas to agree on something and move along this line, you need actors that can talk to Hamas as well, whether it's considered it as a terrorist organization or not. And having said all this, it's not only Hamas and it's not only Gaza. When Israel started describing, or at least powerful names in Israel start to describing Turkey as a threat, then it becomes, they start to adopt policies trying to counter that threat, which then becomes real threat to Turkey, right? Like in Syria. Again, in the previous panel, it was already mentioned that Israel's vision for Syria is totally different than Turkey's vision for Syria. And the question is what kind of a Syria that we all like to see, regardless whether you are Israeli or Turkish. Do we want a stable, unified Syria to be helping to the regional stability and peace? Or do we want a Syria which is going to be fighting with each other for next 20 years and instabilizing the regional politics as well? So that's the choice between. But now in Turkey also, the idea that Israel becoming a threat to Turkey is being taken very seriously, and people started to talking it just because everybody keep asking it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Kuzansky, do you think that the Abraham Accords and the Arab-Israeli relations can work it out with this government in Israel? And without having the Palestinian issue as a protagonist in this situation?
We Israelis, Arabs, the rest of the world, we need to give the Palestinians an horizon. We also need to give the Israelis an horizon. After October 7th, and nobody talked about the Israeli point of view, and I have to represent it even a little bit. After October 7th, only few Israelis trust the other side, being the Palestinians. After the atrocities, and I have people who murdered, and I know people, it's very hard. It will take time, I guess, both for Palestinians and Israelis. Maybe a new government in Israel that will speak differently, will speak the language of peace. I hope so. I didn't elect and support this government, nor I support its minister. I think it's the worst government that me as an Israeli citizen, and I'm not talking about policy, and I'm not talking about high diplomacy, and as an Israeli citizen, it's the worst government we ever had. So I wish this government will go away. Will a new government solve Gaza? Exactly. If we have tomorrow morning a new government in Israel that will speak differently, they will say two-state solution and mean it. It will disarm Hamas, it will disarm Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iraq militias, it will solve the problems of the Middle East. Unfortunately not. We don't have time, so I'll give you only one sentence before I go. I think Amr Moussa talked about his support for elections in the Palestinian Authority. Do you know what will happen if tomorrow morning we have elections in the West Bank? Hamas will take it.
Even if Israel lets Marwan Barghouti out of the prison, even then you think that Hamas will win it?
He has a lot of Israeli blood and Jewish blood on his hands. I don't know. This is it's something that I didn't think about.
Because it's a question that comes up a lot.
Yeah, well, I don't have an answer for that. Can he also unite the Palestinians in Gaza under his rule? There's a big question. There's a big transformation. Just listen to the Emiratis, what they say about the PA and the reform, the deep reform that they need. So it's not just the leadership. And I totally agree. Mahmoud Abbas, Abu Mazen is the worst. We need a new blood in the PA, but also a deep reform. Look about the textbooks. Anti-Semite, they talk about killing Jews. They don't mention the state of Israel at all. And they still pay the families of the terrorists that is killing Jews and Israelis. So these are deep problems. It's not just the leadership.
Okay. Professor Roussos, you have 1.5
minutes.
Yes.
Dedicated to Greece then.
Yes.
Dedicated to the Greek role.
What do you believe that the role can Greece play in the region?
Well, Greece could play a lot of roles in the region, and I would count them. But I would say that I haven't seen such an inaction and timidity in a government in Greece towards the Middle East in the 30 years that I'm studying the Middle East. And I know that this is very, very, let's say, hard to say, but I cannot but say it. Now, what can we do? First, we should have taken a big initiative during the war in the European Union for the EU programs on the injured and sick children of Gaza. We didn't do that. We should do that. We should have done that. Second, we should have not finished all the initiatives that we have for religious dialogue in the Middle East that we have for 3 years, and we finished them. Now we don't have anything. We have no channels. Third, we have not. We have actually forgotten all channels that we have built throughout 30 years. We are very fortunate that we have the Egyptians, that they are good friends of us, and they can help us in rebuilding channels, but now we're completely alone in the Middle East. Completely alone. A country that has channels everywhere in the Middle East now is completely alone, apart from the Egyptians. So these are the areas that we can do things. I think that we still have an opportunity to do things. Now what is happening in Gaza, there's still time to take initiatives on Gaza. We can discuss them. We can discuss them with other countries, Egypt, and other countries in the region, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. Now we have a much closer cooperation, and we can have quite meaningful ways of playing a role. This is the way, is to become relevant in a region. And now, unfortunately, at least to my view, we are becoming irrelevant to the big issues in the region.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Και τώρα θα ήθελα να καλέσω τον...
And now let me call upon Simeon Tsomokos and my colleague Grigoris Giovaras with an all-around discussion with the head of the main opposition party, Nikos Androulakis.
Actually, it is the next in conversation will be conducted in Greek language, and I would like to sincerely thank and welcome the president of PASOK and the leader of the opposition, Mr. Androulakis, who is here with us. Κύριε Πρόεδρε, σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Μου ζήτησε η εκτελεστική...
We warmly thank you, President. I have been asked by the Executive Committee of this conference to welcome you. I would like to warmly thank you. It is a great honor to have you here. So, having said this, I will pass the relay to the experienced moderator, Mr. Grigoris Giovaras, who is the political editor. So during this critical period, the key questions and the main concerns focus around the role of Greece amidst this Middle East developments.
Ένα επίπεδο, οπότε μπορείτε άνετα να εκφράσετε τις απόψεις σας.
Εξαιρετική παρέα εδώ βλέπω.
Well, this is indeed a distinguished meeting, says Mr. Androulakis. So, question. In quest of a new architecture in the Middle East and the Abraham Accords, do they herald a new landmark in this area, and especially after the Sharm el-Sheikh summit? So I'm referring to both Israelis and the Palestinians alike. Would it be possible for our children and not only us, our current generation, to see something changing? Well, first of all, it is, of course, undoubtedly a positive development that the massacre in Gaza has stopped. I am somehow optimistic about an outcome, but in order to have a positive outcome, what it would require is to have top-notch personalities in order to create this necessary, let's say, environment in order for the operational implementation of the United Nations Security Council resolutions and in order for the peace accords to be fully implemented. Unfortunately, I do not see that happening based on the conventions and so on. Yes, allow me to use the term one-man show on behalf of President Trump. So this is an unconventional pathway vis-à-vis the rules of diplomacy. And so far, a solution as regards the Middle East problems has not been seen, at least not based on the conventional diplomacy pathways. So perhaps this approach on behalf of President Trump, could it be constructive? Well, you are referring to the United States of America. On the contrary, I have been referring to the leaderships of the Palestinians and Israel. To put it bluntly, for as long as we have Netanyahu as a leader, we can only be moderately optimistic. I met somebody from a political figure from this area during the let's say, socialist summit a while ago. And indeed, the solution will be in place only when there are two states in place. But for as long as we have Netanyahu in leadership, I am not optimistic. Question, but what is it that will make the difference now? In Israel, in the past, there were leaderships inclined to this approach. Answer, yes, indeed, with Yitzhak Rabin, there were important steps forward. I believe that leaderships and personalities from both sides will play the critical role, regardless of the political volition and the overall, let's say, environment. This is something that I have discussed with people from Israel, people from the Palestinian Authority, the mayor of Bethlehem, and so on. As is, I have not, let's say, identified the leaders, the personalities that will be fruitfully engaged in such a constructive dialogue to put into fruition the United Nations Council resolutions. Now, as regards Trump, we have seen what he has done, and unfortunately, Europe has been unprepared. So, Trump, from the beginning, has proven that his approach and his mentality is about diplomacy and let's say, doing business model, and this prevails over international law. But this is not something that suits Europe or Greece, for that matter, because we always put international law first. So both the European Union, Europe, and Greece would have to wait and see during the Trump administration until it is completed. So Rwanda-Congo agreements and the Caucasus agreement, I hold my reservations for that matter as well. And it is not so easy, it is not so optimistic if one were indeed on the field as regards those countries. This type of diplomacy will not bring about any results. However, in very recently, we see that there have been discussions between Trump's envoy in Ankara, who is the ambassador in Turkey, and engaging in talks referring to the Ottoman Empire. So you see unorthodox choices making no reference to international law. Well, Mr. Giovaras, if you want us to discuss the Greek-Turkish relations now. No, please, let's focus on that, and later on we can discuss about the bilateral relations. Well, the protection of our country, protection of the rights of our people, and everything has to do with the European family. Well, one would say, is the European family ready? Maybe not, because there is no army in place, no common security, common foreign policy. However, in order for such a reality to become tangible, bold initiatives have to be taken. The tragedy in Ukraine triggered this debate. Did we handle things properly, taking, let's say, advantage, quote unquote, of the experiences of the European people? So there were some violations of the airspace, very few in numbers, and then this debate was triggered. We have had hundreds and thousands of violations for years, and nothing has happened. Another issue, exporting military equipment to third countries. So is it possible to have one country which is undermining Europe, but still it can be a partner at the level of military equipment? So this is not possible. So you need to put this discussion on bilateral levels as well. During my first tenure at the level of the External Affairs Committee, we would discuss Brexit. And already we have had Russia's intervention in the Crimea. So back then, Europe had already lost the momentum. So we had agreed that a major, let's say, external danger would make things escalate. So although before us there was this risk, we only made timid steps. Nothing had happened, not even by Madame Callas. We are good friends. I have esteem for Madame Callas, but here what it takes gravity. So somebody has to be, let's say, dynamic and more operational. So if in the past one would say that there would be advocates for Ukraine entering NATO, then one wouldn't believe it, but it has happened. So we have seen, for example, now that the situation has changed also in Germany. 200 billion euros to be channeled in military equipment and rearmaments and so on. Well, as you said before, this is a key parameter, but even as regards the SAFE program and initiative, this involves each country's armaments separately. Yes, but it has to be, let's say, on a mutual platform, because this is the way that we joined the forces in the past as well. I was the rapporteur back then, alongside with Christos Ilianidis, who was the commissioner, to join our forces, because back then the federal states of Germany would say that we'd have that and we don't need it. And then there was a freeze in negotiations, but then it was reignited, reinitiated during the Portuguese presidency. So I believe that you need to have personalities with a vision at the national level, but European level as well. In France, there is a big debate. I believe that my colleague of mine has very far-fetched opinions. So there are also other personalities in France from the right, for example. But you have to follow the path of solidarity, putting as a priority security and safety for the people in order to revamp Europe and restore its lost splendor. Would you say that we have avoided Turkey participating in SAFE? Well, thank you for this question. I'm afraid that here there is a misunderstanding, an illusion. as regards the 35% percentage, any Turkish company can participate it. Full membership means up to 65%. So from the beginning, I was very clear-cut, no preconditions, as the Prime Minister put it, because from a national perspective, from a political perspective, I believe that Turkey has nothing to do with the new European defense architecture. Second point, if Turkish companies can participate at the level of 65%, instead of, let's say, being involved in a parallel activity that would, let's say, proceed to the production of a small part of the production, then there is a risk to be a dynamic stakeholders in European companies. So instead of us leveraging vis-à-vis Turkey, it would be the other way around. So why is it that we have this 35 quote? Because we have Canada, we have the United Kingdom, because many spare parts for military equipment are manufactured in those countries. We cannot have everything manufactured in Europe, so we do not want Turkey to be participating at a level of 65%, so no major interventions as regards the major European equipment for a number of reasons. Well, you see how time flies, and time is merciless, I would say. So I would like to share another thought with you. Would you agree, as the government put forward, that the overall ambience around the Greek government has changed and in favor of the Greek government following the developments in the energy sector, the cable and so on? Why would you say that there is an investor for the cable? Well, they say that they have identified an investor. Well, no. If you ever see this cable becoming a reality, let me know. So we have to examine the fiscal side. Who pays? And then ensuring the materialization of the investment when this investment is in connection with our sovereign rights. If this is not a prerequisite, then we are talking about an investment that it is not a serious one. So it is not possible for Turkey to say that you have to get our agreement. So as is, I'm afraid that Turkey's bullish behavior has shown its face. So we need to know from the side of the government or Europe or Greece to know what are the specific steps, the roadmap towards the implementation of this cable. Now, the energy hub, yes, indeed, Greece ought to become an energy hub, but this translates into networks, internal networks, and also networks and corridors with the Western Europe as well. So you say that the corridors in place are not sufficient? Well, obviously, what we put forward as an argument is the following. Natural gas is a resource in transition. What is the future for Europe? Renewables in order to have energy autonomy and sufficiency. Cheap natural gas. The geopolitics in the decades to come will determine the source of this natural gas. And at a certain point, after some decades, we would have to discuss nuclear power, not for our country, but for other countries, but we would have to have access to this power. Well, the Prime Minister, it seems that has changed his stance, and it is rather in favor of the nuclear power. I am not sharing this argument as if it would be valid for our country. I'm saying that we need to have cheap energy with less dependency, so nuclear power coming from other countries. I believe that Greece, geographically speaking, is located in an area that is an area of high risk vis-à-vis earthquakes. So there is no reason for Greece to be part, to enter, let's say, this journey, this pathway, this adventure. So we need to be an energy hub, to have access to energy sources, and the hydrocarbons and not the lignite, the hydrocarbons, we put an end to hydrocarbons back in 2019, and now because we have a change in the U.S. administration to change a stance and be once again in favor of hydrocarbons. This is proof that our country does not adopt a stable strategy. Another question has to do about Greece and competition around seaports. So the U.S. seems that they have decided to invest in the Elefsina port, because in the Piraeus port the investment is actual investment made by the Chinese. Well, the ports constitute a matter of national security. So for any investment, a serious debate and consultation has to take place beforehand. This has not happened, in my view. And I am indeed astonished, because the investments at the level of ports is a major issue. So we need to see how we prioritize such investments. Allow me to make the remark. There was a meeting between the Minister for Development and the U.S. ambassador in Greece, and that sufficed before a legal provision, to be adopted. It was as simple as that. Well, Mr. Giouvaras, allow me to say this. You have Mr. Mitsotakis, Mr. Zelensky, and in between, the ambassador of the United States of America in Greece. I believe that this is not, let's say, honoring for the New Democracy government. There is a diplomatic protocol which has to be respected regardless of everything. So there are rules, and this is, let's say, European normancy, Madam Commissioner, Mr. Commissioner, as we would put it. So the key political parties, the key political forces agree as regards the political principles, yes, at a very high level, at the executive level, if you like. Yes, indeed. As Mr. Tomokos said earlier, there is no consensus. In your view, what is the root cause of this lack of understanding, of communication among the political stakeholders? So, after the experience of the tragedy in Cyprus, despite the, let's say, internal oppositions and different approaches from PASOK and the New Democracy, however, there was a consensus, if you like. As regards the referral to the Court of The Hague, as regards the differences between Greece and Turkey, well, I'm afraid that you forget Helsinki and the position of New Democracy. So this policy was undermined by the Kostas Karamanlis government. As a result, Greece missed an opportunity. Of course, the major gain had to do with Cyprus' accession into the EU, and that was a major achievement for our peoples under the leadership of the time. But the Helsinki process did not reach a fruition afterwards because of the Kostas Karamanlis government. So, what is my view? Greece must plan, design a European strategy as regards Eastern Mediterranean, and then join forces with other Greek parties in order for this strategy to become a European strategy. It is inconceivable to my eyes to give billions to Libya, billions to Egypt, but we have no presence. So to have provided 4 billion to Libya or to Egypt and have no positive outcome as regards the St. Catherine's Monastery in the Sinai. Second point, external armaments diplomacy. We cannot be part of an armaments rally vis-à-vis Turkey. There will be no end to that. Everything that is decided at the level of military equipment has to be to the benefit of Europe. So everything that could be the developments as regards Trump and China, that would be to the detriment of Europe. Or if there are other developments in other countries around the globe that would be to the detriment of Europe, that cannot be the case. So we need to join forces, Western European countries and Eastern European countries. I'm afraid that the current Greek government is arrogant. There is no serious debate. Has there been a serious discussion as regards the Western Balkans, as regards Egypt, as regards Libya? We had invited the Haftar. It was, let's say, it was promoted as a big event. And moving on to Israel. Okay, yes, we have a strategic alliance with Israel. Yes, fine. And we agree with Netanyahu to that. However, it is not possible to abide by this massacre, which is actually taking place with Netanyahu as a leader. So we have to change that and to pull along other European countries. Well, thank you very much for this discussion. I would like to raise another question as regards political developments in Greece. Would you be part of a future government? We have some time. So you actually want to be, of course, a part of this. So you revendicate to have the first say? Yes. What would be the imminent priorities at the level of a government in which Nikos Androulakis would have a solid say? I will start from the basic, to have a regular Ministry for Foreign Affairs. What do you mean by that? I mean by that diplomats design and shape the policy in the long run, not have a change at the level of the diplomatic stance from one day to another. Point number 2, Brussels, and this is also thanks to my previous capacity as a member of the European Parliament. You need to have a very solid, documented presence at the level of Brussels. The Common Agricultural Policy back in 2004 was very impactful, positively speaking. Why? Because we were documented, we had done our homework. This is no longer the case. Unfortunately, our country is unprepared at the level of the European councils. This is well known. Third countries, Turkey, of course, you communicate with Turkey and you discuss, but without having any illusions. We have adopted a policy, the policy of calm waters, and this policy is not respected by the other side. The Mavi Vatan narrative, the position of Turkey as regards the cable, the rhetorics of Erdogan to have Cyprus as a divided island. Thank God we have this person elected among the Turkish Cypriots. So we need to have a plan and national confidence as a country, as a people. Greece ought to focus towards the Balkans, its strategic depth, and have a stable position vis-à-vis Turkey, that is The Hague, as regards the specific questions in point. As regards Cyprus, Nikos Christodoulidis has explained that very well. So at the epicenter of the discussion of the problem, he has put Europe. This is the most seriously prepared strategy, because I'm afraid that as far as the rest, there is ignorance. And the last point, our defense industry. It has been left uncatered. There are economic forces in Greece. There has to be a consensus among the political parties and the major economic players in order to invest strategically in military industry defense. Turkey, in 15 years' time, achieved steps and made wonders that we would think that we thought were unconceivable. So now that we have the agenda as regards the new armaments programs, now this is an opportunity for us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, παραμείνετε στη θέση σας.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The next session will start shortly.
The next panel will immediately start.
Okay. Okay.
Things now. Yeah. As always.
Έλα σε μένα τελευταία. Perfect, thank you.
Πού κάθομαι?
Είμαστε όλοι. Ναι, ο κύριος Αβραμόπουλος. Η καρέκλα σας, γιατί...
Έχει καρέκλα. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Nice to meet you. How are you? Καλησπέρα σας. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Good afternoon and thank you very much for being with us tonight. The last panel discussion, and this is day 1 of our conference, will discuss the Eastern Mediterranean, geopolitical rivalry in the Eastern Mediterranean, the role of the EU, Russia, China, and the US. This is a subject matter that might sound too vast, but I'm under the impression that the panelists are actually experts and they will be able to sort out this chaos, if I may put it in such terms. And I will kick off with a brief introduction before giving the floor to the members of this panel. Historically speaking, this Mediterranean has always been a crossroads of various cultures, civilizations, trade, and empires. At the start of the 21st century, in this region, we see a new geopolitical dynamics that is making the Eastern Mediterranean one of the most critical spheres of strategic competition. Developments in recent years, the war in Gaza, the civil war in Syria, the Russian war against Ukraine, tension in Cyprus and Libya and the Aegean Sea are creating a framework of uncertainty where China, Russia, the US and the European Union are trying to determine their own spheres of influence. The In Israel, in Cyprus and in Egypt, we have hydrocarbons, and this is natural gas, and this is creating new scopes for growth, but also it has created hotspots of possible clashes. And then again, there are certain players like Turkey that have a specific strategy that is undermining international law. It's creating competition. As concerns the United States of America, we're aware that so far the states were the par excellence guarantor of safety and security, but now they're turning to the Pacific, where they're competing basically with China, and that is why their resources and their attention in this particular region is limited. Washington still, of course, has a very strong military presence in the region, but then again, Washington is proceeding with focused intervention instead of acting as a general guarantor of safety and security. And now this void is allowing scope for other actors to assert their presence or exercise their own influence, and in the meantime, there's also a quest for autonomy. The European Union has economic prowess, but it's lagging behind in terms of military supremacy and power or presence. And then developments in the Mediterranean are posing a certain dilemma when it comes to strategic autonomy or continuing our dependence on the United States of America. There's migration pressure, energy insecurity, and regional crisis. Faced with all of this, the European Union is trying to create a single strategy, but there are certain priorities between amongst the states that tend to clash. When it comes to the Chinese policy in the Eastern Mediterranean, they are not focusing on the military aspect, but they are focusing on trade and the economy. There is the port of Piraeus, there's the One Belt, One Road. China is investing in ports, airports, logistics, energy infrastructure. In the long run, it's actually impacting on energy security in the EU. The lady is reading out something quite fast, and she hasn't handed a copy thereof to the interpreters. We're trying to keep up. In the Eastern Mediterranean, nonetheless, we have also local actors such as Turkey, Israel, Egypt, Lebanon, Syria. They're all co-shaping together developments as such. Turkey, with its revisionism and its respective strategies, clashing with Cyprus and Greece, and its involvement in Libya is expanding maritime competition and energy competition. At the same point in time, there are new alliances such as initiatives undertaken in partnership by Greece, Cyprus, Israel, Egypt. They are creating alternative stability centers within the context of this changing reality. The Mediterranean countries, including Greece, are called upon to strike a new balance, and they're faced with strategic opportunities and also new challenges. This is my introduction. Our discussion will mostly focus on whether the Eastern Mediterranean is a field for geopolitical competition and rivalry, or maybe the panelists think that this phrasing is exaggerated. Having said that, let me give the floor to Mr. Maniatis, who is the VP of the S&D Group. He is a PASOK MEP, so he represents Greece at the European Parliament. He is also former minister. Over to you, sir. To begin with, let me extend my thanks to the Council and also Simeon Tomokos for this invitation. Let's look at the alphabet of the whole subject matter. Let's start from the start. Let's not forget that the GDP of the BRICS, including China, India, and other countries, is 32% of the world's GDP. G8, on the other hand, the G8 have less than 29%. So as we speak, there's been a change in the balance, at least as concerns all things economy. That's my first remark. Second, unfortunately, as we speak, Europe lacks a vision and it also lacks leadership. It's no accident that so far we have had, through impeachment motions against Mrs. von der Leyen and the European Commission, and maybe there will be more such motions against the European Commission. This is creating an internal lack of equilibrium within the context of the European Union. And when I'm talking about the lack of vision, I have to explain that the European Union is endorsing what used to apply in the previous 3 or 5 years, and it's using the old mentality to tackle the issues of today and tomorrow, and they've changed. The issues have changed in the meantime. And here's my third remark. Mario Draghi publicized his report a few months ago. And he said we have to invest every year 800 billion euros in order for us to make sure that we are competitive. The European Union is competitive. What applies today, it's been 2 years later. 2 years have gone by since the publication of the Draghi report. And now we are giving 800 billion for defense purposes, not to beef up our transparency. And this is what we're going to do for the next 4 years. So this is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is Europe as we speak. And let me now discuss geography. In my quote-unquote portfolio as the VP of the S&D Group, I'm dealing with international affairs, defense, and global energy partnerships. Given this portfolio of mine, I am in a position to know a bit more than everyone else, and this is what we all, of course, would like to. A few days ago, we had Kaja Kallas attend a closed meeting. There were 4 of us. We were talking with her in order to find out where we're headed to, what we're doing with Ukraine, what is happening in Gaza. Why is it that Europe is so blatantly absent? I will just refer to the facts. Every year in Gaza, Europe gives approximately 2 million euro in humanitarian aid and assistance. And when we made a visit, a group of us, a few months ago, we went to the Middle East and nobody had a clue about it. We went to Egypt, we went to the Gaza Strip, we saw the Palestinian Authority. We also paid a visit to Lebanon within the context of this state visit, and we had no idea. I mean, we are giving things and nobody knows and nobody understands the impact thereof. Second, do you know that the so-called ambassador of Europe in Damascus does not reside in Damascus, but actually resides in Beirut, because that's a decision he made. And during the hearing, I told him, Your Excellency, why are you not going to where you're supposed to stay? He said, I'm afraid to go, and nobody can impose such a move on him. Third remark, coming to Syria, or rather, one of the questions we asked during that closed meeting was, why is it that Europe is absent from the negotiations on Ukraine? And the response was that the European Commission's president has made that decision. It turns out there are issues. We are, remember, I am pro-European, deeply so. I believe that the future of my country and everyone in here lies with Europe, exclusively in Europe, within the context of a strong Europe, for that matter. Which brings me to the Middle East, the Ukraine, and also the Eastern Mediterranean. Let me refer to a few typical examples, and this will be the end of my first introduction, if you will. There is the famous cable. I was a minister when we inducted it into the PCIs. So these are the projects of common interest. They're financed by the European Union. 11 years have gone by and we are still dragging our feet about the cable. And now we just discovered that we need a new sustainability study. And the commissioner responded to a relevant question recently and said before the European Parliament that nobody has asked us to update the sustainability or feasibility report, for that matter. Which brings me to the next thing, taking advantage of the geopolitical position of the country. I'm very happy that this government in Greece is proud of the fact that Greece is an energy hub. Let me nonetheless remind everyone that the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, the vertical corridor, the Greek IGB, the Greek-Bulgarian IGB, the cable, the Amphilohia project, the East Med, all of that came, or rather happened, during the past 10 years prior to this government's work. And I can't help but wonder what's so novel that we are coming up with as a country, because we're supposedly making plans for the next decade. So we're faced with serious issues that need to be managed, thanks to a patriotic alliance of this country. We need that. We need everyone to work together. And I have to say that the efforts we're making, well, let me open up a parenthesis. The socialists, the Greens, the Liberals, and the EPP are working together. This is how Europe is run, at least at the level of the European Parliament. This alliance has been going on for years. It's been there for years, and hopefully it will continue to be there, because it's the only way for us to overcome the problems. And it's the only way to resolve certain issues that are difficult to tackle. It's not easy to decide what we're going to do with the safe, how to properly manage that, or what sort of rules you have to include in the dossier for the European defense industry. By way of conclusion, let me say this. I'm very happy to be part of this panel discussion, and I have to commend and congratulate the organizing committee for the previous panels as well. I was trying to watch everything. I can only hope that this discussion of ours will help draw certain conclusions that will be shared with the European Parliament, which of course is not the end decision maker. It's not the final decision maker. We know that the national governments are making the end decisions, but at any rate, the European Parliament is there to communicate a message. And the European Parliament is an institutional representative of all the European peoples and the people. And I look forward to such initiatives having positive results. Thank you very much, says the moderator. So, and now over to Mr. Dimitris Avramopoulos, who is an MP for the New Democracy Party. He also was an EU Commissioner for Migration, Home Affairs and Citizenship between the years 2014 to 2019. Over to you, sir. Let me extend my thanks for the invite. Thank you for having me with you tonight. All these meetings, such meetings are always useful. I agree with Mr. Maniatis. Such meetings and discussions leave something behind that people need to evaluate, people that make the political decisions. Because whenever we have international meetings, I realize that there's policy generated, but it stays there. Nothing happens, or nothing comes of it. So we have to go back and see why things should be done right. Now, coming to the Mediterranean, it's at the epicenter, at the heart of the global geostrategic interest. It wasn't like that 3 years ago. People were focusing 3 years ago on the Pacific Ocean. Remember the facts and the events, and also that strange alliance between and amongst the UK and Australia and others.
But now, here at the epicenter, we see that converged at a point, not necessarily in a conflicting manner, all the powers and trying to leverage their impact. So Russia, China, and the USA here in our region. And of course, at a certain point, we see that if there is if it is a generalized, let's say, global crisis, there is a fear or concern that China's infrastructure, power, and so on could be used against the other powers. Now, coming back to Europe, I have the experience of a Europe where decisions were made and they were implemented. All of a sudden, in 10 years period, this has changed. We discussed the question of leadership. In order to have leadership in place, you need to have political support, leadership, and a vision. Those who were the founding fathers of Europe served a mission. If we go back, in the 40s, there were wise people who, before that, had been in a conflict, but they were in favor of a vision for progress and safety. And that was the outcome of that generation. The same thing was valid for the subsequent generation. Mitterrand, Kohl, Konstantinos Karamanlis, Andreas Papandreou, those were the leaders, a handful of leaders, but they all sat around the same negotiating table to decide in favor of Europe. Now, things have changed dramatically. Most governments have actually been redeployed internally, unfortunately. And in the past, we have had those migration flows uncontrolled, and Europe had been taken aback. So we had to start from scratch this European agenda for migration, home affairs, and so on. And that was a very tough time, because I had to convince the total number of EU member states to come into a common understanding about what is self-evident. Most of those governments back then, you realize that they have a political role to play. So most of them would focus on their citizens and their electoral catchment areas. So internally, not in favor of solidarity and pro-European. You know, solidarity and responsibility are not mere let's say, concepts, but they are reiterated on 17 occasions in the institutional documents of the European Union. And that was a period of concerns and populism. And because of that, there is no European policy as we speak. Now, if we want to discuss about the Mediterranean, and politically speaking, Europe is not present there. It may be present from an economical point of view. And unfortunately, the European voice is not taken seriously. Going back to the Mediterranean, there is a major interest as regards energy, the sea corridors, security, migration. So the relations among all those powers is put to the test. Since we discussed the migration question, the Sophia and Irini initiatives, which were European initiatives, took place. But do you know what had been the outcome of that? They led to disputes between Germany and Italy, Malta and Italy, and so on, instead of having a good collaboration. Now, the collaboration now with the legitimate government of Libya was constructive. So the migration flows do not have their origin in Tripolis, but Benghazi. In Benghazi, you have a pro-military leader, and he had been claimed, let's say, as a leader by the Revolutionary Council of Libya. And now he has become an interlocutor of various European countries, Egypt and Turkey as well. However, in Europe, when we took those initiatives, we wanted to create an environment of safety in the region. We, in Greece, have taken a path, and I should like to believe that it will have a positive impact at some point. Our country is not a small country. It is a small country at the level of numbers, if you like, but we have a soft power, as Professor Nye argues in his papers. Of course, as regards Turkey, Turkey is a country which has a deep state, as we say. However, I agree with Mr. Maniatis, we have to continue to engage in a dialogue, if you like, or to have contacts with Turkey. In the past, I have served as a Minister for Defense. So we have to invest in the equipment, in military systems, and so on. But we must not feel fearful, because otherwise we would be outsiders, as we would be rather we would not be part of this diplomatic or geostrategic game. As regards Israel, yes, there is an alliance, but we need to see what are the aspects at the level of Israeli policy with which we do not agree. The same goes for Egypt as well. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to be a country in favor of stability as regards all matters, energy, migration, and so on. So Greece has always had a positive sign to the eyes of those countries. Greece has never been a country of colonization, and the peoples in the region are aware of that. As regards other countries, such as the USA, it goes without saying that we have developed a strategic relationship, and now we have become a very important actor in those developments, now that we have dynamic developments. So, to conclude, the Mediterranean remains a region of competition, of rivalry, and there are major countries which wish to continue to exert such a role, but we perhaps should see a new organization for the Mediterranean collaboration, and countries such as Greece can be the critical countries vis-à-vis such a role and such a position. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Arvanitopoulos. He's the Director General at Konstantinos Karamanlis Foundation and a Professor of International Politics. Inspired by the last comment by Mr. Avramopoulos, we would like to hear your views as regards the United States and their leverage and influence in the area of the Eastern Mediterranean.
I'd say that for everything that was mentioned today, there's an elephant in this room, and the elephant in this room is the dramatic shift of the American foreign policy in recent years. The focus has changed dramatically so in recent years, and a superpower is actually unrooting and demolishing the international system that it had built herself. The rules-based order, the so-called liberal order, is being dismantled by the US without any defeat or any reason whatsoever. They are destroying the system that they put in orbit and which worked for 70 years. It worked for mankind in the sense that we had relative peace, democracy, and prosperity for 70 years of no, and this is unilaterally being dismantled by the US. We had been used to seminal or less seminal changes in the past, but this is a revolutionary change. And it's not just about the change that concerns the institutional nexus. There are changes happening in terms of norms, of attitudes, of behaviors, everything that diplomacy today is based on. And it's obvious on three layers. To begin with, we see that we're now going back to a 19th century realpolitik. Might is right now. So the most powerful asserts their right and says it's right. And this is also clear in the mediation process undertaken by the US in both the Middle East and in Ukraine. The quintessence of mediation there is enforcing, or rather rewarding, the powerful party because they have a stake and forcing the weaker party to retreat. And this is happening in both negotiations, or rather mediations, now in the Middle East and Ukraine. There are some fundamental differences, and then I'm coming to our region. The first fundamental difference is this. There is this aspect or an element of neo-isolationism. There's a new Monroe Doctrine in the Western Hemisphere, starting from Canada all the way to the Gulf of Mexico and down to Venezuela now, and so on and so forth. So this new Monroe Doctrine has certain features, but there's more to it than just that. There's this second element that I'm driving at, the fact that in essence the US is leaving Europe. There's a so-called decoupling of the two parts of the Atlantic. To be fair, this is not introduced by the Trump administration. It started back at the time when the Democrats were in power. It started during the Obama term, and also earlier than that, at the time when in the United States of America there was this prevalent philosophy according to which the geopolitical significance of Europe has changed. It's not the same as it used to be during the Cold War. Why is that? Because first, Russia is a power in decline, and secondly, there is the emerging new threat that is in Asia, and it's China. And so this gradual decoupling started during the democratic era, but now it's happening in a rather violent manner, and clumsily so. And I don't think that the new Trump administration's behavior allows good scope for being optimistic. I don't think that there are many in Europe that believe that a NATO partner or a European NATO partner, if they are under attack, Article 5 will not apply. I don't think there are many who believe that Article 5 will protect them. So there's this decoupling that started some time ago, and it's very important. And there's also another element. the fact that there is this effort to decouple Russia from China. To begin with, this is good. On the one hand, indeed, the West and the United States of America did not manage rightly or correctly Russia after the end of the Cold War, after the Bush Senior's administration. Bush Senior had a very pragmatic stance, and his politics were pragmatical and realistic vis-à-vis Russia. So there would be no Weimar conditions, he thought, and he was not going to afford the pretext to Russia for it to claim that it's under threat. But you see, his approach was abandoned by the following administrations. There were also the humanitarian interventions after the war in Yugoslavia, and then we had the double enlargement, which gave a pretext to the Russian government, which said that from deterrence, we sort of moved on to trying to circle or surround Russia. Of course, this is no excuse for the Russian invasion. Now, the fact that Russia is decoupling itself from the embrace of China, and I don't know, the effectiveness thereof is dubious to me, because Russia, despite its diverging interests with China, it's nonetheless connected to China on so many levels. And after all, in reality, the other opening up of Kissinger and Nixon to China didn't really work. It was more symbolic, it was more media-oriented, so I don't think this is going to work for Russia either. But you see, the United States of America now is trying to have a certain MO, modus operandi with Russia, to bring a close to the Ukraine issue. And if it happens the way we've been reading about it, in reality, this is going to usher in huge problems for the European safety and security. This is very interesting to us, because we can't applaud a change, a forceful, violent change in borders. Which brings me to our region as such. I believe that, you see, this neoconservative textbook, policies are materializing. Let me explain that neoconservatives, the conservatives in the Middle East had convinced us all that there is an axis of evil, and if this evil axis is defeated and there is a change in regime and there is democracy in the Middle East, then there's going to be security in the Middle East. To a certain extent and at a certain level, yes, we see certain pieces and fragments of neoconservative thinking coming back, because you see, after Iraq, there's the Syrian change in the regime, and now there's this chain of fire that was threatening Israel and was destabilizing the whole region, and starting with Iran and these proxies, Hezbollah and the Houthis and militias in Syria, and of course Hamas. And the new change is now that the end game has nothing to do with consolidating democracy. It's rather only business. Business and the energy sector are in other sectors. What's missing from American foreign affairs nowadays is a well-articulated and clear strategy with regard to Eurasia and also the Middle East. So what's missing today is the fact that we can't see the end game. And this was highlighted in the previous panel discussion. And we don't see how this end game can possibly materialize if we fail to deal with the very heart of the Middle East issue, which is the Palestine issue. Thank you very much, says the moderator. And let me now give the floor to Mr. Ioannis Valinakis, who was a deputy foreign minister in 2004 through 2009. And he is also the Jean Monnet Center president. Thank you very much for the invitation for me to participate. Allow me to refer to something that was mentioned by Mr. Androulakis earlier on, because he said that he disagreed with the Kostas Karamanlis administration and its policies. He said that there was this historically important success in Helsinki. I'm going to disenchant Mr. Arvanitopoulos, who's Mr. Maniatis rather, who's done a lot. But you see, the Semitis administration and its policy was all about getting the ICT to eventually decide about everything that separates Greece and Turkey. And when it came to the Cypriot issue, the Semitic government was in favor of going to the UN and having a arbitration there, and then have the UN decide. These were the two prongs of the Helsinki politics, and there was a third pillar, the so-called conducts, to see what the other party wants. Say you want 10 miles in Limnos and 5 nautical miles in Lesbos and maybe 12 in Amorgos. So we came up with different alternative scenario in order to expand our territorial waters without anything in exchange for that. This was the trilogy or the three prongs of the Semitic administration policies in the region. And it's good to remind people of that, because there are some nowadays that are going back there and they want things to happen like that again. So there's a repetition. And now we are faced with some who are claiming that we have to go to The Hague to deal with everything. And then the Cyprus issue back then was not necessarily going to be resolved back then, but then again there were certain assurances with regard to the eventual approval of the Annan plan back then. Now, let's come to the region. Indeed, there are so many things that we can say about instability on the one hand that's been created, but on the other hand about the odds of eventually having an understanding in the Eastern Mediterranean. Now, given the context of this discussion, I'm referring to the area from Libya to the coast of Israel, Lebanon, and Syria. Obviously, there are different interests at play. The big powers and the superpowers have different interests in this region. Let me highlight 2 or 3 approaches that are more interesting to us in Greece, I believe. First, there's the Trump approach. Many claim that possibly Trump has a plan about this region. I'm not so sure there's anything like that, at least now, nothing that is well structured. But I guess we could think about the parameters that would shape the approach of Trump vis-a-vis the problems in this issue, meaning that we have a drill, baby, drill thing. He is in favor of drilling, so yes, go ahead with drilling. That would signify a de facto delineation or de jure delimitation. I don't think he pays the administration in the US. I don't think he really cares about the difference between de facto and de jure, for that matter. This also signifies that the American president personally wants to present himself as a peacemaker. He wants to have peace in this region. He wants to have peace and cooperation, collaboration between and amongst countries such as Greece, Turkey, and the Republic of Cyprus, which are not really getting along. And we have to be very careful as concerns this particular issue with the ways in which President Trump defines peace. Let's remember what he told Zelensky. He said, you don't have the cards. And generally speaking, President Trump is always in awe and in admiration of strong and powerful leaders. Let's not just think that he will be coming with a nice package. And let's add to all of that the fact that there's no historical reference. He hasn't made any historical references. Whenever he talks about millennia-long conflicts, he lacks the historical knowledge, and he never refers to recent history, modern history, and all the disconcerting things that are happening. This is the Pax Trumpiana, I'd call it, in the Eastern Mediterranean. It has some pros and it has certain difficult or dangerous things. And there's also a Pax Turca or a draft Pax Turca or a plan for that. Pax Turca consists in reality of 2 things that refer to us or concern us. One, don't you dare veto or stand in the way of my policies. So you, Greece and the Republic of Cyprus, don't you dare veto what I'm trying to do through the European Union, because I want to have a customs union, and I want to have funds, and no resistance to having Turkey benefit from the EU, and it expects to have a political recognition. So don't you dare veto any of that, and then don't think that you and Israel can stand in my way within the context of the US administration or the Congress. I'm going to get what I want. Just stay there, stay put, do nothing, don't take advantage of your diplomatic ammunition. That's one thing, one characteristic of the Pax Turca. That's one. And the second is, don't you, Greece, ever think of going further than the 6 nautical miles. This is as far as you can go, which brings me to recent developments, the so-called recent Greek initiatives. 5 such initiatives never progressed. Initiatives that were meant to take us in excess of 6 nautical miles. First, there was the East Med, and it went nowhere, it never materialized. Then the wind farms, which were supposed to be away from the coastline, and we agreed to take them inside the 6 nautical miles. And I mean, these marine parks also, that's another thing. You're trying to protect certain islands, which are gray zones according to Turkey. That's Turkey thinks maybe they're Turkish, and you, instead of bringing the old inhabitants back who left because of difficulties, you instead are ushering in or establishing there, selling there seagulls. And instead of helping the fisher people, the fishermen, to fish all around the Aegean Sea, you have the marine parks, or you have provisions, and they agree, instead of going to from the 57% of the sea waters, they're going to 77%. That's on top of the 6 nautical miles. And there is also the maritime plans. There are also the cables. And the minister referred to all that before. As soon as we dared go past the 6 nautical miles in Kassos, the Turkish frigates showed up. But this is a delineated EEZ with our friends, the Egyptians. There's a legal agreement there. The UN clause would support that. And as soon as we got the frigates, the Turkish frigates out there, we got the boats back. I mean, what is the message when such initiatives are undertaken and then you back out? That's the worst thing. I mean, the message you are communicating is the worst possible message. I think I'm going to have an opportunity to speak again, so let me say one last thing for this. There is also the Pax Europea. I think you are going to discuss, Mrs. Lazarou, European policies and politics as such, but we have to come up with our own plan, and all of a sudden the government shows up and it has the 5 or 5+5. This is Eastern Mediterranean Conference. This is clearly a 2020 Turkish proposal. It was tabled before and submitted to the European United Nations in September 2022. We didn't agree with that. Eventually, we agreed with that, and we signed off to it in December 2020. And now it's coming in the shape and the form of an initiative. And if I have more time later, I'm going to elaborate on that. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Matthews, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Ο κύριος Matthews από το Middle East Eye.
Mr. Matthews from Middle East Eye.
I see it as an American journalist living in Greece and traveling in the Middle East, the Eastern Mediterranean, probably more than is healthy for me. I'm in the Middle East. But anyway, when I think of the region, I mean, I guess, and I'm curious how the other participants see it, but basically I see all the great powers that have been mentioned, China, Russia, America, fairly disinterested and weakened, I think. You know, I think if you look at China, you know, there's been a lot of talk about Piraeus Port and COSCO's ownership of it, but the reality is that, you know, US military bases in Greece increased with China's ownership of Piraeus. So I think it's laughable to think that China has any real influence or interest in the Eastern Mediterranean, with the exception of Egypt, potentially. When you look at kind of the interesting projects that China has in the Suez Canal zone, kind of manufacturing projects and its infrastructure interests. But that's for Egypt. Other than Egypt, I really see limited Chinese influence in the region. In terms of Russia, what I would argue, and it was before my time, I guess, but I think Russia's retreat from the Eastern Mediterranean probably started in Greece which is interesting. During the financial crisis, right, the Tsipras government went to Russia. They went hand in hand asking for a bailout, and Putin basically passed on giving Greece a bailout. He had no interest in it. Maybe he regrets it now, maybe not. But that's really the start, how I see it, of Russia's diminishing influence in the Eastern Mediterranean, and really just a lack of interest, especially since the war in Ukraine started. I would continue that and say that if you look at the Prespa agreement that was signed when North Macedonia was accepted into NATO, and Russia tried to kind of block that agreement, but it was really a laughable attempt and had no alternative plan. So Russia is really absent in the region, and I spent a lot of time in Greece's borderlands, on the border with Turkey, in western Thrace, which has historically been in an area of Russian influence. Alexandroupoli, which is very famous now because of the American weaponry that's going into Ukraine from Alexandroupoli. It's not named after Alexander the Great, it's named after Tsar Alexander. So that shows you how fond the region was of the Russians at one point in time, and maybe they will be again. They all have interest here, and they're the ones that have the capital and the funds to deploy. So I think that's how I see the region basically, is America's partners who all have opposing goals and opposing ideologies, although that has diminished quite a bit since the Arab Spring. They are the ones competing in the region, all kind of under the influence of Washington to a certain degree. So where does that leave Greece? And I'm just trying to speak as a Greek-American journalist who goes to the Middle East a lot. There are opportunities for Greece, I think, here. On one hand, Greece's leverage with the European Union has probably increased. We talked a lot about migration. I mean, if I was a Greek policymaker, every conversation I have with Brussels would be to demand more funds for border security, because the populist tide in politics today, it's easy fodder for Greece to just get more funding from the European Union in Brussels, right? It's an easy win for Greece. The other big topic, which hasn't been discussed yet, and I'm very interested to hear about, is kind of the artificial intelligence race that we're seeing. And I thought about this recently. The European Union really can't compete in AI. It doesn't have energy. It has too much red tape, too much bureaucracy. No company wants to build an AI data center here. Maybe that's a good thing when you think about the environmental kind of impacts of AI and the electricity bill impacts. But that leaves the Gulf states, mainly Saudi Arabia and the UAE, with the capital to deploy, with the heft to actually build AI data centers, and the consumers of that are going to be Europeans, right? I mean, the whole idea is to export that. And Greece is primely positioned to be the transit country for that. And it's primely positioned to go to the European Union to get funds to be the transit country for that. So again, a low-cost win for Greece. So again, the way I see the region, and I'll stop because I know we have limited time, but it's all the great powers are weaker. It's America's allies and partners, including the two main revisionist ones, the Israelis and the Turks, who are angling for influence, and the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. And that's really where the competition is in the region. It's not from China or Russia. I mean, Russia's passed on this region. China's disinterested. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors about Chinese influence in Piraeus, but I don't think anyone takes that seriously. And that's how I see the region.
Okay. Thank you very much. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Και τώρα το λόγο έχει η κυρία η δόκτωρ Έλενα Λαζάρου, Γενική Διευθύντρια του ΕΛΕΜΕΠ.
Thank you so much. And now we'll give the floor to Dr. Elena Lazaru, Director General at ELEMEP. We would like to hear your comments about the European Union and the insufficiency of the European Union as regards the artificial intelligence. Because as our colleague has said, we cannot really compete with the Americans as regards AI. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank the organizers. And we are in close collaboration with the organizers at the level of ELEMEP. I would also like to thank the audience because indeed outside it's actually pouring. There is a tremendous rainfall, but still everybody is here. So be careful of what you wish for, as the Anglo-Saxons say. And I remember this saying that unfortunately the previous speakers have actually said everything, so I have to be very creative as regards my comments.
Let me start with the European Union. I was asked to talk about it. I know it's been referred to so far, but let me kick off with two things that are more general and they regard trends, and one was mentioned more than the other. So firstly, we are living at times of geopolitical changes, but there are also institutional changes the world over. And in our days, the international institutions do not manage to enforce rules that have been agreed upon in the southern Mediterranean, in Asia, where they have passages. There's more of a jungle than rules. So there's more strong competition. The big powers are there. They're trying to get as much as they can out of it. And Europe is called upon to find its identity, and identity will be sufficient and enough for it to play the role it wants to play. And traditionally speaking, the Mediterranean region is very important. The European Union, I don't know if it's a big power or not, this is a long discussion, but then the European Union is adjacent to and it's part of this region, and it's important to insist on that. In addition to that, the Mediterranean region is a microcosm. This comes from Fernand Braudel, so it's not me, I'm quoting Braudel. And so in this small world, there are the phenomena that I mentioned before, and what we also see is a change in what is geopolitics. Nowadays, there's geoeconomy instead. There's competition. Geopolitical competition reverberates and it affects economy, security, energy security, technological competition. It also impacts on the demographic issue and green technologies as well. And to the extent to which green technology is more competitive or can be more competitive in certain part of the Mediterranean, and then there is technology, defense technology, there are hybrid threats and all sorts of threats that are defense related, but they're also about preparedness and they're also about social cohesion, and this is also happening and we see it in the Mediterranean. And in addition to that, there's competition between the European Union and, generally speaking, the West. And I'm using the notion of the West nowadays because we have human rights, democracy, standing up for freedoms here, and there are more powers present in this region, and it's no accident that we have Eastern European ambassadors in this whole, and we are part of Eastern Europe because nowadays the actions and activities in Africa and the Mediterranean of Russia are an integral part of what we are called upon to deal. I guess you have heard me refer to the Mediterranean, mostly this in Mediterranean. It was referred to by others. It's not my expertise, and I wouldn't discuss something that I'm not an expert on, but nowadays, you can't just talk about one part of the Mediterranean without thinking about the other. And this brings me to the second macro trend. And this is one of the elephants in this room because we haven't discussed Africa at all. Sub-Saharan Africa, the Sub-Saharan Africa, you see many of the phenomena that we see as threats or as issues that we Europeans have to tackle in the Mediterranean are interwoven with what's happening in the Sub-Saharan Africa. We've talked about the big powers. We have not referred to the fact that the United States, as we speak, is really active as mediators, and there are peace negotiations happening in several parts of Africa where there is warfare. Boulos, the representative, the envoy of President Trump, is very capable. He's a very skilled negotiator, and he's working in Rwanda on a deal. And an element thereof is certainly related to raw materials and critical raw materials in Africa. We also have Russia and China there. They are drilling there. They are mining resources. I'm talking about stuff that is important to create defense equipment, which is necessary, and we want to have it. It's part and parcel of our safe strategy, but it's also important to remember that these resources are important for the energy transition, which brings me to the AI issue. You see, if you don't have access to Africa, you won't be able to decouple yourself from China. And China is taking such materials and processing such material from Africa in order for them to be competitive. So you see, in Africa, there's a geopolitical shift which is interwoven with the Mediterranean. We have to talk about it every time we talk about the Mediterranean region. So let me put this on the table as well. And there's also maritime and marine safety and security. It's also pertinent to the Mediterranean. Again, it's interwoven with Africa. Certain operations where mentioned, such as Sophia and Irini. There is a peace or shield in the Red Sea, amongst others. They have everything to do with combating piracy, with dealing with certain food security issues in the Mediterranean and in Africa. I know that I'm in excess of the time I was supposed to be allocated, yes, but then again, I wanted to table various issues and make sure that we refer to Africa, because any Eastern Mediterranean EU policy to tackle such issues should not turn a blind eye to the fact that we are faced with geopolitical competition in Africa, and I haven't referred to paramilitary organizations either. Now, taking stock of what the European Union is doing in the Mediterranean, the sub-Saharan Africa, the connection or interconnection of various issues is certainly important parcel of the various strategies and strategic recommendations that were voiced. And there's also the Mr. Colomino is the special envoy a few weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Now, unfortunately, there is a repeat of an old strategy of the EU in the region. It's been 30 years since the declaration, the Barcelona Declaration. Those of us who are aware of the Barcelona Declaration know that, unfortunately, what we celebrated has not materialized, and not many things have worked since. And now, there is the new pact on the Mediterranean. Hopefully, it will take into account the old mistakes. The focus is right, because as was said here, we have various forces that are competing in this area, and there is a plus model that only a handful is striving for, and this is also part of the new pact, which highlights the importance of the people, the economy, and preparedness in terms of crisis management, and these are fundamental pillars. This is a very interesting time. There's the Cypriot presidency, and then we're going to have the Greek presidency, and they will be called upon to enforce this pact. There will be a new budget. The new budget, hopefully, compared to the old budget, will be more flexible. So I would turn to the direction of the European Parliament in order for proper checks to be there, especially to make sure that the right funds or more funds go to the Mediterranean in the right manner. But what the EU really needs, and this is my final point, in order to have the right strategy, and again, I said it's a former model, let's all work together for peace and prosperity, but then again, something's missing. Classically, 3 things are missing. An agreement between and amongst the member states on the objectives in the Mediterranean, in any region, but we are talking here about the fact that there are some member states that would beg to differ. They are divided in the crisis in Libya and the Israel and Palestine issues. They're torn. Secondly, we need a reliable degree of defense, of a defense identity. We are talking about technology and also operational preparedness or capabilities and capacities, and it's also about intelligence. This is critical. As long as we don't have an intelligence collection system within the context of the European Union in order for us to take the right action, I don't think we are really a very important and independent actor in the region. And thirdly, we have to decouple ourselves from certain actors and players, from energy at least. We have certain dependencies. We, the European Union, do have some, and we have to tackle that if we want to be independent in our actions and activities. Thank you very much as a moderator. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so we won't have time to have a discussion between and amongst us. But let me ask a question to all of you. Given what you said, and given the situation, the way you see things develop in the Eastern Mediterranean, let me ask you what the opportunities are. Opportunities for Greece. What are the opportunities for Greece? Just be brief, please, because we are pressed for time. Let's start with Mr. Avramopoulos.
Αναφέρθηκα πρωτήτερα στο...
Well, I discussed earlier the importance of this chapter as regards Greece and its role in the region. However, we did not include an important parameter that has to do with the Mediterranean entities in relation with Greece. I'm referring to the Cyprus issue. Well, lately there has been a trend that has been supported by various sides. There's 2 states and that's it. But with the election of the new Turkish Cypriot leader opens up a window of opportunity, because let us not forget that one of the main positions on behalf of Turkey would be, well, yes, we can move on, provided that the two communities come to an agreement. And back then, the Turkish Cypriot community was controlled by a different leader. So now Turkey will go along with this new leadership, because it's not only about the history and the invasion. It also has to do with the fact that Cyprus united can proceed with agreements of delimitation with other countries in the region, such as Greece. So if Cyprus as a United States proceeds with the delineation of zones, then of exclusive economic zones, that would have a domino effect. And based on that, there can be a same approach between Cyprus and Turkey. So as a domino effect, we would have the Castellorizo be part of this delimitation step. Now, of course, the Mediterranean is an area which ought to be seen as a whole at the level of culture, history, geography, and so on. But we see it at the epicenter of the global interest for all those reasons that we have discussed. So now there is this problem, because international organizations, as they have been conceived and established after the Second World War, are on the wane. If this does not stop, then yet again we will be faced with conflicts and clashes that would be very much related to the stricto sensu national interest. Mr. Maniatis, I would like to disclose a future initiative for the coming months. So the Eastern Mediterranean is a topic. What is the big problem as regards to Europe? Energy. Can Eastern Mediterranean play a role as a natural gas supplier for Europe? My answer is clear, yes, under one condition. Cyprus, Greece, Israel, Egypt, at least, will realize where their geopolitical interest lies. Have they been aware of that? My understanding is no, despite the fact that the Cypriot presidency of the European Council is imminent, and after a year there will be the Greek presidency. So we have two member states with common concerns and common objectives. So we need to perform based on that. So a specific initiative for the Eastern Mediterranean. We will do so at the level of Europe. The East Med Gas Forum is an international organization with the participation of Israel, Lebanon, the Palestinian Authority, Greece, Cyprus, Italy, the United States, the European Union, all those actors except Turkey. Why not? Because this East Med Gas Forum, which involves the collaboration in the natural gas industry, sets as a prerequisite to abide by the United Nations law of the sea, which provides for exclusive economic zones and so on. So those countries have established an international organization whose seat is Cairo. However, the General Secretariat works on the level of rotation. And I would like to remind you that before the European Union, we had the European Community for Steel and Coal. And in conclusion, let us all be aware of our interests. Before the triggering of the energy crisis, Israel and Egypt were involved at the level of energy supply of approximately 1.3 BCM. With the crisis, 4 to 5 BCMs, and all this quantity supplies Europe. So you can have not 5 BCMs, but 10 or 15 BCMs. So all of a sudden you will have a shift at the level of interest as regards the Eastern Mediterranean from Europe, because so far Europe has not shown an interest into the Eastern Mediterranean. So we, as a country, and other countries have every interest to push, let's say, Europe to become an actor in this region, always with the objective of progress and well-being for the peoples and tapping on what has been achieved so far. So there will be an initiative, and most probably during the Cypriot presidency this will progress. Allow me to say a final thing. We have not, we must not neglect the Christian populations in the Middle East and in Africa. This is a major issue, and we are united at the level of Europe. So there are Christian populations in Nigeria, in Egypt, in Sudan, in Syria, and those are countries with bizarre, let's say, establishments there. So this is a major issue, not only at the level of religion, but at the level of inclusivity of minorities. So this is a chapter, let's say, of activation. It should be a chapter of activity for Europe. Mr. Tsomokos, yes, we are running rather late. Mr. Arvanitopoulos, well, Greece is faced with a serious problem in this new era, and therefore Greece should change its role model at the level of its foreign policy. So what is this problem? Greece has been a small nation state which has based its foreign policy on international law, its position at the level of international foreign organizations, but this is changing. And we have entered a period, an era of rivalry between major big powers. This is an era which favors power and might. So this has created a new reality. Of course, Greece is an inextricable part of the Occidental world and the European Union and so on. Its relation with the United States is at its peak and unprecedented. However, we have to change our way of thinking. Greece must revindicate more as a country among the Western states. Greece must demand more as regards security in exchange for this alliance with the United States. So there has to be more flexibility, more in this new environment. So as a rule-based country, no doubt, we adopted the correct position vis-à-vis Russia's invasion in Ukraine. But this does not justify a, let's say, clash or this negative reaction vis-à-vis Russia. Our interests have been diverging as regards Russia, but this does not explain for such a difference in this environment. I would like to remind you that Konstantinos Karamanlis, at the peak of the Cold War, had adopted the policy of opening towards the Balkan countries because he had recognized the major impact of a superpower in our region, the Balkans. So Greece must change its role model and its foreign policy behavior, and it has to come up with a modus operandi with its rivals. And of course, the last issue for us now and in the future, and I will agree with colleague that indeed Russia has withdrawn, if you like, from this area, and the decoupling had to do with Europe, and we have the reappearance, if you like, of the presence of the United States in the Mediterranean, with a focus on raw materials, critical raw materials, agreements with countries in the Gulf, and this is actually something that is relevant to us, and this is an imminent major challenge, because as the US ambassador in Ankara has announced, the Trump administration has a plan as regards the energy resources in the region. But this is not neutral, this is not value-free for us. It has to do with our national sovereignty and our sovereign rights. So this is a challenge for us, and we have to address it. And the final point, although we must not consider ourselves as bigger power than what we are, we have managed to play a critical role in the political developments, in the geopolitical developments, our position as regards Europe, Ukraine, and so on. Mr. Valinakis, a last comment from you. What we need is a Greek plan for the Eastern Mediterranean. So in my view, the dimensions should be the following. We have to proceed with the limitations by exerting pressure where we should be exerting pressure. This 5+5 plan had been a mistake. So we have to engage with our neighbors separate negotiations, for example, with Albania, with Libya. The 2009 map from the Greek side and the 2010 map from the Libyan side are rather converging. And of course, negotiate with Egypt. We know that Egypt wants to proceed with an agreement with Turkey, but they are waiting to have the appropriate, let's say, exchange at the level of value with Turkey. We have to continue with explorations and drillings in order to be at the heart of developments in the imminent years. Also to have support from the United States. It's very important that we have the renewal of the 3+1 towards the direction of IMEC and the Northern Corridor, and ensuring the safety of the Republic of Cyprus. So the American policy has changed vis-à-vis Cyprus. And of course, the leverage at the level of the European Union. We are a member state. There are tools available, and we do not put them into implementation. For example, the Pact for the Mediterranean. This has been announced. It is under the competency of the Commissioner for the Mediterranean. So why not have the 3+1+1 with the European Union to have the tools to proceed to the connectivity with this area and be at the heart of all those developments. And also, very important for us, there has to be a mega deal between the European Union and Turkey. The only source for Turkey to be able to benefit in order to have any, let's say, benefits from the European Union is to have in exchange a lift from the side of Turkey as regards claims against Greece. It is not possible to give to Turkey everything that it seeks for and at the same time to have claims from the side of Turkey as regards Greece or the European Union. This is not possible. So you need to put all that together into a Greek plan instead of having this 5+5 5 plan, which is indeed very weak as regards structure, concept, and so on. Thank you so much. A final comment from you, Mr. Avramopoulos. So indeed, migration was one chapter in my portfolio as a commissioner. Now, Egypt, for that matter, protects the Christian minorities and the Christian communities. It is part of its policy. And let us not forget that we have Orthodox Christians and we also have the Copts Christians, or Copts. Yes, with the exception of the Sinai, of course. Yes, well, you know, the Sinai has been a legal issue. I think that it has been settled now. Okay, let us not engage into that. And the comment by Madame Lazaru, especially as regards connectivity. You know, if one looks at the map, Greece is indeed at the epicenter of this cross. The geopolitical clashes in the future, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, would be the outcome of the political processes of the present. So, Southern Europe, Northern Africa, the Middle East. So, it is hardcore geopolitics. It is not about soft geopolitics in this tormented and tried geographical region, which is the Mediterranean. So in Greece, we should be at the hardcore of those developments. And we have to invest in culture, education, and relations in order to have the Mediterranean progress and not be experiencing what was the experiences in the past. Well, this is the policy input, but Mr. Magnatis, as a policymaker, translates it into politics. Thank you for that. Well, I would like to warmly thank you all for your kind patience despite the harsh weather conditions outside. So this will conclude the works of the first day, and we will be very happy to see you all tomorrow. Thank you. Have a nice evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, the works of the second day of the conference will begin at 10 o'clock, and the day 2 will conclude with the Prime Minister.